Chapter 321. It's all true. Why bother with PR? Qin Tianci and Yi Yifei spent 3 blissful days and nights together at the manor. Of course, Qin Tianci was blissful. Yi Yifei didn't have it so easy. Her slender, beautiful legs trembled as she leaned against every wall corner, her silver teeth biting her red lip, a shy, aggrieved look directed at Qin Tianci. They say only the ox dies of exhaustion. The field is never overplowed. Yi Yifei couldn't comprehend how anyone could possess such inexhaustible energy, never knowing fatigue. How could such a man exist? Her throat was already a little strained after her concert, and now, it was completely hoarse. Luckily, Qin Tianci had an exceptional level of medical skill. He gave her a few acupuncture needles, and she was fine. Of course, we won't delve into the specifics of those needles. However, Yi Yifei was amazed to find that despite staying up all 3 nights, she didn't feel tired at all. In fact, she felt exceptionally energetic, and her physical condition was completely different from before. She couldn't quite put her finger on the difference. She only felt that her qi and blood, as well as her strength, were much more powerful than before. Qin Tianci had naturally noticed this phenomenon as well. At first, he was quite surprised, but thinking about it, Xiao Qianxue had also experienced some physical changes after a similar experience. This made Qin Tianci wonder if the old man had specifically chosen these fiancées for him because of some unique constitution. After being intimate with him, Yi Yifei's dantian had also been opened up, connecting to her qi and blood. From now on, she, like Xiao Qianxue, could cultivate. Qin Tianci didn't quite understand, nor did he know what the old man's intentions were. Sigh, better not to dwell on it. If this was just a coincidence, then he'd conduct a few more tests. Once wasn't enough, then twice. Twice wasn't enough, then 3 times. 3 times wasn't enough. Thinking about this, Qin Tianci couldn't help but chuckle to himself. At this moment, Yi Yifei shakily approached and leaned on his shoulder, softly asking, "What was so funny that you were thinking about, darling?" Qin Tianci came back to his senses and turned to embrace her slender waist, playfully smiling. "I was thinking, when we have children in the future, should we have a girl or a boy?" "A boy." To his surprise, Yi Yifei replied without any hesitation. Qin Tianci was taken aback. Why? Yi Yifei poked his chin with her finger, her eyes filled with affection, and said, "Because I don't want her to meet a man like you. She'd be exhausted to death." Hearing this, Qin Tianci chuckled. He then slapped her firm behind and instantly pinned her beneath him. "Are you saying I'm bullying you? Or that you didn't enjoy it?" Seeing that he was at it again, Yi Yifei's eyes instantly filled with panic. I didn't say I didn't enjoy it, darling. Please don't tease me. I really can't take much more." However, Qin Tianci ignored her protest and began to caress her. It had to be said, Yi Yifei had an amazing figure. Perhaps it was because she consumed only small amounts of sugar, had protein with every meal, and exercised regularly. Her muscles were incredibly toned. She was slender where she needed to be, and voluptuous where it mattered. A perfect 9-headed beauty. This made Qin Tianci unable to get enough of her. Yi Yifei's soft moan once again ignited the fire in Qin Tianci's belly. He was about to start all over again. Ding dong. But just then, the house's intercom suddenly rang, interrupting their heated moment. "Darling, someone is here." Yi Yifei was also a little disappointed. She might say she didn't want it, but deep down, she desired it more than anyone. After all, her current body was much stronger than before. Even if she was completely drained, she could recover quickly. Now that they were interrupted, she felt unsatisfied. Seeing this, Qin Tianci felt a little helpless and could only sigh, sitting back in his spot. Yi Yifei immediately got up and casually threw her lace robe over herself before going to open the door. Qin Tianci casually lit a cigarette on the sofa. He thought the visitor would be Lei Jun. After all, this was his manor. Of course, the manor was nominally his, but actually belonged to Yi Yifei. Otherwise, with his cleanliness fetish, he would have already flown back to Dragon Pavilion with Yi Yifei. "What are you doing here?" Just as Qin Tianci was thinking about when he should take Yi Yifei home to meet Zhou Guilin, he suddenly heard her surprised voice. Standing at the door was a young man with a fierce appearance and an imposing aura. However, the moment he saw Yi Yifei wearing a lace robe, with her body barely covered, he instantly turned into a love-struck puppy, his eyes wide. Seeing this, Yi Yifei immediately pulled her robe together, frowning as she said, "Ma Jiahui, have you stared enough?" The young man, called Ma Jiahui, immediately came back to his senses and, with an embarrassed grin, replied, "I'm sorry, Yafei. I heard you were having some trouble over here, so I flew over from Hong Kong to check on you right away." His gentle demeanor was in stark contrast to his fierce appearance, yet somehow it didn't make him seem so unlikable, but rather a bit goofy. Yi Yafei did not give him a good look, but coldly said, "I'm fine, thank you for your concern, Hong Kong master. Please go back." "Don't." Seeing that she was going to close the door, Ma Jiahui immediately stopped her. "I flew all the way here from Hong Kong. Won't you invite me in for a sit-down?" Yi Yafei didn't follow his request. "Hong Kong master, I'm a public figure. If you come to my private manor in public view like this, aren't you worried about being caught by the paparazzi and spreading rumors?" Ma Jiahui shamelessly chuckled. "Rumors are good. These days, I've been wondering how to spread some rumors with you. Isn't this perfect?" Seeing that he wouldn't listen, Yi Yafei's beautiful face grew even colder. "Hong Kong master, please have some self-respect. Although I'm just an actress, I also have my dignity." Ma Jiahui was stunned, then gave Yi Yafei a deep look, abandoning his earlier good-natured expression. "Yafei, you know why I'm here today. Don't you have anything you want to say to me?" Yi Yafei shook her head, her tone indifferent. "I have nothing to say to you." Seeing her attitude was so cold, Ma Jiahui became agitated. "Don't you want to explain those news reports in the media that have been slandering you these past few days?" Yi Yafei leaned against the door. "Who are you to me? Why should I explain myself to you?" Ma Jiahui was speechless, but looking at Yi Yafei's beautiful face, he couldn't bring himself to get angry. He forced himself to calm down and said, "Fine, I will help you handle these rumors and minimize the damage to your reputation. I will contact my PR team right away." "No need for PR." To his surprise, Yi Yafei refused directly. Ma Jiahui was once again stunned. "Why? This is such a big deal. You aren't going to do any PR?" Yi Yafei held her chest, smiled faintly. "Because it's all true, why would I need PR?" Chapter 322. Hong Kong belongs to Dragon Country. True? Ma Jiahui was dumbfounded by Yi Yafei's words. He originally thought that Yi Yafei was being set up by someone, and that she was forced to cooperate in a staged performance at the concert. Even after consulting with Old Fu and Lei Jun, he didn't believe that Yi Yafei would choose a rapist to be her fiancée. But now, from Yi Yafei's own mouth, he learned that this wasn't a rumor, but was real. This left Ma Jiahui completely stunned. Just as he was in a daze, Ma Jiahui suddenly smelled cigarette smoke. His face changed instantly, and despite Yi Yafei's protests, he rushed inside. He saw Qin Tianci sitting casually on the sofa, smoking, wearing the same matching couple's pajamas as Yi Yafei. With the room in disarray and a faint scent of honeysuckle in the air, he knew what had been going on. In an instant, Ma Jiahui felt like a bolt of lightning had struck him, leaving him utterly stunned. Qin Tianci looked at the dumbfounded man who had barged in and couldn't help but smile. "Oh, we have a guest?" Yi Yafei went to sit down beside him and poured Ma Jiahui a cup of tea, introducing him. "This is my darling, Qin Tianci. You've met, come in and have some tea." Ma Jiahui snapped back to his senses. His face was now deathly pale as he stared at Qin Tianci, noticing that he was exactly the same as the man in the blurred pictures in the news. Instantly, a surge of unbearable humiliation and anger rose within him. However, due to his family upbringing, he suppressed it and coldly asked, "He's the rapist?" Hearing this, Yi Yafei's beautiful face instantly darkened. "Ma Jiahui, please watch your words. This is my darling, not some rapist." Ma Jiahui gnashed his teeth. "Yafei, have you lost your mind? Everyone knows everything about this man. 3 years ago, he went to prison for rape, and he's only been out for 6 months. What is your status? What is his status? How can you be with him?" Seeing his harsh tone, Yi Yafei moved even closer to Qin Tianci. "I don't care about status. I only care about the person I care about. Don't look at my choices with your narrow views, and don't insult my darling." "Your darling?" Ma Jiahui laughed in exasperation. "A rapist, what qualifications does he have to be Yi Yafei's darling?" Yi Yafei retorted. "If he doesn't have the qualifications, do you? Why don't I?" Ma Jiahui was going crazy with anger. "My dad is the king of Hong Kong. The entire Hong Kong is my dad's. As long as you are willing, the entire Hong Kong will be your kingdom in the future. You chose this trash instead of me. Have you gone mad?" But upon hearing these words, Yi Yafei was about to retort when Qin Tianci interrupted, asking, "Hong Kong is your father's?" Ma Jiahui was stunned, then turned to Qin Tianci with a face of arrogance. This is between me and Yafei. It's not your place to interfere. Qin Tianci scoffed, his face playful. Interfering? It's not your place. As soon as these words fell, Ma Jiahui was stunned again, and even Yi Yafei was dumbfounded. Her face immediately flushed, and she scolded. You are terrible, darling. How could you tease me like that in front of an outsider? Seeing Yi Yafei's coquettish and smiling face, combined with the sharp, lethal words, almost made Ma Jiahui explode with anger. Kid, I've tolerated you again and again. Do you really think that Ma Jiahui is so easy to bully? Seeing that he was starting to become aggressive, Qin Tianci didn't get angry, but just smiled and said, I'm flirting with my wife, you, an outsider. Not only are you standing here, meddling, but you're also being a third wheel. Who exactly is in the wrong here? You. Ma Jiahui pointed at Qin Tianci, but couldn't find anything to retort with. Right now, in front of these two, he really was just like an outsider. There's one more thing you're wrong. Qin Tianci opened his mouth again, seeing him speechless. What is it? Ma Jiahui frowned. Qin Tianci took a puff of his cigarette, his gaze sharp. Hong Kong doesn't belong to your dad, or to you. Hong Kong belongs to Dragon Country. As these words fell, Ma Jiahui's pupils constricted, and the next moment, he clenched his fists, wanting nothing more than to rush up and beat Qin Tianci's repulsive face to a pulp. But he quickly calmed down, scoffing. Heh, I didn't expect a rapist like you to be such a patriot. But this had no impact on Qin Tianci at all. Instead, he just smiled and said, I was in prison for rape, but does that contradict my patriotism? It's like you like Yafei, but does that prevent me from marrying her? No, it doesn't. You damn, you're just talking nonsense? Go to hell. Ma Jiahui was not able to ridicule him, but was instead mocked. He burst out in Cantonese, completely losing his cool. Enough. Seeing this, Yi Yafei roared angrily. Ma Jiahui was shocked by her reaction and looked at Yi Yafei in disbelief, asking again in broken Cantonese. Yafei, I've known you for 10 years. Are you really going to break off with me for this piece of trash? Yi Yafei replied coldly. If just knowing someone means I should marry them, then how many women would you need to marry? Ma Jiahui was once again speechless, his mental defenses crumbling. Every word this man and woman said was like a devastating blow, piercing through his defenses. Fine. Ma Jiahui was almost delirious. He grabbed his hair and tried to calm himself, pacing back and forth several times, finally asking Yi Yafei. Yi Yafei, I'll ask you one last time. Are you really going to be with this piece of trash? Yi Yafei replied calmly. I'll say it one last time as well. This is my darling, not the trash you were talking about. Please watch your words. If you don't want me to lose the last bit of goodwill I have towards you. Hearing this, Ma Jiahui's face became extremely ugly, and he nodded in frustration. Good. Very good. Then he pointed at Qin Tianci. You, surnamed Qin, if you have the guts, don't hide behind a woman. Let's have a fair fight, like men should. Qin Tianci smiled. You want to fight me? Yes. Ma Jiahui roared. I'm not convinced. I've pursued Yafei for 3 years. Why should you just come along and take her? I heard you're a martial artist too. Then let's have a proper duel. Qin Tianci took a puff of his cigarette. As the son of the king of Hong Kong, you're so childish. Does your dad know about this? Don't give me that crap. Ma Jiahui didn't care about any of this, and said directly, if you don't dare, kneel in front of me and call me daddy, then I can give Yafei to you. What nonsense are you talking about? Yi Yafei scolded him again, but she was stopped by Qin Tianci. Okay, since you're so eager to give up, then I'll fulfill your wish. Come on then. Let's go. Let's go outside. Ma Jiahui said. However, Qin Tianci shook his head. No need, just go ahead. I'll just sit here. If you haven't collapsed to the ground before this cigarette burns out, then I lose. Chapter 323. The Royal Admiral of Eagle Country. You're just going to sit there? Ma Jiahui was stunned. Qin Tianci took a puff of his cigarette, his face calm and casual. That's right, I'll just sit here. Ma Jiahui saw Qin Tianci's relaxed demeanor, and a trace of anger flashed in his eyes. He felt like he was being looked down upon. You will pay the price for your arrogance. Hui, isn't it done yet? Before he could make his move, a man's voice suddenly came from outside the door. Although his Mandarin was a little off, it was obvious he was a foreigner. The next moment, a tall, muscular, blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreigner walked in. His appearance stunned everyone present, as no one had expected Ma Jiahui to bring someone else with him. Ma Jiahui's face also changed when he saw him. He then asked in a low voice, "Fels, didn't I tell you to wait outside? What are you doing here?" The foreign man, named Fels, didn't seem to have any sense of boundaries. He casually said, "I've been waiting for you outside for so long, but you didn't come out. I thought something might have happened to you, so I came in to see." As he said that, he glanced at Yi Yifei, who was sitting beside Qin Tianci, his blue pupils constricting as a lustful glint flashed in his eyes. "Oh, God, beautiful lady. You are the most beautiful dragon country woman I have ever seen. May I invite you to dinner?" He proceeded to make what he thought was an extremely gentlemanly gesture, extending his hand to kiss Yi Yifei's hand, completely disregarding whether she wanted it or not. Seeing this, Yi Yifei wanted to avoid it, but he forcefully pulled her closer, seemingly ignoring Qin Tianci, who was standing right beside her. "Please respect yourself." Yi Yifei could only retreat, reprimanding him. Just as Fels was reaching out his hand, he was slapped away by Qin Tianci, who said indifferently, "If you're horny, go find it in your own pigsty. Next time, you'll lose your hand." Fels was stunned. He didn't expect that a dragon countryman would stop his intentions. His face immediately became displeased, and he turned to Ma Jiahui and shouted, "Hui, what's going on? Didn't you say that any woman I fancy, I could have for fun? Where did this yellow dog come from?" His tone was extremely arrogant, as if a master was questioning his slave. Hearing this, Qin Tianci frowned slightly. Ma Jiahui's face also became very ugly, but he still tried to be patient and said, "You can't touch this woman. If you want to play around, I'll arrange it for you when we get back to Hong Kong." "No." To his surprise, Fels refused directly, "I want this woman now." "No can do." Ma Jiahui frowned. "Yifei's identity is special. Don't be reckless." "Yifei?" As soon as he heard the name, Fels' eyes lit up. He then looked at Yi Yifei again, in awe. "Oh, so you are Yi Yifei? An international superstar? Ha ha ha, lucky me, too lucky. Miss Yifei, I am Filman Fels, Royal Admiral of the Eagle Country Sea Seals. It's a pleasure to meet you." Yi Yifei didn't have a single bit of goodwill towards this rude foreigner. She replied coldly, "Then you were happy too early." Fels was stunned. He didn't expect that she wouldn't give him any face at all. His face immediately became a little ugly, and he emphasized once again, "Miss Yifei, I am a Royal Admiral of the Eagle Country Sea Seals. You might not know what a Royal Admiral is. If this was an Eagle Country, my status would be the equivalent of the Emperor of the royal family. Do you understand?" Hearing his arrogant words, all three Dragon Country people in the room changed their expressions. "You? An emperor?" Qin Tianci turned his head and coldly stared at him, a faint look of mockery on his face. "Yellow Dog, it's not your place to talk here." Seeing Qin Tianci speak up, Fels, who was just moments ago being a gentleman, immediately changed his face, glaring and pointing his chin up at Qin Tianci. "If this was Eagle Country, you would only be fit to be a slave, not even qualified to see me, understand?" Qin Tianci looked up indifferently and smiled. But the smile was especially chilling. "But this is Dragon Country, you are not even fit to be a dog here. I'm giving you 5 seconds, disappear from my sight. Otherwise, you will soon miss the cherry blossoms that are about to bloom back home." As soon as he said this, Fels was immediately stunned. He's been to Dragon Country more than once or twice, and every Dragon Country person had been respectful to him. Even the King of Hong Kong was no exception. But now, he was actually being humiliated by a yellow dog who looked like he was only in his 20s. His anger instantly soared. "Do you know what you're talking about? Do you believe I will kill you, then take your woman, and not suffer any punishment?" 5. But Qin Tianci didn't bother with his barking. He just took a puff of his cigarette and began to count down. Seeing this, Ma Jiahui immediately shouted, "Fels, don't be reckless. I can handle this matter." "You." "Shut up." Fels snarled angrily, interrupting him. "Jiahui Ma, if it wasn't for your father, do you think you could order me around?" Ma Jiahui's face immediately turned black, but he dared not refute, and could only clench his teeth and endure. For him, Fels' identity was too sensitive, and due to the mysterious relationship he had with his father, he didn't dare to yell at him. 4. Qin Tianci began to count down again, but his tone had become even colder. "Yellow Dog, I think you want to die." Seeing that he was being ignored again, Fels was enraged. He turned his attention to Yi Yafei. I'll F***CK your woman in front of you. If you have the guts, then stop me, he said, reaching his hands out towards Yi Yafei. But just as his hand was about to reach Yi Yafei, Qin Tianci grabbed his wrist. Fels tried to break free, but was surprised to find that Qin Tianci's strength was terrifyingly strong. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move him a single bit. 2. Qin Tianci's indifferent countdown came again. Fels was furious. He had never been humiliated like this before. He then raised his fist and swung it at Qin Tianci's face. Fels. Seeing him move, Ma Jiahui yelled in terror, trying to stop him. But he heard Qin Tianci's indifferent voice. Ma Jiahui, you need to see clearly why I said that Hong Kong is Dragon Country's Hong Kong, not your father's. Ma Jiahui was stunned, confused. But before he could react, he suddenly heard a loud bang. Then Fels' body suddenly flew past him and crashed through the wall. He rolled a dozen or so times in the courtyard before coming to a complete stop, unconscious. Seeing this, Ma Jiahui's eyes widened in shock. What was that power? Chapter 324, The Stanton Family. Ma Jiahui snapped back to his senses and rushed to the courtyard to check on Fels' condition, only to find him lying motionless in a pool of blood like a dead dog. His face instantly paled, and he turned to Qin Tianci, shouting, "You actually killed him?" Qin Tianci didn't pay attention to his roar, but turned to Yi Yafei. "Sorry, I went a little too far. I got your manner dirty." Yi Yafei also hadn't expected Qin Tianci to be so ruthless. When he made a move, he went straight for the kill. Her beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. However, she was, after all, a woman who had seen her fair share of ups and downs. She quickly composed herself and said, "It's okay. I'll contact Mr. Lei to help deal with this matter." "Deal with it? How are you going to deal with it?" Ma Jiahui became even more enraged upon hearing her words. "Yafei, I could always agree with you on everything, but this matter is extraordinary. Do you know who he is? He's Fels, a royal admiral of Eagle Country. He's the son of Earl Stanton. Killing him is equivalent to provoking a war between Eagle Country and Dragon Country. Can you handle this?" Upon hearing this, Yi Yafei's expression changed. Earl Stanton? He was a noble earl from Eagle Country. Rumor had it that his family ranked in the top 3 in their country and in the top 10 in the world. He had countless heavy weapons and highly skilled fighters under his command. Most importantly, this Earl Stanton hated Dragon Country the most. He would intentionally or unintentionally make remarks about sanctioning Dragon Country in any setting. He even openly clamored for war with Dragon Country in many public forums. This Fels was actually Earl Stanton's son? Now that Qin Tianci had killed his son, this was no longer a simple personal matter. It could potentially escalate into a war between countries. Although Yi Yafei was a woman, she had been following Old Fu and Mr. Lei since she was young. She was naturally not oblivious to these political shifts and immediately recognized the severity of the situation. But before she could say anything, Qin Tianci said casually, "Earl Stanton? What kind of title is that? Is it very impressive? You dared to kill him without even knowing Earl Stanton? I think you're out of your mind." Ma Jiahui glared at him with wide eyes. "Do I have to know him?" Qin Tianci smiled faintly, changing into a more comfortable position on the sofa and taking a puff of his cigarette. "Let alone some nameless nobody I've never heard of, even if the president of Eagle Country was standing in front of me now and dared to say anything disrespectful to my woman, there would only be one outcome for him: death." As soon as the word fell, the scene instantly went silent. Only Ma Jiahui's increasingly rapid breathing could be heard. After a long while, he laughed in anger. "I think you're really crazy. Crazy. You're all crazy." At this moment, Yi Yafei also spoke. "Darling, I'll arrange for someone to send you abroad right now. You can come back after Old Fu and Mr. Lei have resolved this matter, okay?" It had to be said, hearing the name Stanton had indeed made her panic. If it was just an ordinary foreigner who had died, she wouldn't be worried at all. But the one who died was Stanton's son. This was not a joke. The only way to protect Qin Tianci's life was to go abroad and take refuge. But Qin Tianci looked at the worried Yi Yafei and smiled faintly. "It's okay. If Stanton really asks the country for my extradition, just hand me over." "What are you talking about?" Yi Yafei was stunned when she heard this and said, "Darling, this matter is extraordinary. You can't afford to act so strong. You make it sound so simple." Ma Jiahui chuckled in mockery. "Who do you think you are? Do you think that handing you over will appease Earl Stanton's anger? Do you know how much loss the country will suffer because of this? It might even affect the issue of territorial sovereignty. For years, the country has been working hard to deal with foreign enemies like Eagle Country and Dongying who are eyeing us, just to gain influence on the international stage. You've gone and handed them the excuse they were looking for. It's like sending them a pillow when they were just falling asleep. You're really something. Listening to his angry words, Qin Tianci merely raised an eyebrow, suddenly asking, "Compared to all that, I'm more interested in knowing why he was by your side?" Ma Jiahui was about to speak when he heard this, but stopped abruptly, his expression immediately turning ugly. He looked away, avoiding eye contact. Seeing this, Qin Tianci had a rough idea of what was going on, and he chuckled coldly as he stood up. "Since you won't say it, then I'll say it for you. Stanton has always coveted Dragon Country, you know this, and your father definitely knows this too. Placing his son by your side is simply to use his status to get more benefits from the mainland, right? What are you saying?" Ma Jiahui's pupil shrank, staring at Qin Tianci, his face horrified. Seeing his expression, Qin Tianci was even more certain of his guess, and took another puff of his cigarette, continuing, "To make an even bolder guess, your father and Stanton probably reached some kind of agreement long ago, just waiting for both sides to reach a consensus, to profit from this, or perhaps, to betray the country." "You're talking rubbish." Ma Jiahui roared angrily as soon as he heard this, completely losing his earlier gentlemanly demeanor. "How could my father betray the country? Don't slander him here." Qin Tianci looked exceptionally calm, but his tone contained a chilling sharpness. "Leaving aside whether he betrayed the country or not, just from the words you've spoken, I can tell what kind of subservient attitude your father would have when facing these people from Eagle Country. I said it, there is only one dragon country in this world." He then looked at Yi Yafei and said, "Yafei, go change your clothes." Yi Yafei was stunned, a little puzzled. "Where to?" Qin Tianci replied matter-of-factly, "Of course we are going back to see your sisters. Where else would we go?" Yi Yafei was stunned. She didn't understand how Qin Tianci could act like nothing had happened after something so big had occurred. But she was an understanding woman and knew that at times like this, she had to listen to her man. She immediately nodded obediently and turned to go into the room. Ma Jiahui didn't understand why Qin Tianci was so calm after killing Fels. He also didn't know where this young man got his confidence from. But before he could come back to his senses, he heard Qin Tianci walk over and pat him on the shoulder. "Go back and tell your father that I was the one who killed the man. If Stanton wants to seek revenge, tell them it was me. If they want to find me, I'm always available. And you're from Dragon Country. Do your part, and don't lose yourself like your father." After he finished speaking, he ignored Ma Jiahui's completely stunned face and left the manor with Yi Yafei. After Ma Jiahui had reacted, there was only him and a cold corpse left in the entire manor. Chapter 325, 5 Tickets. Yi Yafei drove her own sports car, with Qin Tianci in the passenger seat. Her heart was filled with anxiety. But compared to the person sitting in the passenger seat, he was exceptionally carefree, even leisurely reaching his hand out of the window to enjoy the sensation of the wind. After a while, Yi Yafei finally couldn't hold it in anymore and asked, "Darling, do we really not need to notify old Fu and Mr. Lei, to let them think of a solution?" Hearing this, Qin Tianci smiled and asked, "Are you so worried about me?" Yi Yafei did not deny it, nodding and saying, "The Stanton family is too powerful. I'm really worried about you." "Are they really that powerful?" Qin Tianci asked again. "They really are." Yi Yafei nodded seriously, saying sternly, 3 years ago, the super soldier force led by the Stanton family annihilated a regiment of the Imperial Guards of Dragon Country. If it weren't for the Black Spade, one of the Underworld King's subordinates, arriving in time, even the logistics units would have been annihilated along with them. "So, even the Black Spade can't defeat Stanton?" Qin Tianci chuckled, his tone full of disdain. "Do you know who Black Spade is?" Yi Yafei was shocked by his arrogant words. She is the Underworld King's lieutenant. Although she is a woman, she alone can resist thousands of foreign soldiers. Even the grandmasters from back then recognized her strength. "So, I guess." Qin Tianci uttered this mix of Chinese and English. "Darling." Yi Yafei became a little anxious. "You can't act so nonchalant anymore. This isn't a joke." Qin Tianci patted her head, signaling her to drive safely, then smiled and said, "Compared to this insignificant matter, I think what you should be more concerned about is making a good impression on my mother when you meet her later." Screech. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Fei slammed on the brakes, the sports car making a screeching sound on the ground. What? Meet your mother later? Yi Fei's beautiful eyes widened, her face filled with extreme panic. Qin Tianci said matter-of-factly, "Since you're coming to my house, is it so strange that you'll be meeting my mom?" Ah! To his surprise, Yi Fei then screamed, "Qin Tianci? If I'm going to meet your mother, you should have let me put on some makeup. I can't face her like this. Darling, really?" Yi Fei said coquettishly, her face red. Qin Tianci looked at her face speechlessly. "No, you're beautiful enough as you are. Does it make a difference if you wear makeup or not?" His statement had two meanings. One was that you were already so ugly, so it didn't matter whether you wore makeup or not. The other was that you were so beautiful already, whether you wore makeup or not, you would still be just as beautiful. Clearly, Qin Tianci was talking about the latter. Yi Fei didn't care about all of that, and immediately pulled over to the side of the road, taking out her makeup bag, opening the mirror on the sun visor, and starting to touch up her makeup. Qin Tianci was stunned by her decisive speed, completely dumbfounded. "No, where did all of this makeup come from? Darling, please be quiet for a moment. If you keep interrupting me, I will lose focus." Yi Fei also replied without any reservations, her hands never stopping. Seeing this, Qin Tianci didn't say much. After all, putting on makeup in a car was never going to be as good as a makeup artist doing it, as long as she didn't take 1 or 2 hours to finish. 3 hours later. Snore, snore. Qin Tianci was fast asleep in the car when he suddenly felt someone pat him. He was startled, wiped the drool from his mouth, and groggily asked, "Are we home?" But after he clearly saw the beautiful face in front of him, he realized that they were still in the car. Yi Fei, with her delicate face, asked him, "How is it, darling? Do you think I look good?" Although he had already tasted the beauty of this incredibly gorgeous woman, Qin Tianci was still amazed by her appearance after she had applied her makeup. He immediately embraced her, and his hands began to get restless. "Oh? Which little beauty dares to disturb me while I'm sleeping? Do you know what the consequences will be?" "Don't be silly, darling." Yi Fei immediately responded coquettishly and winked at him, seemingly trying to tell him to look outside the window. Qin Tianci was stunned. He looked out the car window and saw that a traffic police officer was standing there. He had a speechless look on his face, his eyes filled with barely concealed envy. Even so, he still gave them a polite salute. "Hello, your car is illegally parked here and will now be ticketed." Qin Tianci looked helpless and opened the car window to apologize. "I'm sorry, I'll move it now. Could you let us off this time?" "No." To his surprise, the traffic police officer didn't seem to be understanding. "You have violated parking regulations and must be penalized." Qin Tianci was puzzled. "I already said I was going to move the car. Can't you be a little lenient?" It wasn't as if he was being unreasonable. It was common knowledge that if the driver was in the car, and the car wasn't parked for a few hours, you didn't need to be fined. Although it was true that he was rich, he couldn't just waste money on silly fines. "Hello, sir. Please cooperate with my enforcement." The traffic police officer's face was stern, his words already carrying a warning tone. Seeing that he was determined to issue a fine, Qin Tianci didn't argue anymore, and he could only accept his bad luck, although he mumbled, "We only parked for about 10 minutes. Your traffic police's fines are really like they're falling from the sky." 10 minutes? The traffic police officer was stunned, but didn't say much. After filling out the ticket, he handed it to Qin Tianci. "This is your 5th ticket. Please be sure to pay the fine within the specified time." "Okay, I'll take care of it." "Wait, this is the what ticket? The 5th? Qin Tianci had just taken the ticket when he was instantly stunned. He immediately came back to his senses and asked in surprise. "Yes." The traffic police officer said seriously, "You have been parked here for 3 hours. I've been here trying to tell you to move your car for the last 2 hours and 35 minutes, but the lady in your car said it was fine, so I was just waiting here." Qin Tianci. Did they come here to give the officer some extra work to do? And also, who the hell could tell him why he had been asleep here for 3 hours? He looked at Yi Fei, who stuck her tongue out and smiled a little embarrassedly. "I'm sorry, darling. I wanted to dress up carefully and couldn't be disturbed, and I couldn't move to another place because the lighting would change and my makeup wouldn't look good, so I let the police officer wait for a bit." The corners of Qin Tianci's mouth twitched, and he then turned to the traffic police officer, a face full of apologies. "I'm sorry. We made you wait so long. We deserve the fine, and we'll take it." "It's okay. Thank you for cooperating with my work." The traffic police officer was also very polite. But just as Qin Tianci was putting away the ticket, he discovered the traffic police officer was handing him another booklet. Qin Tianci was confused. Is there another fine? The traffic police officer smiled kindly. No, this is because I was wondering if Miss Yafei could help me with an autograph. My daughter is her biggest fan. Qin Tianci. Chapter 326. The Calm of the Mahjong Quartet. Before long, Yi Yafei drove the car into Dragon Pavilion. As soon as she entered, Yi Yafei felt an unprecedented sense of comfort. Just a few breaths had made her fall in love with this place. Wow, the environment here is so beautiful. She wasn't just saying it to be polite. She was genuinely amazed by the beautiful scenery of this place. A celebrity like her had seen all sorts of luxury homes, but compared to Dragon Pavilion in front of her, those so-called luxury homes were simply worthless. I never thought that in Jiangbei there would be such a beautiful place. Qin Tianci smiled faintly. Do you like it? If you do, how about moving in after a while? Sure. Yi Yafei was ecstatic upon hearing Qin Tianci's invitation. But some of the things that had happened today still made her uneasy. This was intentionally and unintentionally diluting her happiness. Qin Tianci smiled and took the lead to open the gates to the courtyard. Yi Yafei then took the opportunity to make a phone call. When the call connected, Lei Jun's voice came from the other side. Hello, Yafei, what's up? Yi Yafei said quickly. Mr. Lei, are you busy right now? Lei Jun on the other end of the phone was stunned for a moment. Not really, just tell me what's going on. By the way, aren't you on your honeymoon with your fiancée? Wait a minute. I'll take the one bamboo. Yi Yafei. Seriously, such a big thing had just happened, and they were still playing mahjong? Mr. Lei, I have something very important. Can you put down what you're doing? When Lei Jun heard her serious tone, he immediately placed his mahjong tiles on the table and asked, Tell me, Yafei, I'm listening. Stanton's son, Fels, is dead. After a short moment of silence, he asked, I know about that. It was little Qin who killed him, right? You know? Yi Yafei was stunned for a moment. She then grew anxious. Since you know, how can you still be so calm? He's Stanton's son. He died in Dragon Country. Isn't this matter serious enough? Oh, you mean that? To her surprise, when Lei Jun heard this news, not only did he not seem tense, but his tone became more relaxed. Ah, it's just the death of Stanton's son. Not a big problem. Not a big problem? Yi Yafei was dumbfounded. If this isn't a big deal, then what is? Just as she finished speaking, the sounds of mahjong tiles clattering came through the phone again, as well as Lei Jun's casual response. Yafei, don't worry about it. It's not a big deal. If it really comes to it, we'll just hand little Qin over. Mr. Lei. Yi Yafei was a little angry and said with a pout, Tianci is my darling. I know you are prejudiced against him, but now, this is about his safety and the fate of the entire Dragon Country. How can you be so careless? I want to speak to Grandpa Fu. Yafei, I'm right here. Before Lei Jun could hand the phone over, old Fu's kind voice came through the phone. Lei Jun explained. I put it on speakerphone. Yi Yafei. Grandpa Fu, Mr. Lei doesn't care about my darling. You can't not care about him. After that, Yi Yafei complained in a tearful voice, which made old Fu feel heartbroken for her. Silly child, don't cry. Don't cry. You are just overly concerned. Little Lei is right. This is not a big deal. Yi Yafei was stunned, completely confused. In her eyes, something that was about to cause the sky to fall was actually nothing to these two men. In the past, whenever a foreigner died, they would immediately launch a public relations effort, investigate the entire course of events, and finally, have the Five Rams Association come up with a public relations plan. Now that Stanton's son had died, why were they not tense at all? Grandpa Fu, are you comforting me? Or are you telling the truth? Yi Yafei asked uncertainly. Old Fu, seeing that she had calmed down a little, smiled helplessly and said, Yafei, do you see Grandpa Fu ever lying to you? Silly child, just relax and enjoy your life with your fiancée. We'll take care of the rest. Really? Yi Yafei asked again, doubtfully. Of course it's true. Old Fu laughed. It's just Stanton's son, right? Even if Stanton himself died in Dragon Country, it wouldn't be that easy for Eagle Country to ask Dragon Country to answer to that, not to mention. At that point, Old Fu's words stopped abruptly. Yi Yafei was a little confused. Not to mention what? The other side of the phone fell silent for a while, then Old Fu's confused voice came through. Huh? Didn't I just play the 9 of bamboo tiles? Lei Jun, Are you cheating? Lei Jun started cursing. Are you getting senile? That was the previous round. Hurry up and play your card. The two of them kept arguing with each other, and the phone was suddenly hung up. Yi Yafei was amused by this. What kind of people were they? But what made her happy was that since these people were still in the mood to play mahjong, it really did prove that this matter was not worth worrying about. She instantly felt very grateful for the call, and she was also thankful to Old Fu and Lei Jun. She then didn't forget to hang up the phone and send a thank you message on WeChat. On the other side, Old Fu, Lei Jun, Qiu Shenghua, and Song Jing sat around the mahjong table, staring intently at the thank you message that Yi Yafei had sent. Qiu Shenghua immediately burst out laughing. Haha, Old Fu, your goddaughter is so adorably naive. Old Fu looked embarrassed and sighed helplessly. Yafei has been spoiled by us since she was young. I hope our attitude can let her sense something. Lei Jun rubbed his forehead and exclaimed. What could she sense? If I hadn't met this kid before and asked Old Fu to confirm it, I wouldn't have believed that the person who was sleeping beside me was actually that person. Old Fu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I've been telling you all to carefully observe your surroundings since you were young, and you never listen. How can you blame me? Lei Jun didn't think much of it. Yafei isn't in politics. Why does she need to observe so carefully? Isn't it enough for her to be a good star? Song Jing looked enviously. You guys are really blessed without even knowing it. Miss Yafei may not be your biological daughter, but she's better than one. At least you have a daughter who can rely on that person. What about me? I only have a useless son at home. Qiu Shenghua then said, Don't include me in this. She's my niece, not my daughter, and they haven't even seen each other yet? Does it make a difference? With the nature of that person, can your niece escape him, looking the way she does? Song Jing directly rolled his eyes at him, unable to stand people who still try to take the moral high ground when they're clearly benefiting. Qiu Shenghua didn't care, his mouth smiling from ear to ear. Then Old Fu took a deep breath, his gaze revealing a hint of coldness. Himph, Stanton's son? Heh, if they have the guts, then let them come and demand him. I haven't dealt with these white-skinned pigs for a while now. Chapter 327. Welcome to the family. Meanwhile, after hanging up the phone, Yi Yafei entered the courtyard. Seeing this, Qin Tianci asked, Who were you talking to? Yi Yafei smiled sweetly. What? Is my darling jealous? Qin Tianci chuckled. How could I be? I have one special advantage, and that's that I'm never jealous. Yi Yafei was taken aback. Why is that? Qin Tianci tossed his head. Because I'm confident that no woman who's been with me would ever think about hooking up with someone else. Braggart. Yi Yafei said coquettishly, playfully swatting at him. But in the next moment, she saw a few tour vehicles driving up not far away. Sitting on them were various beautiful women, and each one had a stunning beauty that rivaled her own. Honey, you're back? Big brother Tianci. Tianci. Honey. Seeing this, Qin Tianci went forward to greet them, smiling as he said, You're all home? I thought you were all busy. Long Jing came forward, smiling cheerfully as she said, It's all thanks to Big Sis. She said she was tired today and wanted to take a day off. But everyone knows it's because she heard someone was back and didn't want to go to work. Xiao Qinshua's face turned red. She said in a huff, I also heard that someone had a task today, but they also refused it? Long Jing replied very frankly, I'm staying home because of my darling, unlike certain people who have to be so stubborn. All right, our sisters, we all know what we're thinking. Don't show off in front of Tianci. That's right, that's right. Shin Weiwei also chimed in from the side. It's still Big Sister Mushi who is good, quiet, and not noisy, not competing for anything. Are you saying that I and Big Sis like to compete? Long Jing immediately pulled a long face. Even if you tried to compete, you wouldn't win. You're a short dwarf. Who are you calling a short dwarf? Do you believe I'll beat you up? Shin Weiwei hated this nickname that Long Jing had given her the most. She was so angry that her cheeks puffed up, making her look adorably cute. Okay. It's not easy for Tianci to come back home. Do you really want him to watch you argue? At this moment, Tang Xinro, who had not been saying much on the side, also spoke to stop them. Her pretty face was filled with a helpless smile. Clearly, she was used to this kind of situation. Seeing the women chattering away, Qin Tianci looked helpless. The thing he was most worried about had still come. It was said that 3 women were enough for a drama, and now there were 5 women at home, and that could be a whole variety show. But, of course, where there is trouble, there are also benefits. If you want to enjoy the blessings of multiple women, you have to be well prepared. Okay, stop talking. I know I have a lot of charm, and I know you all were thinking about me. Isn't that why I'm back? Don't worry, I'll make time for each of you tonight. Hearing his blatant words, the women who were still arguing were instantly quiet, looking at each other with various expressions, their faces turning red uncontrollably. What is a family position? This is a family position. Just one sentence could instantly turn a not-so-harmonious scene into a harmonious family gathering. Then, Qin Tianci waved his hand behind him. Come here and introduce yourself. As soon as he said this, Xiao Qianxue was taken aback. Tianci, is there someone behind you? Qin Tianci? He turned his head and noticed that Yi Fei, who had been standing behind him, had suddenly disappeared without him realizing it. Upon closer look, he noticed that she was hiding in the corner. Qin Tianci laughed. This woman, who faces so many cameras and media every day, had never been afraid before, but now she was timid, just meeting a few of her sisters. Don't hide. We all saw you. Come out now. With Qin Tianci's prompting, Yi Fei slowly and carefully peeked her head out from the corner, timidly saying, Hello, sisters. As her appearance came into view, all 5 women were stunned. Big sis, why do I think she looks a little familiar? I also think she looks familiar. No way. No way. Oh, my God. How does this girl look so much like the international diva Yi Fei? It's not just like, is it really her? Seeing that the women were all staring at her in a daze, Yi Fei's face turned even redder, and she stepped out of the corner, elegantly and politely nodding to them. Hello, everyone. I am Yi Fei. It's a pleasure to meet you all. I hope you'll take care of me in the future. As soon as she said this, the entire scene fell silent. Qin Tianci saw the women all petrified, staying frozen in place, their eyes wide, as if they had seen a ghost. Yi Fei was also frightened by their expressions, and her beautiful face immediately turned pale. Sisters, are you all right? Did I say something wrong? Yi Fei, who never lost her elegance in front of others, was now panicked and at a loss, afraid that her words had offended someone. But to her surprise, just as Yi Fei finished speaking, Long Jing suddenly screamed, her sharp voice echoing throughout the entire neighborhood, attracting the attention of many other neighbors on the street. After discovering a few beautiful women were there, they immediately stopped and were unable to tear their eyes away. It really is Yi Fei. Big sis. She is really Yi Fei. The diva. She's my favorite star. I can't believe I saw my idol. I'm too excited. Xiao Qianxue and the other women also came back to their senses from their shock, looking at the stunning beauty in front of them with dazed expressions, their hearts pounding in their chests. Yes, as a woman, her heart had skipped a beat when she saw Yi Fei. Since she was young, she had never had any anxiety about her appearance. It was always other people who were anxious when they saw her. But this time, she was actually a little anxious. Yi Fei's beauty was otherworldly, her elegant demeanor making people want to daydream about her and filled with a desire to conquer her. Honestly speaking, she couldn't compare to her. The other women were even worse. They had already exploded with Long Jing's scream. Yi Fei, it's Yi Fei. Our darling actually found us a celebrity for a sister. I love you, darling. This is the first time I've seen her in real life. I wanted to go to her concert before, but I couldn't get a ticket. Listening to the women cheering for her, Yi Fei actually felt a little embarrassed, but she quickly noticed Xiao Qianxue's expression. She immediately calmed herself down, lowered her posture, stepped forward and greeted Xiao Qianxue. Big sister Qianxue, your darling's main wife, right? I often hear darling mention you. In the future, when we sisters are together, if there's anything I do wrong, you must correct me. I'd be happy to listen. Xiao Qianxue paused for a moment, coming back to her senses. She looked at Yi Fei's kind and irresistible smile. The complex emotions in her heart gradually dissipated. She smiled and extended her hand. Younger sister Yi Fei, welcome to our big family. Chapter 328, Meeting the Parents. With the addition of Yi Fei, the entire villa area of Dragon Pavilion's Tower King completely went crazy that day. Countless staff members and residents in the manor came to ask for autographs. For a moment, the villa was surrounded by people. Although the security personnel in the neighborhood were doing their best to maintain order, they still couldn't hold back the fans' enthusiasm. Seeing this, Qin Tianci simply opened up the access. He specially cleared out an area to arrange a fan meet for Yi Fei. At the beginning, Only a few people from the community came to ask for autographs, but later, somehow, the news spread, and even many fans from outside the community came to try to squeeze into the Dragon Pavilion area to ask Yi Yafei for an autograph. At this point, Qin Tianci wasn't having it anymore. He had already given them so much convenience. So how could these people keep trying to take an inch? With that, he had the security seal the signing event channel directly, not letting anyone in anymore. However, this approach did not cause anger among the fans who had come for the signing, but instead made them even more surprised to discover that the man that Yi Yafei had publicly announced as her fiancé a few days ago was actually a wealthy man living there. No wonder Yi Yafei had proposed to him in front of all of her fans. This was Dragon Pavilion. The super mansion was rumored to cost 1 million per square meter. Each one was worth at least hundreds of millions. This meant that the man present at the meet and greet had to be a super-rich tycoon who possessed at least 300 million in liquid assets. Moreover, Dragon Pavilion wasn't a place where you could buy a house just because you had money. This man was definitely not just an ordinary person. Many people who had paid attention decided to go back and investigate Qin Tianci's identity, only to find that his identity was just a few simple lines, and that he came from a very ordinary family. This was baffling. What kind of ordinary family could afford a house in Dragon Pavilion? Could he be some kind of nouveau riche? No, that wasn't right. The nouveau riche only have money, not influence. How could they be able to live in a place like that? For a moment, an information bounty was issued for Qin Tianci online. Of course, this bounty was not an assassination list but an investigation list. Every member of the media wanted to dig up Qin Tianci's identity, making themselves famous overnight. However, they didn't know that the last person who exposed Qin Tianci had already been locked up in the National Security Bureau and was now eating the government's food. On the other side, after Yi Yafei moved into the villa, Xiao Qianxue and all the other women showed great enthusiasm towards her. Yi Yafei was not someone who was shy, and before long, she had bonded with them and became good sisters. Qin Tianci was naturally happy about this. The happiest thing in the world was to watch his wives get along harmoniously. But what made him a little puzzled was why his mother hadn't returned yet. He knew that Qin Yui was away at school in Jiangling, but where had Zhou Guolan gone? Just as he was thinking this, there was a sound outside. Zhou Guolan pushed the door open and came in. Hee, my daughters-in-law, I'm back. Mom. The women all called out in unison. This call made Zhou Guolan's face bloom with happiness. And my dear daughters-in-law, look at all the delicious food we've brought for you. While pumpkin cakes, they were my favorite when I was little. Shen Weiwei's eyes lit up at the sight, and she rushed forward to grab a piece without washing her hands, stuffing it into her mouth. Eat slower, Weiwei. There's enough for everyone. The more she ate, the happier Zhou Guolan became. She quickly called all of the women to come and eat. Mom, what about mine? Qin Tianci stepped forward, asking with a smile. Why are you back? Zhou Guolan's question made Qin Tianci's eyes widen. He was speechless. This is my home. Why can't I come back? Himph, you still know to come home? Zhou Guolan snorted, saying in an annoyed tone. There are so many well-behaved and beautiful wives at home. And you don't know how to be content and just want to run around all day. Aren't you afraid that someone else will steal them? Qin Tianci couldn't help but laugh. I'm not afraid. If anyone dares to steal my wives, I'll beat them to a pulp. You and your big talk. Zhou Guolan rolled her eyes. If you don't want to go back in for a few more years and have these women remarry after you get out, then you just keep causing trouble. Qin Tianci awkwardly touched his nose, letting out a dry laugh. Mom, there are so many people watching. Save some face for me. Zhou Guolan let it go when she saw that he had conceded, and immediately changed her tone, turning to the women with a smiling face. Qianxue, come here, eat some more. You have to take care of the family and work every day. You're the one who works the hardest. As a mother-in-law, Zhou Guolan actually saw things very clearly. Xiao Qianxue was the one who made all the decisions in this household. Without her, the entire villa would be in chaos. And Long Jing could only be considered half a woman, because she did almost nothing. She just laid around at home and watched dramas all day. And as for Lin Muxi, Zhou Guolan was extremely pleased with her personality. She was gentle and virtuous, and also a doctor. As the most popular profession in the eyes of parents, Lin Muxi was naturally well-liked by Zhou Guolan. Shen Weiwei was like a little girl, enjoying playing with Qin Yui. Tang Xinro, she had met when Qin Tianci was still in college. She had always had a good impression of this girl. Now that they had become family, they naturally got along very well. Seeing how biased she was, Qin Tianci said with a helpless tone, "Sigh, it seems like our family's family status is even lower than a dog." "Darling, how can you say that?" Xiao Qinxue blinked her eyes at him after hearing this. Qin Tianci immediately felt extremely gratified. It was still his main wife that understood him. "Our family doesn't have a dog yet, so your status is still very high." To his surprise, Xiao Qinshue's tone changed sharply after that thought, immediately leaving Qin Tianci stunned. He then laughed in anger. "You little minx, how dare you tease me like that? Tonight, I'll let you see what real family status is. I hope no one here runs away before the battle." As soon as he said this, all the women stopped what they were doing and looked at him blankly, their faces red. Even Zhou Guilin was stunned by his crude words. Coming back to her senses, she threw a pillow at him. "You brat, your mom is still alive, and you're already not putting me in your eyes?" Qin Tianci dodged instinctively, laughing as he repeatedly said, "Mom, you can avoid this if you want." Heh. Zhou Guilin was angered by him. "It seems that it's been too long since I've beaten you. Are you itching for it?" No. Qin Tianci immediately surrendered and then said, "Actually, there's something else I need to tell you this time." "What good things could you have?" Zhou Guilin rolled her eyes. "It's not a big deal. It's just that you might have to have another daughter-in-law." Qin Tianci smiled slyly, then clapped his hands and said, "The ugly daughter-in-law, come out and meet the parents." Chapter 329, not related to the engagement. As soon as Qin Tianci called out, Zhou Guilin was instantly stunned. She then carefully counted all the daughters-in-law in the room. 1, 2, 3, 4, there's 5. "You brat, are you causing trouble out there again?" Qin Tianci just smiled and didn't explain. Instead, he looked at the kitchen. Immediately, Yi Fei walked out, carrying a dish that she had just cooked. The moment she saw Zhou Guilin, she immediately put down the bowl in her hand, wiping her apron with a sweet smile. "Hello, mother." Her voice was already very pleasant to hear, and with an intentional softness, she made Zhou Guilin feel a wave of immense pleasure. She instantly smiled happily. "Wow, where did this little girl come from? She looks so lovely." She put her things down and walked over to Yi Fei, grabbing both of her arms to look her up and down, seeming extremely pleased. Yi Fei was a little embarrassed by her enthusiastic attitude, but the apprehension that she had been feeling all along had also disappeared at this moment. She smiled even more brightly. "Thank you, mother, for the compliment. My name is Yi Fei. From now on, I'll be Tianci's fiancée. Please take care of me." Of course. I don't have any other good points, but I'm very easygoing. Ha ha ha. Now that you've moved in, how can you still call me mother-in-law?" As soon as she said this, Yi Fei's face turned red. Under the watchful eyes of all the women, she softly said, "Mom, a good child." Zhou Guilin smiled, unable to close her mouth. Although she acted like she was scolding Qin Tianci for having so many women and causing trouble in front of him, it was something that she had to do. After all, there were already 5 daughters-in-law, and she wanted to use this way to help Qin Tianci dispel any lingering resentment in their hearts. As long as Qin Tianci brought a girl back, she was actually happier than anyone. "Yi Fei, what kind of job do you do?" After they had met, Zhou Guilin began to ask about her work, a common practice for elders. Before Yi Fei could answer, Qin Tianci interrupted. "She's an actress and a singer too." "An actress? A singer?" Zhou Guilin paused, and then a look of surprise appeared on her face. "I didn't expect there would be such a big star in our family." "That's great. Don't worry, little one. If you aren't famous now, you'll have a chance in the future. And you don't have to worry about being pressured into anything. Even if this brat is unreliable, he still has some skills." Qin Tianci? What was this? Why did she have to bring him down while talking to other people? Qin Tianci walked over to hug Yi Fei, feeling helpless, and asked Zhou Guilin, "Mom, you really don't recognize her?" Zhou Guilin was stunned, and once again, she carefully examined Yi Fei's face, frowning. "I feel like she looks familiar, but I can't remember where I've seen her before." Qin Tianci smiled and reminded her, "Yi Fei, why don't you think about it carefully?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Guilin frowned for a long time, but suddenly, her eyes widened and her expression froze. Yi Fei? That super famous celebrity who performed in the Spring Festival Gala a few years ago? Yi Fei was a little embarrassed. She glared at Qin Tianci and turned to Zhou Guilin. "Mom, I'm just a woman. I'm not some big celebrity in front of you. You can just treat me like your daughter. Ah. Zhou Guilin shouted in excitement, her expression extremely emotional. Our family actually has a big star. It's Yi Yafei, my daughter's favorite star. Is you. When you had a concert in Jiangling before, she wanted to go but she couldn't get a ticket. I never thought I would see you in real life. Qin Tianci. Mom, did you think that the stars on TV are all dead? Everyone. Ba. You brat, what are you talking about? Zhou Guilin was so excited that she was almost incoherent. She held Yi Yafei's hands and said, Little one, you must give me an autograph later. I'll mail it to Yuer's school tomorrow. She'll be so happy to hear about this. But Yi Yafei said, Mom, there's no need to go through all that trouble. I'll go back to Jiangling with Tianci tomorrow to visit her. That works too, that works. Seeing that Yi Yafei was so sensible, Zhou Guilin was extremely satisfied with this daughter-in-law. She then gave Qin Tianci a subtle wink, with a hint of encouragement and praise. Qin Tianci naturally understood what his mother meant, and he immediately blinked in response. Okay, don't stand around. Big sis and the others have been busy all day and are tired, Mom. Let's eat together? Seeing that Zhou Guilin had stolen the show since she entered the house, Yi Yafei quickly tried to smooth things over and ease the atmosphere. Yes, let's eat first. Zhou Guilin also understood very well that even if Yi Yafei was a big star, she definitely could not show too much favoritism, so she immediately called the women to the table. Xiao Qinxue and the other women looked at each other. As smart women, they understood Zhou Guilin's intentions. They immediately followed her lead and sat down in their seats. After the meal, Qin Tianci was pulled out by Zhou Guilin, saying that because she was old and a little scared to go back to her villa alone, so she wanted to use the excuse that her son should accompany her. Qin Tianci knew that his mother wanted to ask him some questions and didn't feel surprised. After all, he had only been out of prison for a little over half a year. Overnight, he had gone from being a rapist to such a successful person with 5 or 6 wives, and they all got along so harmoniously. As long as a normal person was here, they would feel there was something wrong with this situation. As a mother, it was very normal that she wasn't at ease. On the way, Zhou Guilin did indeed ask Qin Tianci the question that she had always wanted to ask. Son, tell Mom, how many fiancés do you actually have? Hearing Zhou Guilin's direct question, Qin Tianci touched his nose, looking a little awkward. Mom, didn't I tell you a long time ago? I have 7 fiancés. But Zhou Guilin said, but now there are already 6 at home. What about the other one? Where is she? Qin Tianci awkwardly replied. To be accurate, there should be at least 3 more. 3? At least? Zhou Guilin was dumbfounded upon hearing this and stared blankly at Qin Tianci. Then she grabbed his ear and said, I'm not saying you brat. Didn't you just say that you only had 7 fiancés? 3 plus 6 equals what? Did your elementary school math teacher not teach you that? Qin Tianci quickly begged for mercy. Mom, let go, let me explain. Zhou Guilin's expression slightly softened, and after letting go, she said, If you don't explain clearly to me today, I won't let you off. Seeing that Zhou Guilin looked like she wouldn't give up, Qin Tianci could only tell the truth. Actually, the fiancés I have engagements with are just the 7. But the other 2 are women that I want to pursue myself, and they have nothing to do with the engagements. Zhou Guilin? Chapter 330. There is no other reason. I am king. No, so you're actually proud of that? What do you mean? Besides the 7 fiancés you were engaged to, the other 2 were women that you want to pursue. If Zhou Guilin hadn't been cultured since she was young, she would have already cursed him out. Seeing that his mother was speechless, Qin Tianci didn't dare to chime in and just stood there honestly, not daring to say a word. After some time had passed, Zhou Guilin let out a sigh. Sigh, you, my child. Your mother, although not from a wealthy family, has always been traditional in her thinking. How did you become like this? Upon hearing this, Qin Tianci smiled sheepishly and then asked seriously, Mom, have you ever heard a saying? What saying? Zhou Guilin was taken aback. Qin Tianci stared into her eyes and said seriously, With great power comes great responsibility. As soon as he said those words, silence descended on the 2 for at least 10 seconds. A moment later, Zhou Guilin slapped him on the back of his head. You brat, do you think you're some kind of failed superhero? And with great power comes great responsibility. I was the one who raised you since you were a baby. Do you really think I don't know what abilities you have? Qin Tianci felt extremely wronged after getting hit and said with a smile, Mom, you know I'm your son. Don't you know what my abilities are? If you were really that capable, why were you framed by Su Qing and sent to prison? And without any contact for 3 years. Zhou Guolan's words were filled with some resentment, but looking at her son's innocent face, she softened again. After all, he was the one who was imprisoned, and he was the one who suffered. Their lack of contact with him only made them anxious and worried. But who knew how much suffering Qin Tianci had experienced in these 3 years? Seeing this, Qin Tianci did not refute it. Likewise, he knew better than anyone the hardships he had faced in those 3 years. If it wasn't for his incredible perseverance, he would have probably died in the first month, either at the hands of the prison bullies or in the hands of that old man. He was strong now, right? Envy him? That strength had been bought with his life. And he also knew that his mother had never known his true identity, so it was understandable that she was worried. Then Qin Tianci said calmly to Zhou Guolan, "Mom, just rest assured, your son is different now. Even if I marry more wives, I will be able to handle it." "Yeah, right." Zhou Guolan glared at him. "If you can just keep yourself safe and live peacefully with my daughters-in-law, I'd be extremely grateful." Hearing this, Qin Tianci fell silent. Zhou Guolan noticed something was off and asked, puzzled, "What? I'm just saying a few things to you. Are you unhappy about it?" Qin Tianci chuckled. "Why would I be? I wish you would scold me more." Then he put one arm around Zhou Guolan's neck. The two were acting like good friends, but it was actually an adult son's way of showing affection to his mother. Zhou Guolan couldn't bear to blame him anymore and patted his chest. Although your mom doesn't know what you're doing, you should have matured a bit after suffering through those 3 years. You need to be more sensible in whatever you do, you hear?" Listening to his mother's nagging, Qin Tianci did not feel annoyed at all, but instead nodded with a happy expression. "Of course, I don't have any other abilities, but I am very sensible." Zhou Guolan rolled her eyes directly. This kid was really taking advantage of her, getting on her good side. No wonder he could bring back so many daughters-in-law. "Son." Suddenly, Zhou Guolan called out to him. Qin Tianci was stunned, feeling a little strange. "What's wrong, Mom?" Zhou Guolan patted his hand and said, "Mom knows that you wouldn't do anything illegal or criminal. Mom doesn't care what you are doing right now. Mom only has one request for you. Just be safe." Hearing Zhou Guolan's words, Qin Tianci's heart was suddenly touched. The greatest wish of every parent is the simplest. That was to hope that their children are safe. But it was also this simple wish that was often very difficult to achieve, especially in an era filled with desire. Ordinary people felt this, and Qin Tianci was no different. There was no other reason. It was because he was a king. The Underworld king. All living beings under the sky were his domain. Above Dragon Country, he was below the heavens. He sat in the east, making countless enemies from other countries tremble in fear. That saying, "With great power comes great responsibility," was not a joke. It was a mocking of himself. He knew that there would never be permanent peace in this world. The growing power of Dragon Country would gradually become a target. That day would come sooner or later. Then, Qin Tianci took Zhou Guolan's hand with a serious expression and said softly, "Mom, I promise you, I will be safe, because in this world now, there is no one who can threaten me." Hearing this, Zhou Guolan was taken aback and then laughed out loud. "You brat, you've always liked to act like a hero since you were young. Why are you still so childish?" But Qin Tianci said bluntly, "Because your son is a hero." Zhou Guolan laughed again. She naturally did not believe him. Of course, her son was in such a good mood, so she couldn't ruin it. Qin Tianci also knew that his mother would not believe him. He didn't even think that she would. Some truths were just better said in the form of a joke. "Oh, that's right, you brat." Zhou Guolan suddenly changed the subject, saying, "I heard that your aunt's son, your cousin, is getting married next week, and they sent the invitation. Yuer doesn't have time. Why don't you and I go back to our hometown together?" Qin Tianci was taken aback. "Aunt? That relative who always dresses up like a mama-san? What are you saying? Is that any way to talk about your own aunt?" Zhou Guolan scolded him. "She is still a relative. As a junior, you should be polite." Qin Tianci shrugged his shoulders, not caring much. To be honest, he did not have any good feelings towards this so-called aunt, but actually, he was somewhat disgusted by her. The reason was that when he was young, this aunt's family had almost been destroyed because of his gambler of an uncle. They were chased by debt collectors every day, and in the end, it was his mother who sold her own wedding jade bracelet to help them through that difficult time. But later when Qin Yue became seriously ill and they needed money to save her life, they asked for their money back, but they were chased away, even denying that they ever had. It was precisely because of this incident that a young Qin Tianci had come to hate their entire family. Although Zhou Guolan hadn't said anything, she had not kept in contact with them these past years. Now that her son was getting married and they needed money, they shamelessly sent an invitation. This kind of behavior was simply disgusting. And it seemed that Zhou Guolan saw what Qin Tianci was thinking and immediately instructed him. No matter what your aunt did in the past, she is still your elder. Don't cause trouble there, or I won't let you go. Got that? Seeing this, Qin Tianci could only nod helplessly. I know, Mom. Chapter 331. Old Grudges. A few days later, Zhou Guolan took Qin Tianci with her back to the small town outside Jiangling City. The town was called Anfeng Town, and almost everyone there had the surname Zhou. When Qin Tianci was young, Zhou Guolan had told him that the Zhou family had once been a large clan, but the outbreak of war had caused many to flee, leading to its decline. However, Qin Tianci didn't have much fondness for this place. He vividly remembered the first time his mother brought him back to her hometown. The locals' attitude towards Zhou Guolan was awful, and he still remembered the harsh words they had hurled at her. So, truthfully, Qin Tianci wasn't eager to come back with Zhou Guolan for his aunt's son's wedding. It was pretty obvious that his aunt, Zhou Guochun, only wanted Zhou Guolan to attend the wedding to get another gift of money. In his memory, Zhou Guochun was an extremely stingy and miserly person, with a sharp tongue. Her greatest hobby was taking advantage of others. If there was a chance to benefit, she would gladly lower herself, even to her sworn enemies. Her son, Wei Shihao, was even worse. He had never gotten along with Qin Tianci since childhood. Taking advantage of being older, he loved to form gangs and often stole money from Qin Tianci. Later, when Qin Tianci had no money, he turned his attention to Qin Yeye, who was 3 or 4 years younger. This infuriated Qin Tianci, and he ended up fighting Wei Shihao in front of the whole village. It was a brutal fight. Qin Tianci broke several bones in his hand, and Wei Shihao was in even worse shape, nearly losing an eye. They only stopped when both of their parents rushed over. Zhou Guochun was heartbroken to see her son injured like that and demanded that Zhou Guolan pay compensation. Qin Tianci immediately explained the whole situation, but Zhou Guochun didn't think Wei Shihao was at fault at all. Instead, she intensified her criticism, saying it was Qin Tianci's fault for being useless, and that he shouldn't have given Wei Shihao the money in the first place. But young Qin Tianci had a fierce streak. Seeing that they were being unreasonable, he broke free from Zhou Guolan's grip and kicked Wei Shihao to the ground, then punched him directly in the eye in front of Zhou Guochun. If Zhou Guochun hadn't intervened in time, Wei Shihao might have been signing up for blind massage training. Then, in front of everyone in the village, Qin Tianci uttered something shocking. I hit your son. Shouldn't your son have dodged? It's not my problem. Zhou Guochun was so enraged by his statement that she lost it and went to attack him. If Zhou Guolan hadn't frantically intervened, Zhou Guochun might have crippled him. In the end, Zhou Guolan compromised, paying them 10,000 yuan. Back then, 10,000 yuan was a huge sum of money. The day after receiving the money, Zhou Guochun's husband bought a car and made a point of driving it to their doorstep to show off, which made Zhou Guolan cry with frustration. Even though these events were long past, Qin Tianci still remembered how his mother had become depressed after that. If not for Qin Yeye and him being understanding, she might have suffered from severe depression. Qin Tianci still remembered these grievances clearly. As if sensing Qin Tianci's thoughts, Zhou Guolan cautioned, Son, the past is the past. Besides, your mother has overcome those difficult times. There's no need to hold a grudge against your aunt. You are still young, and your mother is getting old. No matter what, these are still our relatives. When push comes to shove, we can still rely on them. We can't rely on outsiders. However, Qin Tianci disagreed. Mom, even though I'm young, I understand the evil of human nature. Zhou Guochun pushed you to that point, and she hasn't even apologized. She doesn't even acknowledge the money she borrowed. It's better to not have such relatives. What are you saying? Zhou Guolan scolded. Your aunt and I are sisters. Nothing can't be forgiven. You stick with me, and don't talk nonsense. Do you understand? Seeing this, Qin Tianci could only nod helplessly. His mother was simply too soft-hearted. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been bullied by Zhou Guochun all those years ago. Thinking of this, he hated that man even more. The reason Zhou Guolan conceded back then was because she was afraid that Zhou Guochun's husband would threaten the safety of him and Qin Ye. If they had a father back then, things would have definitely been different. Qin Tianci vowed that he would find that heartless man and make him kneel before Zhou Guilin and apologize. Otherwise, he would never forgive him. Lost in thought, they had already entered the town. After getting out of the car, the neighbors immediately recognized Zhou Guilin and Qin Tianci. Isn't that Guilin? A rare guest. Are you here for Shihao's wedding? Zhou Guilin paused, trying to recall who the woman was. Are you Ali? Oh my, it's been so long. You've changed so much, I almost didn't recognize you. Haha, it's been so long since you've been back. It's no surprise you don't recognize me. Your son used to love eating my breakfast, the woman said, smiling. Zhou Guilin replied with a smile. Shihao sent us an invitation. As family, we had to show up. What about you, Ali? Are you still running the shop? Ali shook her head. I closed it long ago. I'm doing some manual labor in Tianhai now. The income is not bad. Tianhai. Zhou Guilin looked surprised. My daughter-in-law is also in Tianhai. If you have any trouble, please tell me. I will definitely help if I can. You're too kind, Ali said with a chuckle, clearly not taking her words seriously, doubting that Zhou Guilin could actually help her. After a few pleasantries, Zhou Guilin asked, You're working in Tianhai. How did you find the time to come back? Ali's face stiffened at her words. She forced a laugh and said, Of course, to attend Shihao's wedding. Let me tell you, Guichun is so successful now. Qin Tianci's eyes twitched as he listened. He knew this Aunt Ali. He had always liked eating her spicy noodles when he was little. But she wasn't a Zhou and didn't have any relation to Zhou Guichun, yet she was even invited. How shameless were these people? Zhou Guilin was equally stunned by Ali's words. Did Zhou Guichun invite the entire town? But she still played along and asked, I haven't been in contact with my sister for a long time. What's been going on with her? You don't know? Ali asked, surprised, then leaned in and whispered, her son, Wei Shihao, found a wealthy wife in Jiangbei. They say she's loaded and of a very high status. And I heard that Shihao also got to know a Miss Dong through his fiancée. Miss Dong? Who is that? Zhou Guilin asked, puzzled. You don't know Miss Dong? Ali was astonished. She's the daughter of Dong Shuqing, the governor of Jiangbei. Chapter 332. The Neighbor's Gossip. Qin Tianci? He didn't expect to hear news of Dong Xiaoyu here as well. Zhou Guilin, on the other hand, was completely stunned. The daughter of the Jiangbei governor? Oh my god, she's a real Jiangbei heiress. Shihao is so lucky to associate with such a big figure. Isn't he? Ali's mouth was full of blessings, but the expression on her face betrayed her. Adding sarcastically, otherwise, how would Guichun have invited the whole village to her son's wedding banquet? From these fragmented conversations, Qin Tianci had a general idea of the situation. Zhou Guichun didn't just want to receive monetary gifts. Besides showing off, she also wanted her son to be known by the people in town. If they were lucky, they might even meet people who would curry favor with them, and they could receive some red envelopes, which would add up to a considerable amount. The weight of the title Jiangbei governor was something that these ordinary people would never have any contact with in their lives. If they could actually get in touch through Wei Shihao, it would be like a dog rising to the heavens. And most importantly, the education and medical resources in Anfeng town were very poor, worlds apart from Jiangbei. The Jiangbei governor, Dong Shuqing, was the symbol of the top of the food chain. She had a lot of schemes. Qin Tianci didn't expose her plan but instead asked Ali, Auntie Ali, knowing someone doesn't mean much. Maybe the wife he married is just a low-level employee at the governor's office. People's status is self-given when they're outside. Ali had been preoccupied with gossiping with Zhou Guilin, so she hadn't noticed Qin Tianci. When he joined the conversation, she was somewhat surprised. Oh, this is my son, Tianci. Ali, you don't recognize him? Ali was startled, staring at Qin Tianci and carefully taking him in, clearly surprised. So this is Tianci? He's grown so much. What a handsome young man. You flatter me, Auntie Ali, Qin Tianci said with a smile. I'm so happy today. I didn't expect to see old friends. I still remember how you used to ask me to make you spicy noodles with extra peanuts when you were little. Ali's face was filled with genuine smiles, a complete contrast to her earlier expression. Qin Tianci smiled and exchanged a few pleasantries, then asked, Auntie Ali, did you also give a gift of money to attend Shihao's wedding? Of course. Ali's face immediately fell at his words, full of complaint. To tell you the truth, we are just business owners in this town, and not even from the Zhou family village. We're not even related, And we've already given so many gifts to friends and relatives over the last 10 years. Now even they're asking for gifts. I'm not happy about it at all. Qin Tianci was puzzled. Then why did you still come? Why not just refuse? Sending invitations was a delicate matter that tested one's emotional intelligence. Sending them to people you knew well seemed distant, and sending them to people you didn't know well was awkward. How did you feel when a person you haven't contacted in decades suddenly sent you an invitation? Most people would probably roll their eyes, curse, idiot, under their breath, and then block them. Some people, unable to refuse, would say congratulations and then block them. The relationship between Ali and Zhou Guichun was obviously not close. Yet Ali had still come, which Qin Tianci found a bit unbelievable. Alas, Ali sighed. We have to come. My child is about to go to high school, but we don't even have a place to live. And the kid's grades aren't good either. I heard that Shihao is doing well, so I came back to try my luck. Qin Tianci couldn't help but scoff. What? Is Shihao going to take care of other people's children's future? Ali sighed again. It's the only option we have. Then she suddenly thought of something. Oh yes, I heard that Shihao and his wife are having trouble buying a house. Zhou Guilin asked, trouble buying a house? Doesn't he have a wealthy wife? Couldn't they even prepare a wedding house? It's not that. Ali shook her head. I heard that the woman's side wants Shihao to buy a house at Dragon's Pavilion for their new home, and they even had an argument about it. Dragon's Pavilion? Upon hearing this, Zhou Guilin's face turned strange. She turned to look at Qin Tianci. Qin Tianci found it somewhat amusing. That house is not easy to buy. Isn't it? Ali said. It's the most expensive house in the entire country, and I heard it's hard to buy even if you have money. Tianci, do you know about this? Qin Tianci wore a strange smile. I know a little. My family and I are living in Jiangbei now. Really? Ali said in surprise. You've really made something of yourself. It was not easy for your mother to raise you all those years. You must be good to her. Absolutely. Qin Tianci playfully hugged Zhou Guilin's shoulders. What kind of work are you doing now, Tianci? What's the salary like? Do you have a girlfriend? Would you like Annie to introduce you to one? People in their hometown were just like that, always having endless topics to talk about. No topics? Then they'd find gossip to talk about, and if there wasn't any, they'd make two up. Qin Tianci wasn't annoyed by the gossipy nature of the people in his hometown. He smiled and said, I'm just an unemployed bum. I'm living off my girlfriend now. Living off your girlfriend? Ali was clearly confused by his answer. You're already married? Qin Tianci touched his nose. You could say that. Where is your wife from? From all over the country. Zhou Guilin, seeing that her son was starting to talk nonsense, immediately changed the topic. Don't listen to his rubbish. He already has a fiancée. They'll probably be getting married soon. Oh, is that so? You gave me a scare, Ali said, relieved. From all over the country? She hadn't expected him to be such a flirt. Just as she wanted to talk about more gossip, a pair of luxury cars suddenly pulled up behind them and stopped in front of them. When the car window rolled down, Zhou Guichun's beaming, smug smile appeared before Qin Tianci and Zhou Guilin. Little sister, you're such a busy person. You finally came back. It's been so long since we've met. When Zhou Guilin recognized her elder sister, her expression became a little unnatural. She forced a smile and replied, Elder sister, it's been so long since I've seen you. I do miss you all. That's why I have to come to Shihao's wedding. Hee, thanks for showing up. Zhou Guichun took up the conversation naturally and then looked at the man beside her, unable to help but exclaim, Is that Tianci? He's all grown up? Chapter 333, Dong Shuqing's Call. Qin Tianci, looking at Zhou Guichun's smug, gloating smile, had a subtle smile on his face. He said casually, Aunt, you're not dead yet? What are you saying, child? Zhou Guilin was startled and immediately pulled him back. Zhou Guichun's smile froze at Qin Tianci's sudden comment. Her face darkened, and she couldn't help but taunt Zhou Guilin, Little sister, I don't like interfering in other people's business. But your parenting skills are certainly problematic. Otherwise, you wouldn't have raised a rapist. In this society, once you have a criminal record, it's not easy to get back on your feet. Zhou Guilin's face went pale as her weakness was exposed in front of everyone. The neighbors, upon hearing that Qin Tianci had been in prison, and for rape, immediately retreated a few steps, looking at Qin Tianci with disdain. Qin Tianci, however, didn't feel embarrassed at all. Instead, he smiled and retorted, Aunt is right, I was in prison, harmed my family, and made my mother suffer. So now that I'm out, I need to let her enjoy a good life, unlike you, aunt, who became rich through refusing to pay back debts. Upon hearing his words, some of the onlookers couldn't help but chuckle. Zhou Guichuan's reputation as a deadbeat was well known and had already spread throughout the town. However, now that her son was successful, no one dared to challenge her directly and were instead polite. No one was like Qin Tianci, directly exposing her past. What are you saying? Zhou Guichuan's face immediately turned ugly. She reached out and pointed at Qin Tianci, starting to scold. No wonder you are an uneducated bastard. How dare you speak to your elders like that? Hearing this, the smile on Qin Tianci's face gradually faded. He lit a cigarette and said calmly, "You are not worthy of my respect." All right, that's enough. Seeing the two becoming increasingly confrontational, Zhou Guilin immediately stepped in to mediate. Son, don't say any more. Elder sister, today is Shihao's wedding day. Let's not get angry. Zhou Guichun was still not appeased. Zhou Guilin, can you control your son? I kindly invited you to the wedding, and look at his attitude. It's no wonder that your family has no manners. With a loud bang, Qin Tianci kicked the car she was sitting in, directly denting the metal door. Then, he took a drag of his cigarette and said, "You could have not invited us, we don't care. But if you talk trash again, I don't mind turning your happy occasion into a funeral." Ah, my car. It's a new car that we bought just a few days ago. You littles. Zhou Guichun was heartbroken seeing the big dent. She raised her head, intending to insult Qin Tianci, but when she saw his emotionless eyes, as cold as a cellar, the words died in her throat. Zhou Guilin hadn't expected the meeting between Qin Tianci and Zhou Guichun after so many years would end up like this, and she was extremely troubled. She quickly tried to persuade him. Tianci, today is Shihao's wedding day. Help your mother out. Don't argue with your aunt, okay? Her tone was somewhat pleading. Qin Tianci thought for a moment, then took his foot off the car. No matter what, he couldn't ignore his mother's requests. As long as Zhou Guichun didn't provoke him again, he could keep the peace. Then, he chuckled and said, "Aunt, you should buy a better car in the future. Look at this Japanese car. It's like it's made of paper." Zhou Guichun hadn't expected that he would be so strong. She was frightened, but with so many people watching, and most importantly, because today she still had to collect money gifts, she couldn't go too far. She decided not to mention any compensation and forced a smile. Tianci, men should have some magnanimity. Why are you always remembering old things? I'll go pick up Shihao now. See you at the hotel later. With that, she rolled up the car window and left without looking back. After she left, the onlookers all felt a sense of satisfaction. That Zhou Guichun, all she knows how to do is show off. I don't know what she's so proud about, puffed. Ali stepped forward and spat on the ground, full of sarcasm. But seeing the embarrassed look on Zhou Guilin's face, she knew she had said the wrong thing. She laughed awkwardly. Well, Guilin, I have something to do. I'll see you at the banquet. With that, she fled the scene and also deliberately avoided Qin Tianci. The label rapist was something that ordinary people rejected and despised, and especially a violent rapist at that. If they couldn't afford to provoke him, they could at least avoid him, right? The other onlookers also scattered, trying to get away. Seeing this, Zhou Guilin sighed sadly. Alas, what kind of people are these? Qin Tianci, however, was quite open-minded. What's so strange about it? In their eyes, I'm a rapist. How could they dare to stand in front of me? We should already be grateful that they didn't throw eggs at us. Zhou Guilin was helpless. Son, it's all my fault. If I hadn't let you go on that blind date with Su Qing, you wouldn't have. As she spoke, her eyes welled up, and her expression was filled with extreme regret. Qin Tianci stepped forward to comfort her. Mom, it's not your fault. Besides, it's an ill wind that blows nobody good. If Su Qing hadn't framed me and sent me to prison, how could we have such a good life now? You wouldn't have so many daughters-in-law, right? After being comforted, Zhou Guilin went from being sad to happy and chuckled. You little brat, I don't know what you did in prison. I feel like you're completely different from before. My daughters-in-law must have gone blind. How could they have fallen for you? Qin Tianci? Okay, I comforted you, and you're hitting back at me, right? Isn't it because your son is so outstanding? Give it a rest, Zhou Guilin said, smiling and scolding. I gave birth to you. Do you think I don't know your worth? Seeing that his mother's mood had improved, Qin Tianci didn't bother to explain further. Let's go, Mom. Don't we have to go to the banquet? If we go too late, My aunt will get mad again. Qin Tianci was about to take Zhou Guilin towards the hotel when his phone suddenly rang. Qin Tianci paused and took out his phone. When he answered, Dong Shuqing's laughing voice came through. Master, are you in Jiangling right now? Qin Tianci was a little surprised. I am. Is there something you need? Dong Shuqing got straight to the point. Actually, it's nothing much. It's just that a good friend of my little daughter is getting married. The child's been paralyzed for so long and wants to go out. So, I brought her along. I heard that your hometown is also in Jiangling, so I was wondering if you were around, so we could pay you a visit. Chapter 334. Birds of a Feather Flock Together. Qin Tianci? You've come to Jiangling? Qin Tianci was surprised, but he had just caught a key piece of information. Dong Xiaoyu's best friend? Could it be that her best friend was the woman Wei Shihao was marrying today? He asked, Did you bring Xiaoyu to Anfeng Town? You. How did you know? Dong Shuqing was stunned on the other end of the line, a chill running down his spine. How did this man know everything he did? He was truly all-knowing. Qin Tianci smiled meaningfully. It's quite a coincidence. Your daughter's best friend is the woman my older cousin is marrying today. Ah. Dong Shuqing was utterly shocked, and then overjoyed. Haha. So that's how it is. Master, we are truly becoming even closer. Hold on. Qin Tianci interrupted. I don't have that kind of relationship. Don't go around trying to claim relations with me. I am not close to that cousin of mine. Upon hearing this, the other side of the line fell silent again. After a moment, Dong Shuqing chuckled awkwardly. I understand, Master. So, can I see you later? Qin Tianci said nonchalantly, Whatever you want. We'll be in the banquet hall anyway. Okay. Dong Shuqing agreed readily, but then added, Actually, it's not that I want to see you. It's Xiaoyu who's been insisting on seeing you. Qin Tianci was stunned and couldn't help but laugh. Xiaoyu wants to see me? Yes. Dong Shuqing blushed with embarrassment. After you saved her last time, you went to handle that beast, Ji Tianrong. So my daughter didn't even get to thank you properly. That child is very stubborn. I can't win against her. So, please don't mind, Master. Upon hearing this, Qin Tianci was in a dilemma. It wasn't that he was afraid of seeing Dong Xiaoyu. He just didn't see the need to. His relationship with Dong Xiaoyu was nothing more than doctor and patient. They hadn't gotten to know each other on a deeper level, so there was no reason to develop any other kind of relationship. Moreover, Dong Xiaoyu had been paralyzed in bed for so many years. Now that she had just returned to normal, it didn't seem fair to her to be stuck with a jerk like him. Seeing that he was silent, Dong Shuqing's heart was in his throat. He hurriedly said, Master, it's okay if you are not free. We can do this some other time. Qin Tianci sighed. Whatever you want. Like I said, we'll be in the banquet hall. If you want to bring her to see me, then bring her. All right, Master. Dong Shuqing breathed a sigh of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders, and began to chuckle happily like a delighted old father. After hanging up, Qin Tianci's face was full of conflict. Zhou Guilin stepped forward and asked, Son, who called you just now? Why do you look so worried after getting that phone call? Qin Tianci collected his thoughts, not wanting to explain. Let's go, Mom. Although Zhou Guilin felt that something was strange, she didn't press him since he wasn't willing to talk about it. But her intuition told her that it was probably something to do with a girl again. Sai, her wayward son. Why did he like causing so much trouble for other people's daughters? And the worst part was that all those daughters seemed to be attracted to him. What did they see in him? She didn't understand. Soon, the mother and son arrived at the banquet hall. Although it was a hotel in town, it was still considered the best. It seemed as if they had spent a lot of money on its construction, making it look quite grand to put up appearances. Zhou Guilin couldn't help but sigh. How luxurious. It seems your aunt's family spent quite a bit on this wedding. Qin Tianci replied sarcastically, The general expenses here were paid by our family. Zhou Guilin. Sometimes she felt like her son's personality was nothing like hers. Despite the fact that they were now well off, he still held onto old grudges. Although she still felt very uncomfortable whenever she thought about those things. When they arrived at the entrance of the main hall, they finally saw the groom and bride standing there to greet their relatives and friends. Wei Shihao was wearing a black suit today, and the bride was wearing an extravagant Western-style wedding dress, with a train so heavy that she could barely stand it. Although the bride wasn't particularly stunning, she had covered up some of her flaws with heavy makeup, making her a beauty. Qin Tianci casually glanced at the name on the bride's chest. Kong Ling. Not a bad name. But who knew what she was like as a person? When Wei Shihao saw Qin Tianci and his mother, the smile on his face instantly disappeared and turned grim. Clearly, Zhou Guichun had already told him about Qin Tianci kicking their car. Zhou Guolan, acting as if nothing had happened, stepped forward to offer her congratulations. Shihao, congratulations? Your mother has been waiting for this day for so long, and finally, she has seen you get married. Wei Shihao quickly composed himself when he saw Zhou Guolan, replacing his gloomy expression with a smile. Welcome, auntie. Just put the money gift over there. Their conversation barely passed 3 sentences before one of them was about money. Qin Tianci rolled his eyes inwardly. Birds of a feather flock together, indeed. Zhou Guolan didn't mind these things. She took out a thick red envelope from her bag with a smile and placed it in the designated spot for registering. Monetary gifts. She then continued to chat with Wei Shihao. Congratulations again. The bride is very beautiful. You're a grown man now. You need to be. Who are you? However, before Zhou Guolan could finish her sentence, the bride interrupted directly, her attitude arrogant and disdainful. Oh, so you're the aunt who raised a rapist that my husband was talking about? I'm sorry, but I am allergic to trash like that. Today is my wedding, and I don't want one bad apple to spoil the whole barrel. At this remark, Zhou Guolan was instantly stunned. Moreover, Kong Ling hadn't bothered to lower her voice. All the guests nearby heard her clearly, and immediately threw strange glances at them. Seeing this, Zhou Guolan could only force an awkward smile. Niece, you are being too distant. Although my son made a mistake in the past, it was for a reason. Your mother-in-law knows about it. Besides what? Kong Ling interrupted, not giving her any face, and said in a high-pitched voice, a rapist is a rapist. What excuses are there? Please leave my wedding immediately. You are not welcome here. Upon hearing these words, the smile on Zhou Guolan's face stiffened. She could only turn to look at Wei Shihao for help, but he acted like he didn't see anything, and walked over to the side to greet the other guests. The mother and son were stuck there awkwardly. In the end, Qin Tianci couldn't stand it anymore, and stepped forward, saying calmly, Who do you think wants to attend this lousy wedding of yours? Give us back the money gift, and we'll leave right away. Money gift? What money gift? Kong Ling started playing dumb. You two clearly came empty-handed, and you're trying to take advantage? Get lost. Chapter 335. The Exploding Table. As Kong Ling's sharp words echoed throughout the entire banquet hall, the noisy scene immediately quieted down. Everyone's gaze turned towards the entrance. Qin Tianci watched as Kong Ling started throwing a tantrum, and then looked at Wei Shihao. The latter seemed like nothing was wrong and was greeting other people at the side, completely ignoring them. Zhou Guolan was finally a little angry. I said, Child, why are you behaving like this? Your mother-in-law and I are sisters. At the very least, I'm your elder. If you don't welcome us, we can leave. But we certainly did give you a money gift. Although she was a kind-hearted person, it didn't mean that she could be bullied so easily. Giving gifts was just a matter of courtesy. Whether you acknowledged the gift or not was your business. Whether or not I sent the gift was my matter. Once the gift was sent and you received it, you couldn't just suddenly deny it. That was just downright dishonest. Who's your relative? Who's your elder? I don't recognize any elder who gave birth to a rapist. Kong Ling's words were still harsh and bitter, giving no respect to Zhou Guolan and even threatening her. Are you going to leave or not? If you don't leave, I will call the police. Today is my most important day, and you, a bad apple, are going to spoil everything for us? Upon hearing this, Zhou Guolan's expression became extremely unpleasant. Qin Tianci laughed on the side, but his laughter was filled with a violent edge. It seemed that his mother really shouldn't have come to a place like this. Luckily, he had come along. Otherwise, his mother would have suffered so much bullying here. He had thought that after so many years, the Zhou Guichun family's habits might have changed, but now it seemed that a leopard could not change its spots. Just as Qin Tianci was about to flip the table and leave, Zhou Guichun and Wei Dafu came over. What's going on? Shihao, Lingling, what are you doing? Mom, look at this family. They came to eat at the banquet without giving any gifts, and they brought a rapist with them. Isn't this ruining the mood for the guests? Seeing them, Kong Ling immediately withdrew her shrewish behavior and adopted a pitiful appearance instead. Anyone who didn't know the situation would think that someone had bullied her. Zhou Guichun didn't even ask a question and immediately started criticizing Zhou Guolan. Little sister, this is what I wanted to talk about. Although we are sisters, there are certain courtesies that need to be followed. Today is Shihao's wedding. How could you come empty-handed? Zhou Guilan's face became even more unpleasant. Elder sister, your daughter-in-law has misunderstood me. Don't you know me? How could I not give a gift? And this time for Shihao's wedding, I gave a big red envelope. Upon hearing this, Zhou Guichun turned to ask Shihao, pretending to be reasonable, is that true? However, Wei Shihao just shrugged his shoulders, acting as if it was none of his concern. I don't know. I didn't see Auntie give a red envelope. Zhou Guilan became anxious and went to the place where they were registering the gifts and started looking. How is that possible? I clearly gave it to them. Wei Dafu added sarcastically from the side, little sister, we are all family. There's no need for you to trick us, right? If you really can't afford the meal, just tell us. We won't stop you from coming in, right? Exactly. Why would you use such tactics to trick us? And on Shihao and Lingling's big day? How unlucky. Zhou Guichuan's tone was not as harsh as Kong Ling's, but her words did not hide her blame. Before Zhou Guilan could even say anything, Wei Dafu interrupted, Okay, we're all family, let's not make it so difficult. Little Ling, you shouldn't be angry. Just give me some face and let them in. His words seemed as if he was trying to mediate for the mother and son, but it was not difficult to hear the contempt and disdain contained in his tone. It was as if he was just shooing away beggars. Only then did Kong Ling huff unhappily, turning her head and ignoring them. I'm sorry, but I'm not good enough for this wedding of yours. Qin Tianci refused on the spot and pulled Zhou Guilan, wanting to leave. However, Zhou Guichun shouted at them. I said, Qin Tianci, we are all family. Do you really have to make things so awkward? Qin Tianci chuckled coldly. Now you know we are family? Then you should feel lucky. What do you mean? Zhou Guichun was stunned. If you weren't my mother's relatives, I would have torn this place down by now. Qin Tianci said calmly, pointing around. Upon hearing this, the scene became quiet again. Everyone stared at him with incredulous looks. Wei Shihao, who had already calmed down, was immediately displeased when he heard this. I said, cousin, why are you being so ungrateful? A rapist like you being able to attend a wedding like this? You should be kneeling here and kowtowing to my mother. You hear me? You dare to tear down my wedding venue? Let's see you tear it down. Bang. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Tianci merely flicked his fingers, and the table where they had been signing in and collecting gifts instantly exploded into pieces, scaring everyone present. Even Zhou Guichun and Wei Dafu were so frightened that they turned pale and took a few steps back. What the hell? How did the table explode? Wei Shihao snapped back to his senses and shouted angrily, What's wrong with your hotel? Did you hide a bomb under the table? Seeing that the patron was angry, the hotel immediately sent staff over to check the situation. The money gifts that had been collected over the last couple of hours were scattered all over the floor. Qin Tianci walked forward, picked up the red envelope that Zhou Guilan had given earlier, and pretended to be surprised. Huh? Mom, didn't they say you didn't give any gifts? Why does it have your name on it? As soon as he said this, the faces of Zhou Guichuan's family changed instantly. In fact, Zhou Guichun had never intended to reconcile with Zhou Guilan, and, when she met Qin Tianci on the road, he had kicked and broken her car door, causing all of the accumulated conflict over the years to resurface. After arriving at the hotel, she had told Wei Shihao about this, and together they had planned to make things difficult for Zhou Guilan and Qin Tianci. But now, Qin Tianci had found the gift they had hidden in front of everyone, and it was undoubtedly a slap in their faces. Zhou Guilan, understanding her elder sister's personality, thought about it and decided to mediate again. How did it end up here? I did give the gift. It must have been a mistake in registration. It was just a misunderstanding, a false alarm, haha. Seeing his mother trying to smooth things over for Zhou Guichun again, Qin Tianci was speechless. When others had already shat on your head, you still hand them paper. He couldn't do something like that. But, looking at his mother's pleading eyes, begging him not to cause any more trouble, Qin Tianci sighed helplessly in his heart. What could he do but to give in to his mother? He then threw the red envelope firmly at Wei Shihao's face. See it clearly now? Don't you ever say we came to freeload, understand? Chapter 336, The Scapegoat. Qin Tianci's actions surprised everyone again, especially Wei Shihao, whose face was now as black as coal. He was about to erupt into curses, but saw that Qin Tianci had already pulled Zhou Guilan into the banquet hall, not even glancing at him. Seeing this, although Zhou Guilan felt extremely embarrassed, she also felt that Qin Tianci's actions were quite satisfying, so she didn't say anything more. After they entered the hall, Zhou Guichun, outside, was shaking with rage. She pointed at Wei Dafu's nose and started to yell, "I told you not to invite them, not to invite them, and you insisted on letting them see what Shihao was capable of. Now look what happened. It's such an embarrassment." Wei Dafu was being scolded harshly in front of all the guests, making him lose face. He threw his hands up and replied, "How was I supposed to know that the table would suddenly explode, and then expose the hidden red envelope? It's your fault for doing these little things. Once Governor Dong and his daughter arrive, we will have all the face we need. Why go and provoke these people now? You're still blaming me? What did I say? That kid's been in prison. He's not to be trifled with." Zhou Guichun yelled, glaring at him. "You made our family look like a joke to everyone." "Shut up." Wei Dafu impatiently waved his hand. "If it wasn't for my son's big day, I would have already slapped you, you old shrew. You try and slap me. Go ahead and slap me." Seeing that he was about to hit her, Zhou Guichun's eyes widened, becoming even more hysterical. Kong Ling, watching on the side, was frowning, wishing she could just leave this place now. It was too embarrassing. Wei Shihao stepped forward and advised, "Dad, Mom, please stop it. So many guests are watching. Lingling is also here. Please don't argue at such a crucial moment." Hearing what his son said, the two finally calmed down slightly, but neither of them gave each other a pleasant look. Wei Shihao seized the opportunity and said, "It's okay if we lost face to them now. As long as Miss Dong arrives, I refuse to believe that those people won't bow their heads. Jiangbei Governor, who would dare to not show face?" "That's right." Zhou Guichun also snorted coldly. "As long as Governor Dong comes to my son's wedding, who would dare to look down on our family? Then we'll see if Zhou Guilin still has anything to brag about in front of us." As they were talking, a middle-aged couple, dressed formally, walked over. "Little Wei, are you busy?" Wei Shihao's face changed slightly when he saw them. His arrogant attitude from before immediately transformed into an obedient sheep. He stepped forward to greet them with a smile. "Dad, Mom, you're here." "Dad, Mom." Kong Ling also said, full of surprise. The people who came were her parents, Kong Junhui and Liang Rong. Kong Junhui, seeing Wei Shihao's enthusiastic attitude, didn't return much of a smile. Instead, he immediately asked, "Little Wei, how are the things we talked about before going?" Upon hearing this, the smile on Wei Shihao's face froze. He said awkwardly, "Don't worry, Mom and Dad. Lingling has already talked to Miss Dong. She will come to the wedding." Kong Junhui continued to press, "You know that's not what I was asking. You and Lingling will be settling down in Jiangbei. You need to have a house. Your mother and I have always liked the house at Dragon's Pavilion, but we don't have the qualifications to purchase it, and we're still a little short on money. Do you have anything to say about this?" Wei Shihao was at a loss for words, not knowing what to say. In this marriage between him and Kong Ling, he had always been in a weak position. After all, a family with the kind of background that Kong Ling had was something that his family wouldn't be able to catch up to even after several generations of hard work. The reason he was able to marry Kong Ling was because he had found her drunk on the road one night while coming back from work in Jiangbei. He had then brought her home and taken care of her for the night. Although nothing had happened that night, Kong Ling had contacted him again afterwards, asking him if he was willing to take responsibility for her baby. It was only then that Wei Shihao realized that Kong Ling wanted him to be a scapegoat. As a man, he rejected her at first. But when he saw that a random bag that Kong Ling had was worth several months of his salary, he had started to waver. Then, after spending a few months together, he found that other than being a little materialistic and having some young mistress tendencies, she wasn't so difficult to get along with. After careful consideration, he had decided to bring Kong Ling back to see Zhou Guichun and the others. Of course, he had hidden the issue of who the father of the child was. Zhou Guichun was overjoyed when she found out that her son had found a wealthy wife who was also pregnant, and she had immediately agreed to the marriage. A few days later, they met with Kong Ling's parents. But things didn't go as smoothly as they had imagined. When Kong Ling's parents found out that they were just an ordinary family, they were extremely against the marriage. Of course, they were just ordinary in their eyes. Wei Dafu was addicted to gambling, but he had good luck. He had become successful in the past few years. The factory he used to own had been handed over to Zhou Guichun, who accidentally caught onto a trend and made some profit. They couldn't be called extremely rich, but they had about 10 or 20 million yuan in savings. They were living a fairly comfortable life. But even so, Kong Ling's parents still didn't like them much. They felt that this type of small factory family wasn't very successful. It was only because Wei Shihao had repeatedly promised that he would take good care of Kong Ling, and that their daughter was pregnant, that they had reluctantly agreed. As for whether they knew who the father of Kong Ling's child was, that was a question mark. However, the happiest of all were Zhou Guichun and her family. Their son had found a rich heiress. A family like this was hard to come by. So they had immediately set a date and started to prepare for the wedding. However, that didn't last for long. Kong Ling's father, Kong Junhui, had made a request, shattering all of their hopes. After the wedding, they had to buy a house in Jiangbei, and it had to be at Dragon's Pavilion. Otherwise, even if they had gotten their marriage license, it wouldn't be valid. Due to the other side's strong demand, Zhou Guichun and her husband were in a bind. Everyone in the entire country knew about the houses at Dragon's Pavilion. A random penthouse was at least 300 million yuan, and even if you had the money, you weren't guaranteed to buy it. This had really made Wei Shihao and the couple worried. Luckily, Kong Ling had said that she knew Governor Dong's daughter, and perhaps she could help them come up with a solution. This gave him a glimmer of hope. Now that Kong Junhui had raised this issue again, Wei Shihao felt very unsure. Dad, please rest assured. I will ask Miss Dong to introduce me to Governor Dong later. I heard that Governor Dong knows the owner of Dragon's Pavilion. I will definitely seize the opportunity and let Lingling live in Dragon's Pavilion. Seeing that he had said this, Kong Junhui's face looked a little better. He nodded and said in a deep voice, "You had better make sure of it." After he finished speaking, he walked into the banquet hall. Chapter 337. What if I don't want to? Despite the Zhou Guichun family's continued targeting of Qin Tianci and his mother, they were still assigned to the main VIP table. It was unclear whether this was because they wanted to show off the grandeur of their wedding or for some other reason. Qin Tianci also found it a bit strange. Logically speaking, if they wanted to make things difficult for them, they should have placed them in the most remote corner. But it didn't matter. He would just wait for the banquet to start, eat, and leave. He had no desire to maintain any contact with such relatives in the future. Zhou Guilan, on the other hand, was sighing at the luxurious decorations of the venue. She turned to Qin Tianci and said, "Son, when you get married, we must have a scale like this too. No, it has to be bigger. After all, you have too many wives." Qin Tianci. Seriously. Sometimes he really wondered if his mother was heartless. She had just been bullied by Zhou Guichun and her family, yet she was acting like it was nothing. But, on second thought, he didn't say anything. After all, his mother had raised him and Qin Ye alone since childhood. With no man in the family, if she hadn't managed her mindset, she would probably have already broken down. The hardships of raising children could not be described in just a few words, especially when there were two. The more Zhou Guilan smiled, the more Qin Tianci felt sorry for his mother. He then put aside his worries for the time being and smiled at Zhou Guilan. "Don't worry, Mom. When I get married, it will be a wedding that will shake the whole world." "Stop bragging." Zhou Guilan rolled her eyes at him and said with a smile, "Son, although Mom doesn't know what you've done to become so rich, I know that you must have your own difficulties and stresses. Listen to Mom, no matter what you become in the future, remember to keep a low profile and never be too flashy." Qin Tianci was somewhat helpless at her words. Keep a low profile? He also wanted to keep a low profile, but his strength wouldn't allow it. Was he supposed to stand far away and talk tough when those foreign dogs attacked China, just to keep a low profile? People would come up to him and call him out for being all talk, no action. But he wouldn't tell these things to Zhou Guilan. Before the mother and son could chat much, Zhou Guichun and Wei Dafu came over, leading a middle-aged couple. "Are you all here? Haha, let me introduce you. These are my in-laws, Kong Junhui and Liang Rong." Zhou Guilan immediately stood up to greet them with a smile. Hello, I am. This is a distant relative of our family, Zhou Guilan." Before Zhou Guilan could introduce herself, Zhou Guichun immediately interrupted. In her words, her own sister had become a distant relative. A distant relative can also sit at this table? Are you out of relatives? Liang Rong, seeing that Zhou Guilan was dressed rather plainly, immediately spoke with a harsh tone. Zhou Guilan's face changed slightly. Before she could say anything, Zhou Guichun said apologetically, "I'm so sorry, it was my fault for not arranging it properly." Then, she walked up to Zhou Guilan and whispered, "Did you hear what my in-law said? You and Qin Tianci should go sit on the side." Although Zhou Guilan felt uncomfortable at her in-laws being present, she was still planning to do as she was told. But Qin Tianci grabbed her and pulled her back down into her seat, and said calmly, "A distant relative is still a relative. If you think our status is not high enough, you can open a table on the side. Or, if you prefer, you can put the banquet on the stage. It's also not impossible." As he spoke, he pointed to the stage where the wedding was being held. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Kang Junhui and Liang Rong immediately changed. Neither had expected the young man to have such a strong attitude. Liang Rong's expression immediately darkened, and she said in a sarcastic tone, "This is indeed a backward place, full of troublemakers. This kind of quality is normal." Kang Junhui's expression was also not very pleasant, but for the sake of the crowd, he decided to give his in-laws some face. "Forget it. They'll be gone after the meal. They paid for it too. Let them sit wherever they want." As he spoke, he led Liang Rong to sit down at the table, but not before taking out his handkerchief to wipe the table and chairs, as if they were extremely distasteful. Zhou Guichun and Wei Dafu's expressions also became very ugly. They could only give Qin Tianci a fierce glare, and also sat down at the same table. Qin Tianci chuckled coldly, and then lit a cigarette in front of everyone. "Can you go outside to smoke?" Seeing him smoking without any regard for the occasion, Liang Rong flared up again. "There are so many people here inhaling your secondhand smoke. Can't you see that? Don't you have any upbringing?" Qin Tianci looked at her with a smile, and even blew a cloud of smoke towards her, provoking her. "Like I said, if you feel uncomfortable, you can leave yourself. I'm not someone who likes to force things." "You?" Liang Rong was infuriated. She was about to get up and teach Qin Tianci a lesson. "Young man, don't be so frivolous and rude." Kang Junhui pulled Liang Rong back and looked at Qin Tianci. He spoke as if he were an elder teaching a younger. "Do you know what our status is? If it wasn't for my daughter's wedding, you wouldn't be able to sit at the same table with me in this lifetime. Do you understand?" Upon hearing this, Qin Tianci laughed, laughing very happily. "You are quite right. If it wasn't for your daughter's wedding, you really wouldn't have the qualification to sit at the same table with me in this lifetime." Hearing him return his own words, Kang Junhui was also very surprised. To be honest, he was used to being in a high position, so he had a very arrogant attitude, and his aura was very strong. No young person had ever dared to speak to him like this. Before he could react, Zhou Guichun immediately scolded, "Qin Tianci, how dare you talk to my in-laws like that? Do you know who he is? The chairman of Jiangbei's top 10 outstanding companies, the head of the Shun family with assets of over 100 million. Is that something that a parolee like you, fresh out of jail, has the right to argue with? He's been in jail?" Upon hearing this, Liang Rong's expression changed again. She looked at Qin Tianci as if he were a plague, and she accused Zhou Guichun. "How could you let someone who's been in jail sit with us? Aren't you worried about our safety?" Zhou Guichun was about to explain, but Qin Tianci interrupted again. "Sorry, I'm not a dog. I don't bite people like you guys do." Slap. Kang Junhui slammed his hand on the table, his face flushed with rage. "Enough, you. Get out of here right now. We don't welcome social trash like you at my daughter's wedding." Seeing this, Qin Tianci didn't seem upset at all. Instead, he had a smile on his face and even put his legs up on the table. With a lazy and nonchalant look, he challenged Kang Junhui. "What if I don't want to?" Chapter 338. Miss Dong's Friend. "Don't want to?" Kang Junhui, hearing Qin Tianci's arrogant tone, his eyes flashed with anger. He tapped the table and said, "Young man, I can see that you are a local in Sanjiang province. Do you believe that a single word from me, Kang, will make it so that you can't stay in Sanjiang province any longer?" "Really?" Qin Tianci's eyes widened, as if he was scared. "Then you have to be gentle. Maybe I'll have to come live in your house." "You?" Kang Junhui was furious. He could tell that Qin Tianci was just trying to provoke him. Zhou Guichun, seeing that the young man was becoming increasingly outrageous, immediately stepped forward to scold Qin Tianci. "Can you say less? You're already so old, and you have no manners at all. Zhou Guilin, you too, can you control your son?" Zhou Guilin quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, elder sister. My son is just like that. Please don't take it to heart." Zhou Guichun's expression finally improved, but she quickly added, "I'm not blaming you, Guilin. Do you know how influential my in-laws are in Jiangbei? For you to be able to sit at the same table with them, it's as if your ancestors' graves are smoking." Qin Tianci laughed at her hypocritical attitude. "What? When did your family's graves move out of Zhou family village? How come I don't know about this?" At his words, the scene instantly quieted down. Zhou Guichun's face flushed red. Anyone could see that she was about to explode from embarrassment. All right, let's all say less." Wei Dafu stepped up, pretending to be an elder. "Tianci, say less. This in-law of mine is someone that you cannot afford to offend. He isn't being too harsh on you only because you're a junior. I advise you to apologize to him right away. But Qin Tianci smiled and said, Wei Dafu, which eye of yours saw that I had offended him? It's clearly him who's been nagging on and on. Why should I apologize? Hey, Wei Dafu's expression darkened. I'm telling you to apologize to someone of high status like Brother Kong, and you still feel wronged? Qin Tianci scoffed, people should apologize when they are wrong, not when they're of a low status who has to apologize to people of a high status. Besides, is he that great? What do you think? Zhou Guichun seized the opportunity to make things worse, but her words were more subtle. Didn't I just tell you? Brother Kong is the chairman of Jiangbei's top 10 outstanding companies, the head of the Shen family with assets of over 100 million. I don't know what to say about you. You're also working in Jiangbei. You don't know how to take such a good opportunity. On the surface, it seemed as if she was trying to give Qin Tianci an opportunity, but in reality, she was telling Kong Junhui that Qin Tianci was also working in Jiangbei. Such backstabbing tactics were not very clever. As expected, when he heard that Qin Tianci was working in Jiangbei, Kong Junhui's eyes widened. Oh, you're actually in Jiangbei? Good. I was afraid that you wouldn't be in Jiangbei. So what? You haven't heard of my name, Kong Junhui, in Jiangbei? Upon hearing this, Qin Tianci stopped what he was doing and stared at Kong Junhui for a while before saying, I really haven't heard of it. You're really blind, Zhou Guichun said. Now you know. So keep a low profile and listen to your Uncle Kong's teachings. Understand? Okay, I don't have that ability, nor do I have the desire to educate a scum who was recently released from prison. Kong Junhui immediately rejected her, not taking Qin Tianci seriously at all. All right, Brother Kong. Don't be so angry. Today is a joyful occasion. Let's be happy. There's no need to let one bad apple spoil the whole barrel, right? Wei Dafu played the peacemaker at this time, pretending to offer advice. Only then did Kong Junhui find an excuse to back down. He snorted coldly and returned to his seat. Zhou Guichun immediately gave Qin Tianci a threatening look, signaling him not to speak anymore. Qin Tianci was too lazy to argue with these fools, so he continued to eat his candy leisurely at his seat. The wedding time was not too long. Soon, the seats at the banquet were filled. Then, Wei Shihao and Kong Ling began the wedding ceremony. In Qin Tianci's words, the whole process was just the same old cliched procedures, with a cliched host, cliched music, and cliched warm-up words. Even the applause from the crowd was sporadic, full of perfunctoriness. But Wei Shihao was particularly excited. From today onwards, he would be joining a wealthy family as a son-in-law, and would soon be starting a new chapter in his life. On top of that, Kong Ling was also a beauty. No matter how he looked at it, he was coming out on top. However, as the ceremony progressed, Kong Junhui and Liang Rong became increasingly uneasy. Old Kong, didn't our daughter say that Miss Dong would be coming? Why haven't we seen her yet? Kong Junhui glared at her. Why are you so anxious? Someone like Governor Dong and Miss Dong are naturally very busy. Liang Rong pouted. I thought Miss Dong would be here to be a bridesmaid for Lingling. That would make our daughter look very good. What are you thinking? Kong Junhui scolded. According to Lingling, Miss Dong is recovering from a long illness. How could she come and work as a bridesmaid? Our daughter was able to get to know her when she was in a school club. Otherwise, do you think someone with our status would be able to get in contact with someone like Governor Dong? Liang Rong nodded in agreement, and then turned to ask Zhou Guichun. I said, in-law, have you prepared the gifts that I told you to prepare for Miss Dong? And my daughter's bouquet must also be thrown to Miss Dong. Do you understand? Hearing her commanding tone, Zhou Guichun not only did not get angry, but instead said with a smile, Understood. I heard that Miss Dong is still single. This bouquet must be given to her. Zhou Guilan, intentionally or unintentionally, was listening to their conversation. She couldn't help but ask Qin Tianci, son, who is this Miss Dong that they keep talking about? Qin Tianci, seeing that his mother's gossipy side was starting to emerge, smiled and said, just a friend of mine. Your friend? Zhou Guilan paused, confused. Didn't they say that she's Kong Ling's best friend? How did she become your friend? However, before Qin Tianci could explain, the sharp-eared Liang Rong immediately said mockingly, Heh, he doesn't have any skills but he has a big mouth. He even dares to say that Miss Dong is his friend? Who do you think you are? Kong Junhui also snorted coldly on the side. Miss Dong is recovering from a long illness and hasn't been to school in over a decade. Our Lingling is the first college classmate she's met. Some people don't even know how to lie. Qin Tianci was not bothered by their ridicule. Is it possible that I was the one who cured Dong Xiaoyu? You? Haha. Kong Junhui laughed loudly. Do you know how much Governor Dong spent to cure Miss Dong? With your abilities? You can cure Miss Dong? Qin Tianci shrugged and did not explain anything. Just as they were about to continue ridiculing him, someone suddenly shouted from the entrance, Governor Dong and Miss Dong are here. Chapter 339. A depressed Dong Shuqing. Governor Dong and Miss Dong are here? Hearing someone shout, Kong Junhui, Liang Rong, and the Zhou Guichun couple immediately stood up and turned their gazes towards the door, their faces filled with joy. Oh my god, Governor Dong Shuqing of Jiangbei is really here. The one standing next to him is the governor's daughter, right? She's so beautiful. I can't believe I actually get to see someone of this level at a wedding in this county. The Zhou Guichun family is going to be successful now. As people discussed, Dong Shuqing and Dong Xiaoyu slowly walked in, wearing kind smiles. They did not intend to steal the spotlight. Instead, they found a random spot and sat down. However, while he wanted to keep a low profile, Zhou Guichun did not want them to do so. She immediately went up to them. Governor, welcome, welcome. It's such an honor for my son's wedding to be able to invite the two of you. Wei Dafu also chuckled on the side. That's right, Governor. I heard from my daughter-in-law that she and your daughter are best friends. We didn't expect that your presence would be so impressive. We're so sorry. Hearing the two of them madly trying to claim relations with him, how could Dong Shuqing, who had been in the political scene for so long, not know their intentions? He immediately waved his hand. Mr. Wei, you also said that my daughter and Miss Kong are best friends, so we are just here to attend the wedding. I'm just here as a parent to accompany her. There's no need to be so polite, all right? How can that be? Zhou Guichun immediately said with a smile, You are the governor. For you to come to such a small place, how can we not treat you well? We even deliberately arranged a speech segment today. If you don't mind, could you say a few words later? She clearly did not understand the implied meaning behind Dong Shuqing's words. He was obviously saying that he did not want his appearance to cause any unnecessary commotion. Yet, Zhou Guichun, on the other hand, wanted to invite him on stage to say a few words. Wasn't this against his intentions? As expected, after she said this, Dong Shuqing frowned slightly. But, out of politeness, he just declined implicitly. My voice hasn't been feeling well lately. Let's just forget it. Mrs. Zhou, we came a little late today. Your son's wedding should be about to get to the main event. It's not worth it to disrupt the flow because of me. Look at what you're saying. How can my son's wedding be more important than you being here? Wei Dafu also seemed to not understand his impatience and invited him again, just a short one. It won't take too much of your time. Dong Shuqing's face stiffened and became a little somber. Why were these two so shameless? Did he know them so well? Even Dong Shuqing, who was used to big occasions, felt very uncomfortable with their forced attitude, and he took a deep breath and said in a solemn voice, No need? What do you mean, no need? It's just a small token of our appreciation. Zhou Guichun wanted to persuade him again, but she was cut off by Dong Shuqing. I said no need, and that's that. Besides, I didn't come here to attend your son's wedding. I came here to find someone. To find someone? Zhou Guichun was startled by Dong Shuqing's reprimand. You had to know, someone of his status was not someone she, a common woman, could bear the force of, both in terms of aura and authority. Wei Dafu finally realized the displeasure on Dong Shuqing's face, and immediately gave a dry laugh and tried to smooth things over. Oh, to find someone. Haha, Governor Dong, you should have said so earlier. I'll bring the person you are looking for over. As he spoke, he turned and led Kong Junhui and Liang Rong over, and smiled at Dong Shuqing. Governor, you must be looking for my in-laws, right? I brought them to you. You two can chat, haha, you two can chat. Not only him, Zhou Guichun beside him also subconsciously felt that Dong Shuqing was there to see Kong Junhui. After all, their family's status in Jiangbei was much higher than theirs, so it was understandable for him to look for them. However, what he didn't expect was that after Kong Junhui and Liang Rong saw Dong Shuqing, their arrogant attitude from before immediately turned into a timid and submissive one. The smiles on their faces were almost stiff. Hello, Governor. I'm Kong Junhui, and this is my wife, Liang Rong. It's an honor to meet you. Dong Shuqing was directly dumbfounded by Wei Dafu's actions. Where did these two come from? His brows furrowed even deeper. Who are you? Kong Junhui suddenly understood and introduced himself again. I am the chairman of Kong's business and trade group. Haha, Governor Dong. The one who is getting married on stage today is my daughter, and also Miss Dong's best friend. Upon hearing this, Dong Shuqing's face softened a little, but he still said calmly, "Oh, is that so? It's okay. You go ahead with your things. I've already given the gift, and I have other things to do after the meal." After his words, everyone paused again, looking at each other, unsure of what to do. Dong Shuqing's indifference was beyond their expectations. Just then, Kang Junhui seemed to have thought of something. He immediately waved to the host on the stage. The host, having received his order, forcefully stopped the wedding ceremony that was being held. Kong Ling and Wei Shihao also stepped down from the stage. When Kong Ling saw Dong Xiaoyu, her face brightened. "Xiaoyu, you came to my wedding. That's wonderful." She dragged her wedding dress and rushed over. But Dong Xiaoyu, perhaps because of her years of seclusion, seemed very introverted. She lowered her head and said softly, I wish you a happy wedding. You're beautiful, Lingling." "Thank you." Kong Ling smiled happily and went up to hug Dong Xiaoyu as if they were close sisters. But as soon as Dong Xiaoyu made contact with her, she immediately pushed her away, seeming very startled and flustered. I'm sorry, I don't like to touch people." Kong Ling's expression was a little awkward, a fire flaring in her heart, but because Dong Shuqing was still watching, she could only force a smile. Sorry, I was too happy to see you and forgot about that habit of yours." Their interaction immediately made Kong Junhui's eyes light up. As expected, your own children are always the best bridge for adults to enhance their relationships. Bringing Kong Ling over was indeed the right decision. Weddings can be held anytime, but if you miss the opportunity to get to know someone of this status, it will be completely gone forever. Haha, kids will always have some friction when getting along. It doesn't matter. Governor, how about we go sit over there? Dong Shuqing had intended to refuse, but when he saw a familiar figure sitting next to the spot that Kong Junhui pointed at, his face instantly lit up with joy. He immediately nodded. Okay, let's go. Chapter 340. Even if I had to kneel, I would do it. Seeing that Dong Shuqing had finally agreed to their invitation, Kong Junhui and his wife, as well as Zhou Guichun and her husband, were overjoyed. Zhou Guichun, with a smile on her face, walked in front to lead the way. Come, this way please, haha. Wei Shihao also went forward happily to greet them. Uncle Dong, please come this way. As he spoke, he came to the table, but he found that there were not enough seats. Besides the seats taken by the Kong Junhui couple and the Zhou Guichun couple, there were also two other relatives of Wei Dafu, and Qin Tianci and Zhou Guilan. If Dong Shuqing and Dong Xiaoyu wanted to sit down, two people would have to give up their seats. Without even thinking, Wei Shihao immediately pointed at Qin Tianci and Zhou Guilan. Cousin, you and Annie go to another table. His tone was unquestionable, full of command. Seeing that Governor Dong was going to sit at their table, Zhou Guilan immediately became a little nervous. She was about to stand up and give up her seat when she realized that Qin Tianci didn't even move. He didn't acknowledge Wei Shihao's words at all. Instead, he was eating oranges with a face of disgust. This thing is really sour. I'm talking to you. Can't you hear me? Wei Shihao, seeing that he was being ignored, felt that he was losing face. His volume increased. I'm telling you to go to another table. Hurry up. From the content of Dong Shuqing's conversation with him earlier, Wei Shihao subconsciously felt that Dong Shuqing was there to see his father-in-law. Therefore, he became more confident. If there weren't so many guests present, he probably would have already cursed out Qin Tianci. Kong Junhui, Liang Rong, and Zhou Guichun thought the same thing. After all, as one of Jiangbei's top 10 outstanding entrepreneurs, Kong Junhui had to be given some face, even though Dong Shuqing was a governor. Qin Tianci, what's wrong with you? Do you know who is in front of you? The governor of Jiangbei. If it weren't for us, you would never have had the chance to interact with him in your life. You should be grateful that we're telling you to give up your seat, you ungrateful person. Seeing that Qin Tianci was unmoved, Zhou Guichun became anxious. Her tone turned into a scolding one. Wei Dafu quickly stepped forward with a smile and explained to Dong Shuqing, Governor, please forgive me. This is a child of a distant relative of mine. He usually has no quality and doesn't understand etiquette. Please don't mind him. That's right, Governor. This guy is very annoying. Please give us a moment. We will chase him away. Kong Junhui also quickly tried to smooth things over. Son, let's go first. Your aunt needs to entertain the important guests, so let's not disturb them. Knowing that Dong Shuqing was someone with a high status, and seeing that her son was acting like this, Zhou Guilan's heart was in her throat. She tried to persuade him softly on the side. After all, Qin Tianci was also working in Jiangbei. Offending the governor was not a good thing. However, after hearing her words, Qin Tianci smiled. He threw the orange peel he was holding casually onto the table and leaned back in his chair leisurely. He looked at them with a half-smile. It's okay, Mom. I'm just going to sit here. If I get up, this governor of Jiangbei would probably not even dare to sit down. As soon as he said this, the bustling scene instantly quieted down, becoming completely silent. Everyone stared at Qin Tianci with a shocked expression, their faces filled with horror. Even Zhou Guolan was dumbfounded. You? How could you? This tone was just incredibly arrogant. After a moment, Zhou Guochun was the first to react. Her face flushed red as she pointed at Qin Tianci and roared, "What did you say?" "Say that again. This is the governor. How dare you humiliate him like this?" Wei Dafu was also furious. "Qin Tianci, you can usually be so disrespectful in front of us. We are all family, so we aren't going to say anything about it. But now that the governor is here, you still dare to be so outrageous. You are just too lawless." Wei Shihao's brows were furrowed. He thought that Qin Tianci was deliberately trying to ruin their family's plans. He immediately rushed forward and pointed at him. "I'm only being polite. When I call you cousin, who do you think you are? I'm giving you two choices. Either you get the hell out of here and go sit at another table, or I will beat you up and throw you out." Qin Tianci chuckled, not even glancing at him. Seeing that he had ignored him, Wei Shihao immediately flared up. "You look like you're itching for a beating." As he said this, he was about to make a move, but Zhou Guolan quickly stopped him. "Shihao, let's talk it over. Today is your wedding. Do you even know it's my wedding?" Wei Shihao directly pushed her away, making Zhou Guolan stumble and almost fall. He then said with a twisted face, "I'm getting married today, and I've finally managed to invite the governor over. Yet your son is deliberately trying to ruin things for us. If it wasn't because you're my aunt, I would have beaten you up as well." "You? How can you speak like that? I am your aunt." Zhou Guolan's face was pale, and she looked at Wei Shihao in disbelief. Wei Shihao spat on the ground. "Do you even deserve to be called that? Your family is uneducated trash. It's no wonder your man abandoned you. You're just trash who gives birth to trash. You." Slap. Before he could finish his sentence, Dong Shuqing slapped him across the face, directly stunning Wei Shihao. He covered his face and looked at Dong Shuqing, confused. Governor, why did you hit me?" However, as soon as he finished speaking, Wei Shihao saw Dong Shuqing's extremely gloomy face, and he was immediately so scared by his powerful aura that he didn't dare to say another word. Zhou Guochun was also stunned. She went up to Dong Shuqing and said, Governor, my son is insensible. If he did anything wrong, you can hit us all. Don't hit him. You think I don't want to hit you?" Dong Shuqing was furious and shouted at Zhou Guochun. "You say that he has no manners, but from the moment I stepped in, I saw him not doing a single thing, but you guys have been constantly humiliating him. Do you have manners? You have no fucking manners." The Kong Junhui couple and the Zhou Guochun couple were dumbfounded by his barrage of scolding. When he recovered, Kong Junhui went forward and said, "Governor, this brat is being rude to you. Of course we have the obligation to teach him a lesson for you. Is there anything wrong with that?" "That's right, Governor." Wei Shihao yelled, his face flushed red. "Didn't you hear what he said earlier? He said that if he got up, you wouldn't even dare to sit down. Isn't he just slapping your face in public? So what if he's slapping my face?" Dong Shuqing directly retorted, "Don't even mention slapping my face. Even if I had to kneel in front of him right now, Dong Shuqing, would do it without question. You bunch of blind fools." As he spoke, Dong Shuqing ignored the group of idiots and turned to lead Dong Xiaoyu over to Qin Tianci. He then deeply bowed in front of him under the shocked gaze of everyone. "Mr. Qin, I'm late." Chapter 341. You found your long-lost sister? Silence. A deathly silence. Everyone froze, mid-action, their eyes wide, fixed on the scene unfolding before them. Wei Shihao, Kong Ling, the Zhou Guochun couple, and the Kong Junhui couple stood petrified, their minds buzzing. Dong Shuqing, the head of Jiangbei Prefecture, whom they had desperately tried to curry favor with, was actually bowing to Qin Tianci in front of hundreds of guests? What the hell was going on? Even Zhou Guolan, who was sitting nearby, was stunned by the sudden turn of events, her face a mask of disbelief as she gazed at her son, who remained calm and collected. She was completely bewildered. Qin Tianci, however, sat casually in his seat, a subtle smile playing on his lips. Prefect Dong, he said. You seem to be quite popular, aren't you? Boom. The words sent a shockwave through Dong Shuqing's mind. How could he not understand the implication in Qin Tianci's words? A seasoned bureaucrat like him instantly grasped that Qin Tianci was implying he had poor judgment. Cold sweat instantly trickled down his forehead. He quickly explained, Mr. Qin, you misunderstand. I just thought that since Xiaoyu has been sick for so many years, and she finally has a friend, I brought her out for a breath of fresh air. Attending a wedding might also broaden her horizons. In fact, I'm not really familiar with them. Hearing this, Kong Juanhui's face contorted as if he had just swallowed 2 pounds of something awful. He was, after all, one of Jiangbei's top 10 outstanding entrepreneurs. To have Dong Shuqing say he was unfamiliar with him in front of so many guests was like having his face ground into the dirt. He had hoped to use Dong Shuqing's status to show off in front of his friends and relatives, but it had backfired spectacularly. Regaining his composure, Kong Junhui forced a strained, awkward smile and stepped forward. Prefect, are you sure you haven't mistaken him for someone else? This young man is just a distant relative of theirs. How could you possibly? Kong Ling chimed in, Yes, Prefect. It was me who invited Xiaoyu to my wedding today. He's just a relative that my mother-in-law randomly invited. He's not important enough to make an appearance. You must have confused him with someone else. However, before she could finish, Dong Xiaoyu's timid voice came from the crowd. Qingage, is that you? Everyone turned their heads, surprised. Suddenly being the focus of so many gazes, Dong Xiaoyu's eyebrows furrowed again, and her pale cheeks flushed with shyness. But when she saw Qin Tianci looking at her, she mustered her courage, walked forward in the full view of everyone, her eyes showing a clear hint of bashfulness, and whispered, Qingage, after you left last time, why didn't you come to see Xiaoyu anymore? Looking at Dong Xiaoyu's tranquil yet endearing demeanor, Qin Tianci couldn't help but chuckle. I had other things to attend to. Didn't Uncle Dong tell you? Dong Shuqing was taken aback. When had he told Dong Xiaoyu anything? But he quickly recovered and replied with a forced smile, That's right, Xiaoyu. Didn't Dad tell you that Mr. Qin had other matters to attend to? You were just recovering, so he would come to see you again after a while. Did you forget? Dong Xiaoyu looked at Dong Shuqing, confused, and shook her head, looking lost. I forgot. I'm sorry, Dad. Silly child. What is there to be sorry about? Haha. Dong Shuqing said with a smile. Since Dong Xiaoyu had awakened, this old father had spoiled her to no end, practically indulging her in everything. He was terrified she might get tired or hungry. It was understandable. After all, Dong Xiaoyu had been lying in bed for 3 years, a vegetable for 3 years. As a father, he could only watch helplessly. Now that she had woken up and returned to normal, he naturally doted on her as if she were made of glass. Looking at Dong Xiaoyu's state, Qin Tianci also smiled sincerely and, to everyone's surprise, reached out and stroked her head. Your recovery is progressing well. Are you still taking the medicine I prescribed? Having been in bed for 3 years, Dong Xiaoyu's emotional development was practically stunted. Her mental age was probably around 13 or 14. For anyone else, this was the age of adolescence and rebellion, and they would be filled with curiosity about the opposite sex. As the one who awakened her, it was inevitable that Qin Tianci would garner her favor. There was just no way around it. When you were this handsome, you always had these kinds of troubles. Feeling the warmth of his hand, Dong Xiaoyu nodded obediently. Don't worry, Qingage. Xiaoyu has been taking her medicine every day. That's good. Qin Tianci nodded, then turned to look at Zhou Guichun and the others. He saw they were staring at him as if they had seen a ghost. Earlier, everyone had mocked Qin Tianci for claiming that he had cured Dong Xiaoyu's illness, calling it a mere act of showmanship. But now, the person herself had admitted it and was acting like a little girl in front of him, her eyes full of admiration and affection that anyone could see. Zhou Guichun and the others felt a stinging pain in their cheeks. Especially Kong Junhui, who had said the nastiest things about Qin Tianci at the table. Now that he had seen that Qin Tianci actually knew Dong Shuqing and Dong Xiaoyu, he felt utterly defeated. Zhou Guichun recovered her senses and forced a dry laugh. Prefect, do you know this relative of ours? Dong Shuqing glanced at her indifferently. Whether I know him or not, it shouldn't concern you, should it? No, of course not. Zhou Guichun shook her hands hastily, her smile more like a grimace than anything else. But when she looked at Qin Tianci again, her expression had completely changed. Wait, Afu, Wei Shihao, and Kong Ling were completely frozen in place, unsure whether to stay or leave. Qin Tianci smiled. Weren't you going to have me leave? I'll go now. As he rose to leave, Zhou Guichun instinctively shouted, Don't leave. She then rushed to Qin Tianci's side in front of everyone's astonished gaze and immediately tried to soothe him. I mean, Tianci, this is your fault. You know the prefect, yet you didn't tell us beforehand? We could have made arrangements, you know? Hee. Besides, today's your cousin's wedding. You haven't even eaten. Why would you leave? Hearing this, Qin Tianci looked genuinely surprised. Aunt, I said I knew Prefect Dong. You were the ones who didn't believe me. Also, didn't you say my mother and I were distant relatives? How have we suddenly become sisters? Then, without paying attention to Zhou Guichun's ugly expression, he asked carefully, but not quietly, Aunt, have you found your long-lost sister? Chapter 342, The Bouquet Toss. Hearing Qin Tianci's undisguised sarcastic words, and seeing his innocent yet mischievous expression, Zhou Guichun's gums itched. She was desperate to bite him to death on the spot. She had never imagined that this little bastard would actually know a powerful figure like Dong Shuqing, let alone that Qin Tianci had saved Dong Shuqing's daughter, Dong Xiaoyu's life. No wonder Dong Shuqing was so respectful to him. However, she completely failed to realize that Dong Shuqing's respect for Qin Tianci was not just because Qin Tianci had saved Dong Xiaoyu. But now, the situation was completely beyond her expectations. All she could do was suppress her anger, grit her teeth, and force out an ugly smile. You know, child, as you've grown older, you've become distant from your aunt. Hee, Guilin, your nephew is quite impressive now. You have raised him so well. Seeing that Qin Tianci was unmoved, Zhou Guichun had no choice but to turn her attention to Zhou Guilin. After all, compared to this brat, her younger sister was much easier to manipulate. The fact was that Zhou Guichun's choice had been the right one. Zhou Guilin, hearing this, said somewhat embarrassedly, You are too kind, elder sister. This child is grown now. I can't control him anymore. Who is this? Dong Shuqing's eyes widened in surprise when he heard that Zhou Guilin was Qin Tianci's mother. Qin Tianci smiled faintly. This is my mom. Oh, it's the good elder sister. Dong Shuqing was pleasantly surprised and quickly stepped forward to shake hands with Zhou Guilin. Hello. I am Dong Shuqing. You can call me Little Dong. I always heard Mr. Qin say he has a kind mother. Meeting you today, I can see you are indeed beautiful and kind-hearted, someone special. Seeing that Dong Shuqing was acting so humble, Zhou Guilin was a little overwhelmed. Prefect, you're joking? I'm just an ordinary woman. I don't deserve such praise. Oh, come on. How could that be? Dong Shuqing laughed heartily. You raised such an outstanding son. How could you not deserve it? Haha, even though I'm the head of Jiangbei, in front of Mr. Qin, I'm not even worth being his errand boy. The way he treated Zhou Guilin was completely different from the way he had treated Zhou Guichun and the Kong Junhui couple earlier. This made Zhou Guichun feel extremely uncomfortable, and a feeling of jealousy rose in her heart that she could not suppress. Why? Even if it was her son, Wei Shihao's, wedding today, given how respectful they had been towards Dong Shuqing, why was Zhou Guilin receiving all the praise? Kong Junhui felt increasingly restless and coughed lightly to remind everyone. Prefect, my daughter's wedding was halfway through. Should we continue now? Hearing this, Dong Shuqing paused for a moment, but after some thought, he replied, Sorry, I got carried away. You guys can continue. I'll chat with Mr. Qin and this good elder sister. Don't worry about us. Seeing this, Zhou Guichun had initially wanted to invite him to say a few words on stage, but Kong Junhui stopped her with a look. Dong Shuqing had already shown his distaste for the ceremonial speech, and now that he had met acquaintances, it would be better not to insist. It was better to go along with him, and perhaps they could leave a good impression. After all, they would still have to ask for Dong Shuqing's help later. Kong Junhui quickly smiled in agreement. Then you talk first. We'll be right by the side. Let us know if you need anything, Prefect. Dong Shuqing nodded perfunctorily. Kong Ling was unwilling, but Kong Junhui dragged her away. And then, a strange phenomenon occurred. Dong Shuqing and Dong Xiaoyu sat at the main table, chatting enthusiastically with Qin Tianci and Zhou Guilin, while the hosts of the wedding, Zhou Guichun, Wei Dafu, Kong Junhui, and Liang Rong, were squeezed to the side, barely able to reach for chopsticks. And they seemed to be enjoying it, frequently pouring tea for Dong Shuqing. What was most infuriating was that Dong Shuqing would stop them from pouring for him. insisting that they fill Zhou Guolan's and Qin Tianci's cups first before pouring for him. His attitude made Zhou Guochun boil with jealousy. So what if he got lucky and cured the prefect's daughter? What's he so proud of? Zhou Guochun's dissatisfied mutterings reached Wei Dafu and the Kong Junhui couple. Kong Junhui whispered, "Didn't you say he had been in prison? How did he become a doctor? What is going on?" There was a note of annoyance, even blame, in his voice. If Zhou Guochun's information had not been wrong, they would not have lost face in front of so many people. Zhou Guochun said, feeling aggrieved, "I don't know either. The brat went to prison 3 years ago. Who knows what he did in prison? But knowing him, he could never have medical skills. It must have been luck." Kong Junhui's face darkened. "But now the prefect is only talking to him and doesn't pay attention to us. What are we going to do? If we can't buy Longshin Estate, I don't think this wedding will go ahead." "Don't worry." Zhou Guochun quickly reassured him. "Don't worry, in-laws. There's still the bouquet toss later. If we can get it to Dong Xiaoyu, the prefect will surely help us when he's happy." "It better be." Kong Junhui snorted coldly. People were like this. They bullied the weak and feared the strong. Kong Junhui was a prime example of this. He had been a sycophant to Dong Shuqing. Why would he give Zhou Guochun a pleasant expression? That was not going to happen. While they were discussing how to please Dong Shuqing, the wedding had reached the bouquet toss. "Dear guests, may you all be able to receive our happiness and pass it on to your loved ones," Kong Ling said to the guests with a smile as she held the bouquet. The bouquet toss was a common icebreaker game used in weddings, a tradition of sorts. The bride usually turned her back to the crowd and blindly tossed the bouquet behind her. The young people behind her would scramble to catch it. Whoever caught the bouquet would pass on the happiness of the newlyweds and would be the next one to get married. It was usually the young people who would do the scrambling. After catching it, if they had a crush on a boy or girl present, they would hand it over right then and there, which was a form of confession. It was generally a very popular activity. At this moment, Dong Xiaoyu heard that Kong Ling was going to toss the bouquet and pulled on Dong Shuqing's sleeve. "Dad, I want to try and catch the bouquet. Can I?" Dong Shuqing was taken aback, then looked ecstatic. "Of course you can." This was the first time Dong Xiaoyu had shown any initiative to participate in an activity since she had woken up. It wasn't just Dong Shuqing who was happy. So were Zhou Guochun and the Kong Junhui couple. They were worried that Dong Xiaoyu wouldn't participate. If Miss Dong is interested, she should participate. After receiving approval, Dong Xiaoyu timidly went up on stage and stood among the crowd. 3, 2, 1. With Kong Ling's countdown, the bouquet was thrown into the air, and as if everyone had planned it in advance, they scrambled for it, and it landed perfectly in Dong Xiaoyu's hands. Kong Ling smiled and said, "Xiaoyu, you're so lucky. Go on, give this bouquet to the boy you like." Dong Xiaoyu's pale face flushed with red, and she seemed excited. After hearing Kong Ling's urging, she turned around, her chest rising and falling with her rapid breathing, and started to walk down the stage. Everyone else watched her with smiles on their faces. But as Dong Xiaoyu continued walking, the smiles on Kong Ling's and the Kong Junhui family's faces all vanished. Because the place where Dong Xiaoyu was now standing was right in front of Qin Tianci. Chapter 343. I only want to give it to you. Qin Gij, for you? The girl's face was flushed red with shyness. She did not dare to look directly at the boy she admired, her heart pounding fiercely. She completely ignored the jaws that had dropped to the floor and the terrified gazes of everyone around her. Even Dong Shuqing was stunned by her sudden action. He had never thought the girl would be this bold. The Kong Junhui and Zhou Guochun couples were instantly petrified. Kong Ling and Wei Shihao couldn't believe the final winner of the plan they had so carefully put in place was Qin Tianci. No, this couldn't be happening. How could this piece of trash who had been to prison win the favor of the prefect's daughter? Why? Why? Wei Shihao suddenly felt a deep sense of injustice. In terms of family background, he was much better than Qin Tianci. In terms of his past, he was squeaky clean compared to Qin Tianci. In terms of strength, he was absolutely not weaker than his cousin. Yet, he had only managed to marry Kong Ling, while Qin Tianci was actually getting the affection of the prefect's daughter. This was just too unfair. Even Zhou Guolan, the mother, was completely stunned by Dong Xiaoyu's actions. She stared blankly at the beautiful girl who had a naive yet somewhat sickly air about her. Her mind was a whirlwind of confusion. What exactly was her son? Why did he attract so much affection? And why was he so popular? This kind of treatment was nowhere near what someone with a past of a rape conviction could achieve. Not only did he already have 6 women at home, but now Dong Xiaoyu was added to the list. She wouldn't be able to keep up if she had to take care of them. Qin Tianci was also stunned. He had not expected that after catching the bouquet, Dong Xiaoyu would come to him. Under everyone's surprised expressions, he couldn't help but ask with a chuckle, "Xiaoyu, do you want to give this to me?" Dong Xiaoyu looked a little confused, but nodded firmly. "Yes. Qin, don't you want it?" Qin Tianci asked again, "Do you know what the meaning of this bouquet is?" Dong Xiaoyu blinked her bright eyes in a cute and innocent way. She shook her head. "Xiaoyu doesn't know." Qin Tianci's smile widened. "You don't know, yet you still want to give it to me?" But Dong Xiaoyu said with a serious face, "Xiaoyu just wants to give it to Qin." Looking at Dong Xiaoyu's naive face, Qin Tianci's heart felt a pang of pity. If not for what happened with Longshan Estate, the girl would have been awake and might have been a cheerful person. She wouldn't be as careful and serious as she was now. She was still adapting to her own age and the world after 3 years. Thinking about this, Qin Tianci smiled and stroked Dong Xiaoyu's head. "Okay, Xiaoyu, you should think this through carefully. If I take your bouquet, you will have to marry me as my wife in the future." Ah! As soon as he said these words, Dong Xiaoyu looked like a startled deer, her pale face instantly blushing red with shyness. She quickly took several steps back. Seeing this, everyone else breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out the girl did not know what the bouquet meant. That made things easier. No girl would give away their entire future happiness so easily, especially to Qin Tianci, a rapist. With such a stigma, no woman could possibly like him. "I just want to give it to you." However, before the crowd could even take a breath, Dong Xiaoyu made up her mind, picked up the bouquet again, took a few steps forward, and held it out to Qin Tianci. "Everyone?" The scene fell into silence again. Zhou Guichun, Wei Shihao, and the others stared incredulously at Dong Xiaoyu's actions, their hearts rocked with shock. Dong Shuqing, looking at this situation, could only smile helplessly, but did not stop her. After all, in his mind, Qin Tianci was the most perfect son-in-law, bar none. Some people were blind and saw Qin Tianci as nothing more than a rapist with a criminal record. But he knew better than anyone else that if he could get Dong Xiaoyu married to Qin Tianci, the Dong family would definitely be more than just the head of Jiangbei. He, Dong Shuqing, might just take off. And on top of that, Qin Tianci was Dong Xiaoyu's savior. For personal reasons or practical ones, he hoped the two would have a strong relationship. Although he knew that Qin Tianci already had women, Qin Tianci looked at Dong Xiaoyu, who had a stubborn and determined look on her face. He hesitated for a moment. It wasn't that he minded that Dong Xiaoyu had been seriously ill. It was just that she was a minor. Although Dong Shuqing had arranged for her to skip high school and go straight to college, she was still under 18 years old. This was wrong. So wrong. This irresistible charm of his sometimes was not a good thing at all. Zhou Guilan could see the awkwardness in Qin Tianci and pulled Dong Xiaoyu to her side, speaking softly. "Girl, my son is not a good person. You are still young. You will meet better boys in the future. Don't make such a hasty decision, okay?" However, Dong Xiaoyu, hearing Zhou Guilan's gentle words, shook her head. "Auntie, I am not a child anymore. I know what I am doing. After Qin saved my life is his. I like him, and when I'm an adult, I want to marry him." Zhou Guilan. Everyone. Dong Xiaoyu's words instantly silenced everyone. Only Dong Shuqing remained calm on the surface, but his heart was bursting with joy. That was his good daughter. She had such a good eye. Qin Tianci's lips twitched. He had just come with his mother to attend a wedding. He had only answered Dong Shuqing's phone call and agreed to meet up. How did he suddenly end up with a pursuer? Then, he sighed and, under everyone's jealous gazes, took the bouquet from Dong Xiaoyu's hands. Dong Xiaoyu's face was about to beam with happiness when Qin Tianci's voice cut her off. "Xiaoyu, I will take the bouquet for now, but this is not right." Dong Xiaoyu's smile froze, and a hint of sadness appeared in her eyes. However, before she could speak, Qin Tianci continued, "When you reach the age of marriage, if you have not changed your mind, you can come find me again, okay?" When Dong Xiaoyu heard this, her expression, which had been a bit disappointed, immediately turned from worry to happiness. She nodded vigorously. "Qin, don't worry. When I am an adult, I will come and marry you. I will never give up." Seeing her pure thoughts, Qin Tianci could not bring himself to refuse. He reached out and stroked her head. Your task now is to study hard. Hum. The people around them, watching Qin Tianci controlling Dong Xiaoyu's emotions with a single word or gesture, were completely speechless. Zhou Guichun couldn't wait to disrupt the situation. She forced a laugh and stepped forward. Prefect, a child's words are harmless, just a child's words. Hee, a misunderstanding, isn't it? Everyone, let's eat. But Dong Shuqing gave her a cold look. If my daughter has spoken, she will not take it back. Hearing this, Zhou Guichun's face completely froze. Chapter 344. Let me host a welcoming feast. Dong Shuqing's words didn't follow Zhou Guichun's intended path. Instead, they sounded like a warning. They could only manage a dry laugh and retreated, deciding not to make a fool of themselves any further. Watching Qin Tianci and the father-daughter duo, Dong Xiaoyu and Dong Shuqing, chatting so warmly, the Kong Junhui family's eyes were practically shooting flames. But they could only fume helplessly and, in frustration, turned their anger toward Zhou Guichun, demanding, "What's going on? Weren't you supposed to have this all sorted? Why is that kid's relationship with Dong Xiaoyu even better than my daughter's? What are you even doing?" Zhou Guichun wanted to roll her eyes. Dude, it's your daughter, not mine. You're asking me, who should I ask? Though she was cursing internally, she said, Don't worry, in-laws. I don't know how that kid managed to get so lucky that he was able to cure Miss Dong's illness. I really didn't expect that. Liang Rong added fuel to the fire, saying, So what are we supposed to do now? The wedding is already happening. It's not even important whether we know the prefect or not. What matters is the house. In Longxian Estate. I'm warning you, Zhou Guichun. If we don't get that house, the marriage will be over and your son will have to divorce my daughter. Zhou Guichun and Wei Dafu's faces turned sour. Of course they wanted to have a good relationship with Dong Shuqing. But right now, the man wasn't giving them the time of day. He was only interested in talking with Qin Tianci's family. It also looked like they were getting along very well. Who knew? Maybe Qin Tianci would become the Dong family's son-in-law, and they would have to be on their knees in front of them. As they were caught in this dilemma, Wei Shihao spoke. Mom, Dad, don't be so anxious. I don't think the prefect sees anything special in that kid. Kong Junhui frowned. Didn't you hear what they were saying earlier? Doesn't like him? Does he like you then? Wei Shihao was embarrassed by his sharp rebuke, but for the sake of the bigger picture, he could only endure his resentment and said, Dad, you know that someone like Prefect Dong pays a lot of attention to appearances. Though that bastard was lucky enough to cure Miss Dong's illness, that doesn't mean he's qualified to be the Dong family's son-in-law. Look at him. He has no power, no influence, and even went to prison for rape. What makes him think he can get Prefect Dong's approval? I think the prefect must have been deceived by him. Hearing this, Kong Junhui's expression improved. You mean, that kid hasn't told the prefect his true situation and is lying to him? That's definitely it. Wei Shihao said with an air of certainty. As long as we can find a way to expose his true colors, I believe Prefect Dong will put him on his blacklist immediately. That's not a bad idea. Zhou Guichun's eyes immediately lit up. What she was most proud of in front of Zhou Guilin was the fact that her son had graduated from a prestigious university, worked at a well-known company, and had a clean record, unlike Qin Tianci, who had spent 3 years in prison and still didn't have a stable job. This was also her biggest source of superiority over Zhou Guilin. Zhou Guichun then smiled and said, Don't worry, in-laws. I'll definitely have a good relationship with the prefect. That bastard won't get a chance to overshadow us. With that, she perked up and confidently went to greet Zhou Guilin, smiling. Having a nice chat? After greeting them, she pulled up a chair and sat down, not even caring if they wanted her to. Dong Shuqing's face, which had been happy just a moment ago, immediately darkened at her arrival. He didn't seem very welcoming of her. But Zhou Guichun acted like she didn't notice and continued to speak as if nothing was wrong. Prefect, we are really happy that you could attend my son's wedding. Let me offer you a toast. With that, she poured a glass of wine for Dong Shuqing and herself, ready to drink it all. But Dong Shuqing stopped her. I'm sorry, I drove here today, so I can't drink. You can do as you please. Zhou Guichun's face stiffened, but she didn't say much and just downed her glass of wine. It's hard to reject a smiling face. Seeing that Zhou Guichun was somewhat respectful towards him, Dong Shuqing's attitude softened a little, and he said, I mainly came to accompany my daughter. She met a friend at school, her first friend, so I came to see them. Just do your thing. You don't need to treat me like some kind of prefect. But Zhou Guichun, although smart, was still a long way off when it came to social interaction, especially in front of a high-ranking official like Dong Xuqing. She didn't seem to understand the subtleties in his words, and, wiping the wine from her lips, said with a smile, "How can you say that, prefect? You're the head of Jiangbei. We're just ordinary people. We wouldn't usually get to meet a big shot like you, so how can we not respect you?" Dong Xuqing. He was a little speechless. Anyone with even a little bit of social intelligence would have followed up on his previous words. If you could make conversation, it was only a matter of time before you could build a relationship. But Zhou Guichun kept emphasizing his status, which was like putting a hi-hat on him. There was no chance of building a relationship this way. He had given her the opportunity, but she didn't know how to use it. Seeing that Dong Xuqing was silent, Zhou Guichun rolled her eyes and turned the topic to Qin Tianci. She put on the persona of an elder and began to scold him. "Tianci, I have to say something. You know the prefect, but you never told us? That caused a big misunderstanding." Qin Tianci retorted noncommittally, "You didn't ask me. And I did say it. You just didn't believe me. How is that my fault?" This? Zhou Guichun was rendered speechless by his response. She was at a loss for words, and her face turned ugly. Zhou Guilan, seeing this, had to smooth things over. "Okay, son. How would your aunt know that you know Prefect Dong? Don't make it hard for her." Zhou Guichun immediately took the opportunity to get off the hook. "Yes, little nephew. Why are you always holding on to what your aunt did? Child, you have a narrow mind. You're still too young. Although you've been in prison for a few years, as long as you mend your ways, the prefect will certainly not hold it against you." As soon as she said this, Zhou Guilan's face changed immediately. While she was playing the good guy, Zhou Guichun turned around and mentioned her son's time in prison to Dong Xuqing. Was she trying to insult them both? Zhou Guichun felt satisfied. "You want to fight with me? Because of your time in prison, you will never be able to enter the Dong family's door." However, what neither of them expected was that after hearing about Qin Tianci's time in prison, Dong Xuqing's face was unchanged. He even looked like he was trying not to smile. He immediately turned to Qin Tianci and said, "Mr. Qin, speaking of this, I haven't even apologized to you yet. You've been through a lot in the last 3 years. Let me drink a toast to you to welcome you back." Zhou Guichun. Chapter 345. It Takes Two to Tango? At this moment, Zhou Guichun's mind was filled with a million question marks. Who am I? Where am I? Whose banquet is this? How did it become a welcoming party for Qin Tianci? And most importantly, Qin Tianci was a rapist. He, a prefect, was going to humble himself and give Qin Tianci a welcoming party? Have people who commit crimes gotten so respected these days? Before Zhou Guichun could react, Qin Tianci raised his glass, smiled faintly, and said, "It's only been 3 years. Without those 3 years, there would not be the person I am now." He wasn't being polite. If it wasn't for meeting the old man in prison during those 3 years, he would probably be dead by now. Even if he survived, he would have been a scum of society, with no identity, no status. Mr. Qin is too kind. Dong Xuqing didn't know all of this, and just thought Qin Tianci was being modest. Then he turned to Zhou Guichun and said meaningfully, "Ms. Zhou, going to prison is not a big deal. Who hasn't made mistakes when they were young? Besides, I have already investigated why Mr. Qin went to prison. He was framed. Anyone would have found that unpleasant. So why are you bringing up old wounds?" If it were Dong Xuqing's usual temper, he would probably have started yelling at Zhou Guichun by now. So what if he went to prison? Why are you barking? Why are you barking? But Zhou Guichun clearly didn't recognize his implied message. When she came back to her senses, she said awkwardly, "Prefect, you're also a prominent figure in Jiangbei. Although my nephew was wrong back then, it's still true that it takes two to tango. If he hadn't provoked someone back then, this wouldn't have happened, right?" Slap. Before the words left her mouth, Qin Tianci slapped her across the face. The crisp sound of the slap echoed through the entire banquet hall. In an instant, the noisy scene quieted down, and everyone stared at Qin Tianci in disbelief. Even Zhou Guichun was shocked. She had never imagined that she would be slapped in the face today. Her mind went blank and, clutching her face, she looked at Qin Tianci with a look of disbelief. Qin Tianci, however, acted as if nothing had happened and lit a cigarette. He then asked with a smile, "Do you think one hand can clap now?" His words brought Zhou Guichun back to reality. Her face instantly became pale and twisted. She stood up and shouted, "How dare you hit me?" Slap. Qin Tianci slapped her across the face again, and his smile gradually faded. Answer me. Can one hand clap? You bastard. How dare you hit my mother? Wei Shihao couldn't hold back anymore. He rushed forward cursing and pointing at Qin Tianci. In his eyes, Qin Tianci was his peer. He even had to call him cousin. How dare he attack his mother and a family elder? He was trying to revolt. Slap. But before he could finish his words, Qin Tianci slapped him across the face as well and asked, If your mother won't speak, then you tell me. Can one hand clap? Wei Shihao was stunned by the slap. This dog dared to hit his mother, and now dared to hit him? This was an outrage. You little bastard. Are you crazy? Wei Dafu couldn't hold back either when he saw this. He charged forward, intending to teach Qin Tianci a lesson. Qin Tianci was not stingy and gave him a slap too. Now you should know if one hand can clap or not, right? I at least think it sounds quite loud. The whole family should be together. Qin Tianci was such a humanitarian. The family was completely stunned by the series of slaps from Qin Tianci. They didn't understand how that kid could dare to do that. Kong Ling, seeing that Wei Shihao had been slapped, rushed over and shouted, What exactly are you trying to do? This is my wedding. Why are you hitting people here? Qin Tianci turned his head to look at her and also raised his hand. The next moment, Kong Ling took a few steps back, her face tense as she stared at him. You better not do anything rash. She wasn't trying to protect Wei Shihao's honor, but her own. If her husband was getting slapped in the face on their wedding day, then it was also a slap in the face for her family. That was absolutely not allowed. Kong Junhui took the opportunity to use this, scolding angrily. Prefect, you saw it too. Someone who has been to prison like that has violent tendencies. This kind of person shouldn't be allowed to have any contact with Miss Dong. Otherwise, she'll be harmed. Yes, Prefect. Liang Rong also said on the side, Look at him. He dares to hit his own relatives. What else wouldn't he dare to do? If Miss Dong really gets together with him, she'll be abused by him. Dong Shuqing felt like cursing as he listened to their complaints. He couldn't understand how they, as relatives, were so desperate to kill him. No, are you all blind? Can't you see he's someone even I can't afford to offend? Dong Xiaoyu, who had a pure heart, knew that they were trying to target Qin Tianci. She stepped in to defend him. Qin Gij is not that kind of person. Don't slander him. Zhou Guichun looked at Zhou Guilin maliciously and said, Zhou Guilin, how could you be so evil? I thought we were family, so I invited you over as guests. But you've come here to disrupt my son's wedding. How can I have a sister like you? Zhou Guilin's face turned pale, and she quickly tried to explain. Elder sister, it's not like that. Shut up. Wei Dafu pointed at Zhou Guilin's face and scolded her. Stop acting so fake. Zhou Guilin, you'd better get out of here now. Take your bastard son and get out. Before the words could even finish, Qin Tianci slapped Wei Dafu across the face, his tone calm. If you don't think your mouth stinks, I could help you brush your teeth. Wei Dafu was slapped so hard that his mouth was filled with blood. His face was filled with terror, but he could only place his hopes on Dong Shuqing. Prefect, you have to arrest him. He's hitting people in public and disrupting my son's wedding. And he's doing it right in front of you. He's completely lawless. Dong Shuqing frowned and took a deep breath. I think you're quite annoying, and it's normal to be beaten. Huh. Hearing this, Zhou Guichun and the others were completely dumbfounded. They were already being bullied this badly. How could Dong Shuqing still be on Qin Tianci's side? Shouldn't he be sympathizing with the weaker party? Qin Tianci didn't want to waste any more time with them. He helped Zhou Guilin up from her chair and looked at Zhou Guichun and the others indifferently. I thought that we were family. So many years had passed, and no matter how great the grudges were, they should be over. At least, that's what my mother thought. She even came with genuine good intentions to wish you a happy wedding. But now it seems like you don't deserve it. Chapter 346. Just because he's the boss of Longshan Estate. After Qin Tianci said that, he pulled Zhou Guilin out of the door, ignoring her protest. No one dared to stop them, for fear that Qin Tianci might get upset and slap them. Watching the mother and son's departing figures, Zhou Guichun wanted to continue insulting and yelling at them, but was stopped by Kong Junhui, who threw her a warning look. No matter what, it was good that the kid left. It's not like he had slapped him in the face. It's good that the jinx has left. Kong Junhui said softly, and then winked at Dong Shuqing and Dong Xiaoyu behind him. Zhou Guichun was not stupid. She immediately understood what he meant. She gritted her teeth and said angrily, "Damn bastard, I will make him pay for those slaps one day." As she said this, she forced an ugly smile again and turned to greet Dong Shuqing. "Prefect, our relatives didn't know better and made you laugh? Xiaoyu, why are you trying so hard to protect that kind of man? If it were me, I would never like him, even if all the men in the world died." Kong Ling was fanning the flames and stirring up trouble by talking into Dong Xiaoyu's ears. Hearing her speak ill of the boy she admired, Dong Xiaoyu's face became serious. "You don't understand him, and you don't understand me either. Let's try not to contact each other anymore." Kong Ling had never expected Dong Xiaoyu to be so resolute, to break off their relationship for a man. Kong Junhui, seeing this, quickly tried to smooth things over. "Oh, Miss Dong, you're still young. My Lingling is older than you. Naturally, she knows more than you do. You'll understand in the future who is doing what is best for you." Kong Ling quickly nodded. Yes. Look, you've been sick for so long. People can be evil and fickle, and a man like that will never be able to find a wife." Dong Xiaoyu hated those people's faces and did not even try to hide her disgust. She directly turned her head away. Dong Shuqing didn't want to waste his time with them and was about to leave when Kong Junhui stopped him. "Prefect, where are you going? We haven't even had our drinks yet." It was only because Dong Shuqing was well-mannered. Otherwise, with the shamelessness they had, he probably would have already started yelling at them. He then picked up a glass of wine and drank it all, then slammed it on the table. "I'm done with my drink. Can I leave now?" "What? Is Mr. Kong trying to imprison me and my daughter?" Upon hearing this, Kong Junhui's face turned extremely pale. Dong Shuqing had already spoken so bluntly. If he were to stop him now, it wouldn't be a matter of etiquette anymore. He would be offending him instead. However, Kong Junhui was still unwilling to give up. With the mindset that he had already left a bad impression, he asked brazenly, "My lord, I absolutely didn't mean that. We invited you here today mainly because we wanted you to help us with something. My power is too small. I probably can't help Mr. Kong with anything." Dong Shuqing felt increasingly annoyed at their shamelessness and snorted coldly. "Absolutely not." Kong Junhui quickly said with a forced smile, "It may be difficult for us, but for you, my lord, it's just a matter of one word. Could you please listen to what I have to say just because my Lingling has been taking care of Miss Dong at school?" Hearing this, Dong Shuqing's expression finally softened. Although this family was full of snobs and had been horrible to Qin Tianci, they were, in the end, ignorant of Qin Tianci's true identity. Otherwise, would they be insulting him like that? They would probably be kneeling in front of Qin Tianci by now, calling him grandpa. Xiaoyu had indeed gradually become more cheerful because of Kong Ling's care at school. For this, Dong Shuqing was still somewhat grateful to Kong Ling. Otherwise, someone of his status wouldn't have shown up at such an occasion. He then asked in an unenthusiastic manner, "Go ahead." Hearing this, the Kong Junhui couple, Kong Ling, Wei Shihao, and Zhou Guichun and her husband all felt elated and said excitedly, "Thank you so much, my lord. Thank you." However, they were interrupted by Dong Shuqing waving his hand. "Tell me what it is first. As to whether I will help or not, I still have to think about it. Don't celebrate too early." Yes. Kong Junhui said fawningly with a smile. "Actually, it's not a big deal. It's just that my daughter is getting married, and their marital home isn't ready yet. So, wait a minute." Dong Shuqing became more and more confused. He frowned and interrupted, "You're the chairman of a top 10 outstanding company in Jiangbei. You can't even afford to buy a house?" "Oh, well?" Kong Junhui's face revealed a hint of embarrassment. "Well, we're just a little short. Where do you want to buy a house?" Dong Shuqing was increasingly suspicious. Did they really have to ask him, the prefect, to help buy them a house? Did they think he had nothing better to do? Kong Junhui forced a dry laugh. "We want to buy a large flat in Longshan Estate in Jiangbei for the newlyweds, but as the head of Jiangbei, you also know that the houses there are hard to buy." "No, it's not that it's hard to buy. It's that you're not even qualified to buy them. So, we were wondering if you could ask the boss of Longshan Estate and see if he could give us a slot to buy a house." As soon as he heard this, Dong Shuqing froze on the spot. His eyes widened as he stared at them as if they were idiots. The Kong Junhui family also started to feel uneasy under Dong Shuqing's gaze, especially Kong Ling and Wei Shihao. They were afraid that Dong Shuqing would refuse. This was their only chance to get a house in Longshan Estate. "My lord, is there anything wrong?" Kong Junhui couldn't help but ask after Dong Shuqing kept silent for so long. Dong Shuqing finally came back to his senses and coughed awkwardly. Oh, so you wanted to buy a house in Longshin Estate? Yes, yes. Kong Junhui, thinking he could help them, immediately became excited. My lord, we've already gathered enough money. We're just waiting to make the payment. As long as you speak up, we will definitely. Before he could finish, Dong Shuqing raised his hand again to interrupt him. This was the third time he had interrupted them. Regarding Longshin Estate, all I can say is, Dong Shuqing looked at their pleading faces and suddenly felt some pity. He sighed and said, I'm sorry, but I'm really helpless on that one. The boss behind that estate isn't someone I can talk to. Boom. His words were like a thunderbolt to everyone, and their mood instantly plummeted to the lowest point. How can this be? You're the prefect of Jiangbei. How big is this boss that even your words won't work? Kong Junhui became increasingly agitated. He still thought Dong Shuqing was making excuses. However, Dong Shuqing looked at him seriously and said, Do you think being the prefect of Jiangbei means a lot? In front of him, I'm not even worth a fart. Seeing his serious expression, Kong Junhui's arrogance immediately faded, and he suddenly became listless. He thought Dong Shuqing would be able to help, but he had never expected that even that last hope would be shattered. However, Dong Shuqing, seeing them in this state, gave a meaningful smile. Although I don't have any way to help, if you were to catch up to Mr. Qin now and earn his forgiveness, there might be a chance. Hearing this, everyone was dumbfounded. Him? Qin Tianci? That bastard? Wei Shihao snorted and said, completely bewildered, What makes him so special? Dong Shuqing looked at the ignorant Wei Shihao and said calmly, It's not because of anything else, but because he is the boss of Longshin Estate. Chapter 347. How about a 50% discount? Silence. Deathly silence. Zhou Guichun and everyone else fell silent after Dong Shuqing finished speaking. After a moment of stunned silence, what? He's the boss of Longshin Estate. That's impossible. Zhou Guichun shrieked, her face looking like she had seen a ghost. The others weren't any better. They were completely frozen in place. No one had expected that the boss of Longshin Estate, the place they desperately wanted to buy a house in, was actually right in front of them. Impossible. That's absolutely impossible. Wei Shihao, recovering his composure, roared in disbelief. I know exactly what kind of a person he is. He's just a piece of trash who spent 3 years in prison. How could he be the boss of Longshin Estate? Prefect, you must have been tricked by him. Yes. Wei Dafu also refused to believe such an absurd statement. He added hastily, I watched that kid grow up. How could he be the boss of Longshin Estate? Why would he be the boss of Longshin Estate? You don't need to make up such a lame excuse to refuse our request. Kong Junhui chimed in. I think that kid's entire outfit might be worth 4 digits. How could such a big boss look like that? It's not like I've never met a wealthy person before. Dong Shuqing, seeing the lowlives in front of him judge people by their appearances, his newly softened expression darkened again. He sneered. If you think it's impossible, it's because your horizons are too low. The truth is exactly as I said. Even my own house was given to me by Mr. Qin. Boom. Upon hearing Dong Shuqing's confirmation again, their minds exploded, completely overwhelmed. Seeing this, Dong Shuqing spoke again, mocking them. I won't talk about how the tables might turn in the future, but with your family's judgment, even if a real big shot is standing right in front of you, you would still be blind to the fact. Let's end this farce here. I'm leaving. Prefect, Kong Junhui had just opened his mouth to stop him but was cut off sternly by Dong Shuqing. Mr. Kong, I'm giving you face, and I'm giving your daughter face. You'd better not push your luck. Today's your daughter's wedding, and I don't want to make things too awkward. Don't keep pestering me here. Instead of talking nonsense with me, you'd better apologize to Mr. Qin. Maybe then there will be a chance. Kong Junhui's face turned sour as Dong Shuqing's stern words landed. He'd rather die than apologize to a convict. Despite acting like a lapdog in front of Dong Shuqing, he was, in truth, an extremely arrogant person. In his mind, he couldn't accept that someone as low as Qin Tianci was standing on his head. Dong Shuqing pulled Dong Xiaoyu and left without hesitation. Kong Junhui, coming back to his senses, instinctively shouted, Prefect, let me see you out. He then chased after them. Zhou Guichun, who had fallen into a daze, snapped back to reality when she saw Dong Shuqing leave. She shrieked, Quick, Go after them. Wei Shihao asked, confused. Mom, the prefect has already left. What are we chasing? It's not the prefect. It's your cousin. Didn't you hear him say that he's the boss of Longshan Estate? Regardless of her image, Zhou Guichun started jogging toward the door. Wei Shihao and the others, having just woken up, also followed her. Meanwhile, Qin Tianci was waiting for a taxi with Zhou Guilin. He had just flagged one down, but before he could open the door, he heard a familiar call from behind. Little sister, wait up. Hearing this, Qin Tianci frowned. He had no good feelings towards this family, and naturally, didn't want to have anything to do with them. But Zhou Guilin still had some ties with them, so she said to the driver, Sir, please wait a moment. Then she tried to persuade Qin Tianci. Son, wait for me. Maybe your aunt has something urgent to tell us. Qin Tianci said, Mom, have you not seen their true colors yet? Why do you still care about them? Zhou Guilin sighed. Ah, she's still my own sister. Why make things so unpleasant? Qin Tianci didn't think much of it. We are not the ones who are trying to make things unpleasant. Forget it. Just pretend to let your mom be stubborn just one more time, okay? Zhou Guilin pleaded. Seeing that his mother had said this, Qin Tianci couldn't keep insisting. He silently lit a cigarette and waited for Zhou Guichun and the others to walk toward him. As they approached, Zhou Guichun's face was extremely awkward. She didn't know how to start the conversation, so she forced a dry laugh. Little sister, we didn't treat you well today. Don't blame your big sister, and don't take it to heart. Zhou Guilin was confused. From the moment they arrived at the wedding venue, Zhou Guichun hadn't given them a pleasant look. How was it possible that her attitude was suddenly making a 180-degree turn? But she was a nice person at heart, and seeing her sister softening up, her good heart took over, and she said, Big sister, don't say that. We are still sisters, no matter what. Right? Hearing the words, sisters, Zhou Guichun felt like she had grabbed onto a lifeline. She said, We're sisters. We're one family. When family members have difficulties, we have to help each other, right, Dafu? Wei Dafu, who was pushed by her, immediately forced a smile. Guichun is right. We are one family and must help each other, haha. Seeing their obsequious behavior, Qin Tianci immediately felt that something was amiss. But before he could even ask, Zhou Guichun said, Little sister, since we are one family, big sister is in need of help. Can you help me? Hearing this, Qin Tianci sneered internally. As expected, when someone is trying to be overly helpful, they must have some ulterior motive. Zhou Guilin was also a little confused. Shihao is getting married today. What kind of difficulties could you have, big sister? Zhou Guichun said with a shameless smile. It's not really a difficulty. I heard that Tianci has developed a neighborhood called Longshan Estate, right? As soon as she heard this, Zhou Guilin understood. No wonder her attitude had changed so suddenly. She wanted something from them. The friendly feeling she had just started to have immediately faded. She asked calmly, Oh, so it's about that? Yes, that's right. Tianci did get a piece of land in Jiangbei and is developing a neighborhood. We're all living there now. Really? Zhou Guichun was overjoyed. Without giving Zhou Guilin a chance to refuse, she said, That's perfect then. You see, Shihao and his wife just got married and don't have a house. Our two families are wondering where to buy a house. Since Tianci is now a real estate boss, how can we not support his business? Why don't you ask Tianci to help us get a house in Longshan Estate, and ideally, give us a 50% discount? What do you think? Chapter 348. Just give us one. Qin Tianci laughed. He laughed heartily. It was as if he had just heard a funny joke. Although he had not expected that Zhou Guichun would suddenly come to her senses, acknowledge old feelings, and reconcile with his mother, he had still underestimated their family's shamelessness. As for why Zhou Guichun knew that he was the boss of Longshan Estate, it was easy to guess that Dong Shuqing must have told her. However, Qin Tianci didn't mind that his identity had been exposed. Otherwise, how could he have let his mother see the true colors of these relatives? Seeing him laugh, Zhou Guichun laughed too, and so did Wei Dafu, Wei Shihao, and Kong Ling. So, does that mean that my nephew Tianci has agreed? Zhou Guichun asked shamelessly. Zhou Guilin had understood Zhou Guichun's goal by this point, and felt extremely disheartened. She couldn't understand what she had done wrong to make her own sister treat her this way. When they were poor and had no power, she had aggressively suppressed them. Now that she found out that Qin Tianci was the boss of Longshan Estate, she shamelessly came to beg for a house. Did they think that poor people should die? That they weren't worthy of living in this world? Did relatives need to use their status to interact with each other? Thinking of this, Zhou Guilan's face turned very pale. But Zhou Guichun acted like she didn't notice anything and continued. Since you've agreed, Tianci, please arrange for us to move in soon. Oh, and we want the middle floors. Nothing by the road. It'd better be the best building with a great view. And you have to give us a genuine discount. Zhou Guilan said. Big sister, although Tianci is the boss, the company has rules. The houses here are all through a lottery system, and you also need to have local Jiangbei residency. I'm afraid. Little sister, that's not right of you. Before Zhou Guilan could finish, Zhou Guichun interrupted her. Are we just anyone? We're your relatives. I'm your own sister and Tianci's aunt. How can you say that? This is so hurtful. Qin Tianci felt disgusted by those words. Now they knew what hurting feelings was. Where were they before? Oh, they talked about money with poor people and talked about feelings with the rich? Zhou Guilan was rendered speechless by her words, but her heart was heavy. She wanted to leave, but her feet were like lead, and she couldn't move. At this time, Wei Shihao said, Mom, how can you make such an excessive request? Cousin is the boss, but he also has people working for the company. What will others think of you doing this? Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Even Qin Tianci was surprised. Had this kid changed his ways? Before they could even react, Wei Shihao continued, If you ask me, we should just get cousin to give us a house. Why do we need to pay? If we pay, it will go through the company's account, and there will be a lot of trouble. Let's not cause problems for cousin, right, cousin? Qin Tianci. Zhou Guilan. Okay. Qin Tianci had never admired anyone, but today he had been truly defeated by this family. As for the level of shamelessness, he was nothing compared to this family. Oh, that's right. Why didn't I think of that? Zhou Guichun and Wei Shihao spoke like they were singing a duet. She said in surprise, Since Longxian Estate has so many houses, it's better if our nephew Tianci just gives us one. Why make things so complicated? Then, she turned to Qin Tianci and requested, Good nephew, since you're going to give us one, we won't live in a large flat. It just so happens that your cousin hasn't lived in a villa yet. Why don't you be a good person to the end and just give them a villa? What do you think of this idea? Not good at all. As soon as she finished speaking, Zhou Guichun was rejected. But the person who spoke wasn't Qin Tianci. It was Zhou Guilan. The smile on Zhou Guichun's face froze for a moment. She said awkwardly, Little sister, what are you saying? Tianci has already said yes. Why are you in such a hurry? I'm speaking for him. Zhou Guilan, with a strength she hadn't shown before, said decisively, I am his mother. Can't I make a decision for him? Qin Tianci was stunned. He hadn't expected his mother to become so assertive. It seemed like she had truly lost all hope for Zhou Guichun and her family. Seeing this, the smile on Zhou Guichun's face completely disappeared. The faces of Wei Shihao, Kongling, and Wei Dafu all became very unpleasant. But how could they be willing to watch the cooked duck fly away like this? I'm asking, little sister, what are you doing? We're family. Why can't you just let your son give Shihao a house for their wedding? Is that too much to ask? Wei Dafu, taking the opportunity, began scolding Zhou Guilan. His tone was filled with reprimand. Do you think it's not too much? Zhou Guilan abandoned her usual gentleness and spoke back to Wei Dafu. Your son is getting married, so why should my son give you a house for? The wedding? Moreover, it's a house worth billions. You just open your mouth, and the house will be given to you? Who do you think you are? Wei Shihao, not being able to listen anymore, stepped forward and said, Aunt, what do you mean by that? Do you think we're begging for a house? It's because we're relatives that we're asking Qin Tianci to give us a house. Do you really think we don't have a house? That's right. Kongling added, If we wanted to buy a house, we can buy it anywhere. If we weren't relatives, who would even bother saying a word to you? Looking at this group of people, who wanted to take advantage of them while being so self-righteous, Zhou Guilan laughed out of anger. If you want to buy one, then go buy it. What does that have to do with us? Now you know we're relatives? What were you doing before? How can you say that? Zhou Guichun, who had always liked to suppress Zhou Guilan, felt a surge of anger now that she had become so rude. She said, Your son has so many houses. Why can't he just give us one? Can he really sell all those houses? Can he live in all of those extras? You even gave one to Prefect Dong, who isn't even family. You'd rather give your house to an outsider than to family. You are truly something. You. Zhou Guolan was so angry by her words that her vision became blurry. She couldn't understand how she could have such thick-skinned relatives. At this moment, Qin Tianci stepped forward and supported her. He smiled at the ugly faces of the Zhou Guochun family. Sorry, you were right. I do have a lot of houses, and Longshin Estate has a lot of houses that haven't been sold yet. But even if I were to keep 1,000 dogs in those houses, I would not give them to you. If you want to beg, I suggest you take a bowl and crawl around the streets of Jiangling Ancient City. Who are you calling a beggar? Zhou Guochun responded angrily to his words. Kong Ling even started to insult him. Someone with no manners like you. Even if you have so much money, you will still be a single dog. No woman would marry you, you piece of trash. However, as soon as she finished speaking, screech, the sound of car brakes echoed as several luxury cars stopped at the entrance of the hotel. Immediately after, Xiao Qianxue, Long Jing, Yi Yifei, and the others walked out of the cars and called out to Zhou Guolan warmly. Mom, husband, we're here to pick you up. Chapter 349. A wedding turned upside down. Seeing the many beauties who came down from the luxury cars, each of them a stunning beauty, everyone was dumbfounded. Damn, am I blind? Isn't that Yi Yifei? Who did she just call husband? And that one, Xiao Qianxue, the female CEO of Jiangling Xiao Group. Her pharmaceutical company in Jiangbei is dominating. She's even on the Forbes list. Shen Weiwei. I recognize her. She's the young heiress of the Shen family, a martial arts family in Jiangbei. The youngest martial arts grandmaster. She's my idol. Holy crap, even Lin Mushi, the miracle doctor of Jiangbei, has come. What kind of goddesses are these? How did they all gather together? Hearing the exclamations of the people present, Kong Ling, Wei Shihao, and Zhou Guochun were all stunned. Any one of these women would be considered a stunning beauty, yet they had all gathered here at the same time. Wait, who were they calling? Why were they all appearing at the entrance of the hotel? Before they could react, Zhou Guolan's face, which had been full of gloom, instantly brightened with a smile. Girls, you're all here? Didn't I tell you to wait for us at home? Zhou Guochun? Kong Ling? Wei Shihao? Xiao Qianxue walked forward with a smile and took Zhou Guolan's hand. Tianci said you were almost finished. I also wanted to go home and visit, so I came with the sisters to pick you up. As she spoke, Long Jing had already run to Qin Tianci's side and jumped into his arms in front of everyone. Husband, I missed you so much. Husband. The other women also called out affectionately, their faces blushing. Looking at this scene of happiness before her, Kong Ling, who had been mocking Qin Tianci for being a single dog, was now completely petrified. This was what she called having no one to marry him. He was surrounded by wives and concubines. This was the same treatment that an ancient emperor would have. Wait, was polygamy just for show? Seeing this, Qin Tianci pulled a few of the girls into his arms, smiling. Don't call me that so affectionately in front of other people. It's easy to make people jealous. Do you understand? Hearing this, Long Jing pouted and asked, Then what should we call you? Qin Tianci said without thinking, Call me the super, invincible, strong, and rich husband. The women. Wei Shihao and the others. Okay, you're showing off. It's so damn annoying. Wei Shihao's eyes were now almost bloodshot. He glared at the beautiful women surrounding Qin Tianci, clenching his jaw until his teeth hurt. Why? Why was it that a rapist who had been in prison could have money, beauties, and power? All three things that every man craved. And he, a top student who had graduated from a prestigious university, could only marry a woman like Kong Ling? And he had to get a house in Longshin Estate. If he didn't get one, he would get divorced. Why did he have to live his life so pathetically? Zhou Guochun was now also in shock at the scene in front of her, and a wave of jealousy rose in her heart. In the past, she would compare her family's wealth with Zhou Guolan's. Now, she was comparing her son with Zhou Guolan's. As a result, she was not only not as wealthy as them, but her son wasn't as good as theirs either. This realization made her feel especially terrible. Coming back to her senses, she said with a dry laugh, Little sister, these are? Zhou Guolan smiled faintly. These are all my daughters-in-law. Girls, call her aunt. Hello, aunt. The women called out in unison. Although she had been prepared for it, she couldn't help but feel a sharp pang of jealousy as she heard these stunning women call her aunt. Qin Tianci said, Okay, forget about the house. The rules are the rules. If you want to buy a house, then you have to go through the process. I won't give you a discount. Let's go, Mom. After saying that, he pulled Zhou Guilin and took his wives to the cars. He also threw several $100 bills to the taxi driver who had been waiting for them. He then stepped on the gas and left the scene. Zhou Guichun and the others were left to eat dust on the spot, their expressions as ugly as could be. The atmosphere for their family was incredibly oppressive on this joyous day. Wei Shihao called out, "Mom, don't call me Mom." Zhou Guichun roared and then shouted, "Look at you! What a pathetic state. You have to beg others for a house. You're so embarrassing." Wei Shihao felt wronged. How was this his fault? How could he have known that his cousin, whom he had always looked down on, would have developed such amazing abilities after being in prison for 3 years? No one would believe it if it hadn't happened. Seeing his expression, Zhou Guichun realized that she had lost her composure. She forced a smile and said to Kong Ling, "Lingling, we'll think of another way to get a house. Let's go and greet the guests." However, as soon as she finished speaking, Kong Ling directly shook off her hand and said, "Sorry, I'm not familiar with you." Zhou Guichun was stunned. "Lingling, you? What do you mean by that?" Kong Ling's expression was cold. "Nothing." Wei Shihao, seeing this, grew anxious. "What do you mean by nothing?" "I just mean nothing." Kong Ling roared at Wei Shihao. "Then what do you mean?" Wei Shihao also lost his temper. He had already been greatly provoked by Qin Tianci's actions, and now his wife-to-be was acting up. All his patience had disappeared. "I just mean that." Kong Ling, shrugging off his hand, roared coldly, "I want to divorce you, you good-for-nothing." Hearing this, Wei Shihao's pupils constricted to pinpoints. The next moment, he became extremely twisted and slapped her across the face. "Who the hell are you calling useless? Even if I'm useless, I'm still your man, and you're still my woman. How dare you try to insult me like that?" "You hit me?" Kong Ling was shocked. She had never expected Wei Shihao, who had always been so obedient to her, to dare to hit her. "Why shouldn't I hit you?" Wei Shihao's true nature was revealed at this moment. He roared with a twisted expression, "I'm your man. Can't I hit you? I told you long ago to just buy any house, but you had to insist on buying a house in Longshan Estate. You are worthless without a house in Longshan Estate, aren't you?" He then kicked Kong Ling to the ground and started kicking her mercilessly, ignoring the fact that she was pregnant. Kong Junhui and Liang Rong walked out of the hotel at that moment. Seeing their daughter being beaten by Wei Shihao, they screamed and rushed to stop him. The two families started fighting on their wedding day. Their past conflicts exploded, and chaos erupted. In the end, Kong Ling was sent to the hospital, causing her to miscarry. Kong Junhui went insane and started trying to get revenge on Wei Shihao. Wei Shihao wasn't about to back down and asked for a paternity test. The test results were as he had expected. The two families fought again. A wedding turned into a riot. Kong Junhui decided he would seek revenge on the Wei Shihao family, while Zhou Guichun pushed all the blame onto Qin Tianci and Zhou Guilin, swearing she wouldn't let this go. At the same time, Qin Tianci had returned to Jiangbei. His family was having a good time, in stark contrast to what had happened over there. A few days later, Qin Tianci suddenly received a call. A mysterious woman's voice came from the other end of the phone. "My lord, Miss Liu is in trouble." Chapter 350, Liu Jiasin is in trouble. When Qin Tianci received the call, he jumped up from the sofa, his eyes becoming incredibly sharp. "What happened?" The voice on the other end continued. "Miss Liu went to Tibet alone and encountered a group of armed militants. She was captured and is being held hostage." "What did you say?" Qin Tianci's pupils constricted. The coldness in his eyes could have killed an elephant. Wasn't the Tibetan region already under control? And the Dragon Kingdom's royal family had also given a governance plan. How are there still armed militants? The voice on the other end said, "I also think it's very strange. I'm investigating the specifics, but these militants are using American weapons. It seems someone is deliberately provoking a conflict and trying to cause internal chaos in the Dragon Kingdom." Hearing this, Qin Tianci took a deep breath. The killing aura emanating from him was terrifying. How is Jessin now? She's safe for the time being. I'm monitoring her. If anything happens, I will rescue her immediately. You did well, Black Spade. Qin Tianci was relieved to hear that Liu Jessin was temporarily safe. With Black Spade's abilities, it wouldn't be difficult to forcefully rescue Liu Jessin, but this would expose her and could even give the enemy something to use as a pretext for starting a war. Right now, Having Black Spade secretly protecting Liu Jiasun was the best choice. But did those militants have a death wish? How could they start a war in the Dragon Kingdom's territory? He had only gone into hiding, not died. It seemed like some people's ambitions had gradually become too difficult to suppress. Black Spade said again, "My lord, do you want me to eliminate those people? They have already killed many civilians in the Tibetan region. Please give me the order." "No need," Qin Tianci said while lighting a cigarette. "Those militants are obviously being used as pawns. They're nothing more than cannon fodder. Not killing them is fine. Killing them will only put the Dragon Kingdom in a bad position in international media." "My lord, do you still care about the media?" Black Spade asked speechlessly. Qin Tianci smiled. "I don't care, but someone will. I know you've been holding back for a long time, but if we can resolve this peacefully, try not to use violence. Understand?" Hearing this, Black Spade hesitated before saying, "I understand, my lord. So what now? Give me an address. I'll come over now." "My lord, Black Spade can handle it. Why do you still need to come?" Qin Tianci said calmly. "Since someone is trying to stir things up, I have to give them a reason to settle down. Otherwise, how can those pawns of theirs play their roles?" "All right." After a moment of silence, Black Spade said, "Black Spade awaits your arrival." After hanging up, Qin Tianci received an address. The address showed that it was in a no-man's land in the Tibetan region. Qin Tianci frowned slightly as he looked at the address. He had been to this place called Tepufan before and had a few conflicts there. So this place was also very sensitive on the international stage. Those rats in the dark knew how to pick their places. Thinking this, Qin Tianci stood up, ready to leave. But then, he saw Tang Shinro walk into the room with a cup of warm tea. "Tianci, are you going out?" Qin Tianci nodded and said with a smile, "Something came up, and I have to go far away." Hearing this, Tang Shinro's face immediately revealed worry. "A far place? Do you want me to come with you?" Tang Shinro was always like that. She never asked what you were doing or where you were going. She would only follow you without hesitation. Qin Tianci stroked her head and said with a doting smile, "No need. I'll be back in a few days. You all stay at home and wait for me." If Qin Tianci hadn't said that, then it would have been fine. As soon as he said it, a look of worry appeared on Tang Shinro's face. "Is it about Jiasun?" Qin Tianci paused. "How do you know?" Tang Shinro shook her head. "I was just talking with her a few days ago. She said she had gone to Tibet and had sent me many photos of the scenery. I haven't been able to contact her these past few days. I've been worrying if something had happened to her." Qin Tianci had not expected Tang Shinro to be so observant. He couldn't help but say, "Don't worry. I won't let anything happen to her." Hearing this, Tang Shinro nodded obediently. Then, a hint of shyness flashed in her eyes, and she stammered, If it's possible, can you bring Jiasun back?" "What?" Qin Tianci hadn't heard her clearly, and he was also a little hesitant to believe what he had just heard. Tang Shinro took a deep breath and said, "I know she has liked you for a long time, but after you talked with her last time, I don't know why, but she seemed very down. And from our conversations, I could see that she didn't want to leave you, but she had no other choice." Qin Tianci was stunned, and then sighed. Some things, she has to figure out on her own. Tang Shinro giggled. Qin Tianci was confused. "What are you laughing at?" Tang Shinro looked at him coquettishly and said, You can be so smooth with us, but how can you be so dense with Jiasun?" Qin Tianci was confused. "What do you mean by that?" Tang Shinro blinked her eyes and asked, "Didn't you realize that Jiasun has liked you since college? I even got jealous of her back then. Have you forgotten? After you got out of prison, you bumped into Jiasun at the Tsar's banquet. Did you think those were all coincidences? What you thought was a coincidence was just a carefully planned encounter. She's always been waiting for you." Hearing this, Qin Tianci was incredibly surprised. "If she was waiting for me, why would she leave?" "Are you stupid?" Tang Shinro said, laughing. "What girl would want to see you being so intimate with other girls on stage? Wouldn't she feel embarrassed?" Women always say the opposite. If she said she was leaving and told you not to find her, did you really think you shouldn't look for her? She just wants some idiot to go and coax her. Otherwise, why would she have gone to Tibet? Isn't that the destination you agreed upon long ago? Hearing this, Qin Tianci suddenly understood and couldn't help but slap his head. "Oh man, look at my brain." Tang Shinro gently patted his chest. "Hurry up and go. Don't keep her waiting too long. I'll talk to Big Sister about her." Qin Tianci nodded, then grabbed Tang Shinro's chin and kissed her hard. Tang Shinro, shocked, blushed. "You're so embarrassing." Qin Tianci chuckled. "Wait for me at home. I'll go bring back another sister for you all." After saying that, he changed and was about to leave. However, as he reached the door, he seemed to remember something and turned back to ask, "Wait a minute, you said you didn't know what happened between me and Justin? How did you know I was with Yafei on stage?" Chapter 351. Hostages. Tibet. Tubo, an uninhabited area, has long been beyond the reach of the law, a dangerous no-man's land where anything goes. It's a place where natural disasters and various dangerous elements converge, making it the most uncontrolled region in all of Tibet. In this desolate, windswept land, a camp was vaguely visible. It was surrounded by a perimeter of thorny brambles, and two burly men armed with submachine guns stood guard at the entrance. Their attire was not that of a formal military, but rather the distinctive garb of the Tibetan region. The camp was vast, and within its bounds one could see heavy artillery and armored vehicles. Gun-mounted watchtowers and searchlights were everywhere. The atmosphere throughout the military camp was dim and oppressive. In a corner of the camp, a large tent had been erected. The occasional shifting inside caused the tent to sway. The guard on duty would then lift the flap of the tent and spray it with a burst of gunfire. "Quiet down, damn it. Don't you want to live?" Inside, dozens of people were confined, men, women, and children. Some were locals. Others were travelers from outside. In a corner, a slender figure huddled. Although her face was deliberately smeared with dirt, it couldn't conceal her exquisite physique. Lu Jiasin watched the heavily armed guards around her, her eyes filled with frustration. She muttered to herself in a low voice, "Damn it, how could I be so unlucky?" She could have completely avoided this conflict. But while hiking, she had come across an elderly woman with an injured leg, and out of kindness, she'd helped her along the way. Who knew that the old woman was actually a member of these armed militants, who lured her into the heart of the conflict. Unsurprisingly, she was forcibly taken here as a hostage. Fortunately, these people didn't seem to have any other intentions. Moreover, she'd smeared mud on her face when she sensed danger, so she'd avoided any non-consensual advances. But her immediate priority was figuring out how to escape from here. If not, she would eventually suffer harm. However, escaping from this heavily guarded camp was easier said than done. Not to mention the watchtowers and machine guns everywhere, there were at least 100 guards. Trying to sneak out unnoticed was something only seen in fantastical TV shows. Miss Lu. Just as Lu Jiasin was assessing her surroundings, she suddenly heard a soft, stealthy voice calling her name, startling her. Turning her head, she saw a man with his head wrapped in cloth, obscuring his face, standing behind her, causing her to frown. Seeing her reaction, the man lifted the cloth a little, revealing half his face. Lu Jiasin recognized him as Kongli, the volunteer guide who had led her into the Tibetan area. "Guide Kong? You were captured too?" Although seeing a familiar face calmed her anxious heart a little, she dared not speak too loudly in this environment. She kept her voice as low as possible. "I just happened to be guiding some tourists into the troubled area when, unfortunately, we ran into an armed militant uprising," Kongli said, also sounding frustrated, as he constantly checked the guards, appearing particularly nervous. Lu Jiasin asked, "Does this kind of thing happen often in Tibet?" "Not often," Kongli replied. "These people are under attack. They've been suppressed and raided by the royal family these past few years, so they've been relatively quiet. I never expected they'd cause trouble again." Hearing this, Lu Jiasin was shocked. "Atai? Isn't that the biggest terrorist group in Tibet? Are we going to die?" "Don't be so pessimistic," Kongli said. "As far as I know, while Atai is an armed militant group, they usually don't indiscriminately kill the innocent. They're holding us as hostages to negotiate with the government, to exchange for resources." Lu Jiasin wasn't convinced, "But I heard these people often kill unarmed civilians and even massacre entire towns? How could that be?" Kongli murmured, "I've lived in Tibet for years, and I'm definitely more informed about these matters than you." Lu Jiasin was skeptical. Despite Kongli's reassurances, she had always had a negative impression of any organization that disrupted national stability. Moreover, on the way to this place, she'd already seen these people kill several children and women. This was completely contrary to what Kongli was saying. Shaking her head, Lu Jiasin said, "Regardless, armed militants are thugs. We can't let our guard down. Do you have a way to get out of here?" Kongli replied, I've secretly contacted the local military. They'll implement a rescue plan soon. Really? Lu Jiasun was overjoyed and couldn't help but express her excitement. Guide Kong, you're amazing. You even have connections with the military. Kong Li's face revealed a hint of smugness. I've been here for a while. Naturally, I know a lot of people. Seeing his smile, Lu Jiasun just pursed her lips, saying nothing more. After all, in their current situation, if they were caught talking, they would probably be singled out, and at that point, their life or death would be out of their hands. Seeing her stop speaking, Kong Li didn't seem to want to stop the conversation. He asked, Miss Lu, if I recall correctly, you came to Tibet for vacation, didn't you? Lu Jiasun frowned. Did this person have no sense of danger at all? Or was he used to situations like this? She could only cautiously reply in a short, simple sentence, vacation. Kong Li chuckled. I can tell you're from a big city. Your face is so dirty. Let me help you wipe it. He reached for a handkerchief to wipe her face, but Lu Jiasun refused. Thank you, I don't need it. What was this person up to? Did he not understand the situation they were in? One wrong move could cost them their lives. Who would care about the dirt on her face? Moreover, if she hadn't smeared dirt on her face, and these armed militants had taken a liking to her, wouldn't everything be over? While Lu Jiasun knew she was nothing compared to Yi Yafei, she still considered herself a beauty, and that wasn't narcissistic. A woman like her, now a prisoner, her top priority was to protect herself. Kong Li's expression froze. He could only awkwardly smile and put the handkerchief away. Sorry, I'm used to being in Tibet. I don't have as many inhibitions as people from big cities. Lu Jiasun gave him a forced smile and said nothing. Kong Li continued, Don't worry, I'll protect you. Since I'm your guide, I'll take responsibility for your safety. Lu Jiasun internally rolled her eyes. You should protect yourself first. Just as she finished thinking that, she suddenly heard a guard shout, What are you two talking about? Get out here. Chapter 352. Lu Jiasun. Danger. Lu Jiasun looked at the dark gun barrel pointed at her and felt like she'd cursed her luck. Did I not check the almanac before leaving home? Why am I surrounded by idiots? If Kong Li hadn't been chattering away next to her, would she even be targeted? At this moment, she mentally cursed Kong Li's ancestors to the 18th generation, and an unprecedented wave of fear surged in her heart. Kong Li hadn't expected to be targeted by the guard either. His face became extremely pale. Without another word, he raised his hands and stood up. Big brother of the military, I was just chatting, we weren't saying anything, please don't kill me. The guard didn't show him any leniency. He simply nudged his head with the gun, signaling for him to come out. Lu Jiasun had thought she could avoid trouble, but she hadn't expected that after Kong Li came out, the guard would aim at her. You, get out here too. Lu Jiasun had no choice. She raised her hands and slowly stood up. However, as she stood up, her tight, rounded jeans and slightly disheveled coat revealed her slender figure, instantly catching the guard's attention. Although her face was covered with dirt, the dirt concealed her features, but not her shape. Anyone could tell that she was a great beauty. Oh, I didn't realize, we even captured a beauty today. Upon seeing this, the guard immediately lowered his gun and strode over to the trembling Lu Jiasun. Looking at the burly, dark-skinned man in front of her, Lu Jiasun's heart pounded in her throat. She forced herself to remain calm. Brother, I'm not a beauty. You're mistaken. I usually wear heavy makeup, and without it, I look like a ghost. You wouldn't even be able to eat. The guard didn't care about any of that. He sized her up, licking his lips. Whether or not you're a beauty doesn't matter. With this figure, who cares about your face? As he spoke, the other guards laughed in a raucous, lewd manner. This situation made Lu Jiasun even more nervous. Click. Before she could say anything, the guard's gun was back in her face. He yelled to the others, Someone go and wash her face clean. Immediately, two men came forward, holding a water-soaked towel. They ignored Lu Jiasun's resistance and directly scrubbed the dirt off her face. In an instant, Lu Jiasun's beautiful, delicate face was exposed, causing every male present to stare dumbfounded. Damn, she dared to trick me. She says she's not a beauty? The guard cursed with a laugh. Then, his eyes gleamed with lust. Brothers, it looks like we're in luck today. Yo-ho-ho. The other guards joined in with the cheering, their eyes full of a wolfish desire, making no attempt to conceal their lust for Lu Jiasun. Seeing this, Lu Jiasun's face turned pale. Fear caused her entire body to shake and her eyes to water. She regretted it. She regretted coming so far from home alone and even more regretted making this impulsive decision. At this moment, her mind was blank, save for the image of one man. If he were here, would things be different? No. If he were here, both of us would be captured, both of us would be humiliated. Maybe an NTR scene would even happen. That would be even more torturous for him, maybe even crushing him, and in the end, he'd be shot because he'd lose control. Thinking of this, Lu Jiasin felt relieved. At least, he wouldn't see her at her most miserable. Just as Lu Jiasin was preparing herself for the torment to come, Kong Li came stumbling over to them, standing in front of her, saying to the guard, "A military brother, let's talk this over. We have money. We can give you money. She's just a foreign tourist. She's worth very little, huh?" Lu Jiasin was stunned. She hadn't expected that, in her most dangerous situation, Kong Li would be the one to protect her. However, the guards were already blinded by their lust and didn't care. They kicked Kong Li in the stomach, then pointed their gun at him, shouting, "Get lost! Don't ruin my fun!" Kong Li was terrified. His face showed signs of struggle, but after seeing Lu Jiasin's helpless expression, he held back his bile and said, I am a disciple of the Sola sect. Big brothers, please give me some face. Don't touch this woman. I will make it up to you." Hearing this, the hungry guards actually stopped in their tracks, looking at each other in bewilderment. A member of Sola? Yes, yes, yes. Kong Li quickly nodded. I'm a member of Sola. Brothers, our leader and Atai's leader are brothers. Please show some mercy. Upon hearing this, the guards hesitated for a moment before finally lowering their guns. Since you're with Sola, get lost. Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. Kong Li thanked them profusely, then got up and helped Lu Jiasin. Lu Jiasin immediately felt a sense of relief, as if she had survived a disaster. Just as she was about to leave with Kong Li, she was once again stopped by the guard. You can leave, but she can't. Kong Li's face changed. Big brother, Click. The gun was aimed at him again. Stop the nonsense. My brothers haven't had anything to eat in a long time. We finally found a gem like her. Are we going to give her up to Sola? Get lost. Lu Jiasin felt another wave of despair. She thought for a moment and said, Brother Kong, you should go. I don't want to drag you into this. This? Kong Li hesitated for a moment, looked at the black barrel of the gun, and finally let go of Lu Jiasin, intending to leave. However, just as he reached the door, he was kicked back in. Then, a group of burly men walked in from the outside. The leader was terrifying looking, with a broad back and a waist like a bear, his eyes filled with murderous intent. He was chilling to look at. A member of Sola, are you very important? Leader. His appearance caused all the guards to respectfully bow. Atai nodded slightly, then turned to Lu Jiasin, stroking his chin with a lewd smile. Not bad. It would be a pity to kill someone like this. The guard who had just tried to assault Lu Jiasin immediately said, Leader, this woman is from the central area. I was about to escort her to honor you. Very good. Atai nodded in satisfaction. But then, he suddenly drew his gun and pulled the trigger on the guard who had just spoken. Brains and blood splattered all over the floor, scaring all the hostages into screams. Even Lu Jiasin instinctively covered her ears, her face filled with terror. However, Atai treated it as if he'd only killed a chicken. He wiped his gun and looked at Lu Jiasin with a sinister smile that made her legs weak. She fell to the ground. However, after a moment, Atai withdrew his gaze, casually saying, Just now, my men eliminated a rescue team 3 kilometers away. I want to know who here called them over. Chapter 353, The Best Cover. As soon as he finished speaking, silence fell upon everyone. Kong Li's face instantly turned ashen. He dared not even breathe, his eyes filled with terror. The military force he had contacted were the regular army of the Tibetan region, who had quelled countless rebellions over the years. They were also an army equipped with heavy artillery and military equipment. In front of them, these local armed forces were like fathers fighting their children. They had almost no chance of fighting back. What was Atai? He was someone who could have been blown to bits by a single shell back in the day. How could he possibly defeat this regular army with his current strength? Realizing this, Kong Li suddenly understood something. Atai must have been backed by some external forces. Otherwise, there was no explanation for why he suddenly started a riot in Tibet and acted so openly, kidnapping so many foreign tourists. He wouldn't have had the courage to do that even if he were given 10 times the guts. Before he could process anything, Atai suddenly raised his gun again and aimed at one of the hostages in the crowd. He unleashed a hail of bullets, and the poor man didn't even have time to scream before he was shot into a bloody mess, his entire body riddled with holes. This instantly caused all the hostages to scream in terror. They wanted to flee, but didn't dare to stand up. They could only huddle together in a corner, fearing that they would be the next victim. I don't have much patience. Atai's voice wasn't loud, but it was like the voice of a demon, leaving an indelible fear in the hearts of everyone. From now on, I will kill one person every minute, until someone reports it or confesses. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Jiasun instinctively glanced at Kong Li, but quickly averted her eyes. She knew that the military had been notified by Kong Li, but Kong Li had just risked his life to save her, and she couldn't betray him. Da. Another burst of fire. A woman holding a child fell into a pool of blood, the child crying and pushing her, shouting, "Mama, Mama, wake up!" Lu Jiasun was stunned. At this moment, she finally realized that these people were nothing like Kong Li had described. They were a group of ruthless demons, of executioners. Kong Li had completely lost his courage. The current situation had far exceeded his expectations. If he confessed, he would face certain death. No, even if he was killed instantly, the worst part was he would be tortured. Terror-stricken, he buried his head in his hands, not daring to utter a word and praying that Atai wouldn't target him. Lu Jiasun also sensed Kong Li's thoughts, and her mind was in utter chaos. If no one confessed, all the hostages would eventually be killed, but if she accused Kong Li, she would be a traitor. She couldn't get past that moral hurdle. Minute after minute passed. Just as Atai raised his gun to kill the next hostage, Lu Jiasun suddenly stood up and said, "I called the army." As soon as she spoke, Atai indeed stopped pulling the trigger and turned his vicious gaze to Lu Jiasun. "You?" Lu Jiasun's scalp tingled under his intense gaze, but she still gritted her teeth and said resolutely, "Yes, I have connections in the military. When you attacked the streets, I already notified them." Seeing her look so determined, Kong Li was stunned. He had never expected that this woman would step up to take the blame for him. He'd never expected that someone with such a seemingly delicate exterior would have such a resolute heart. Seeing Lu Jiasun confess, the other guards in the tent glanced at each other, a cruel smile on their faces. Even Atai was now grinning, baring his large dark teeth, as he stared at Lu Jiasun. "You are very brave." At this point, Lu Jiasun had thrown caution to the wind. She met his gaze head-on, her voice firm and strong. "You're Atai, the leader of this military camp, right? I know I'm in no position to negotiate with you, but I hope you know when to stop. Don't commit any more atrocities. All the people here are unarmed. Killing them will only enrage the Dragon Kingdom royal family, and they will do everything they can to destroy you." Hearing this, Atai paused, seemingly surprised that Lu Jiasun dared to threaten him in this situation. After a moment, he laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha ha." Lu Jiasun frowned. "Is this very funny?" Atai's laughter subsided, and he raised his hand, slapping Lu Jiasun across the face, directly knocking her to the ground. His eyes were icy. "You, a woman, dare to threaten this leader?" Lu Jiasun was dazed. Fear swept through her once again, but there was no turning back. She would face him head-on. "Even if you kill me, I'll still tell you. I don't care what you're trying to do, or why you started the riot. You're wantonly killing people, and you will be punished sooner or later. The Dragon Kingdom doesn't just have the royal family, but also the Underworld King." Hearing the words Underworld King, Atai's expression clearly changed. A look of fear flashed in his eyes. Those two words, especially in Tibet, were a name that no one could ignore. During the Tibetan War years ago, the Underworld King single-handedly wiped out over 10 million enemy soldiers. His story had already become an inviolable legend in Tibet. No matter how much Atai disregarded human lives, he wouldn't dare to speak carelessly about that name. Then, he walked over to Lu Jiasun, grabbed her chin and asked, You know the Underworld King?" Lu Jiasun's jaw was being squeezed painfully. Gritting her teeth, she said, "Who in the Dragon Kingdom doesn't know him? You are not worthy of saying his name." As soon as she finished speaking, Atai's expression turned extremely unpleasant, even more ferocious. The force of his grip increased, turning Lu Jiasun's fair skin red. Just as Lu Jiasun thought she was going to die, Atai suddenly released his grip. Turning to his men, he commanded, "Let these two go." "Lu Jiasun? What's going on? I said such awful things to him. Shouldn't I be facing torture now?" Atai was actually going to let her go? And not just her, but Kong Li too? Kong Li was also confused. But wanting to seize that last chance of survival, he pulled Lu Jiasin and said, "Let's go. What are you waiting for?" Before Lu Jiasin could react, Kong Li had dragged her out of the tent. It was only when they left the military camp that she finally came to her senses. She had actually escaped from the jaws of death. What they didn't know was that, after they had left, a Thai appeared outside the military camp. "Leader, why did you let them go?" A Thai sneered, his eyes filled with malice. "Do you think I was just letting that woman go? In reality, the man next to her is someone we can't afford to mess with. He's the key to this plan, and the woman is going to be his best cover." Chapter 354, Beautiful Women Lie. At the same time, amidst the smoky streets, a solitary figure appeared at the end. Moments later, Qin Tianci emerged from the haze, his brow furrowed as he took in the ravaged state of the city. Ring ring. His phone started ringing. Qin Tianci answered, without even looking at the screen. "Speak." "Sir, Miss Lu is safe. She has escaped from a Thai's camp." The voice of Spade came through the phone. Qin Tianci didn't show much emotion. He simply asked, "Did you rescue her?" Spade sounded surprised. "No, sir. She escaped on her own." Qin Tianci was slightly taken aback. He seemed rather surprised, but quickly thought of the underlying reason. Someone helped her? Spade was silent for a moment. Miss Lu was accompanied by a man. He's a tour guide, by the name of Kong Li. I've just looked into his background, and he has another Tibetan name, which is Sola. Sola? Qin Tianci raised an eyebrow, then gave a cold laugh. There are two notorious ringleaders in Tibet, one called a Thai and the other Sola. They were never able to agree on anything, yet they are working together this time. Spade was also confused. "Sir, should I bring him to you? I'm afraid Miss Lu might be in danger with him." Qin Tianci shook his head. "There's no need for now. Since this Sola and a Thai are putting on this show to deceive the public, it seems that Jiasin has become a tool for covering his identity. What I need to find out is what their purpose is for joining forces and creating this riot at this time." Please forgive me, sir. I'm still investigating," Spade said apologetically. "Although I don't understand what they're trying to do, I've already found that their improved weapons mainly come from the Eagle Country in the Eastern Island. Just now, a Thai also annihilated a military unit, almost a complete and overwhelming victory." Hearing this, a sharp, murderous glint appeared in Qin Tianci's eyes. I knew it. He'd heard of a Thai and Sola before. During the Tibetan War years ago, he vaguely heard people mention them. But at that time, the fighting was so fierce and he didn't consider either of them to be a threat, so he hadn't bothered with the issue. He didn't think that, 3 years later, the two of them would actually turn traitor. Thinking this, he took a deep breath. "Tell me Jiasin's location." As soon as he finished speaking, a map location appeared on his phone. Qin Tianci hung up the phone and suddenly leaped up. A cloud arc shot out from his feet, and he disappeared into the distance. Meanwhile, after escaping, Lu Jiasin followed Kong Li as they traversed the deserted area. Having narrowly escaped death, Lu Jiasin was in turmoil. She wanted to save the hostages that had been captured by a Thai, but she knew that her power was too weak. Going back wouldn't help at all, and might even make things worse. So she could only place her hope in Kong Li. "Brother Kong, don't you know someone in the military? Let's go there quickly." Kong Li glanced at her without revealing any emotion. "What can you do there?" Lu Jiasin said, "I've memorized the layout of the place and the positions of the heavy machine guns. If we tell the military, they can adjust their strategy accordingly, and the chances of rescuing the hostages will be much higher." Kong Li was surprised that this woman could memorize the layout of a Thai's camp, even in such a chaotic situation. But then he said, "That's useless. Since they let us escape, they will quickly relocate. Even if we tell the military, they will be ambushed and will only suffer needless casualties." Hearing this, Lu Jiasin's expression changed, but she ultimately didn't say anything. After they'd escaped for a while, Lu Jiasin suddenly said, "Brother Kong, do you know where the nearest airport is?" Kong Li was startled, and a sense of wariness rose in his heart. He couldn't help but ask, "What do you want to do?" Lu Jiasin said, "I want to go to the capital and report the situation to the royal family so that they can send reinforcements." Kong Li paused, then said, "If I'm not mistaken, the entire Tibetan region is already controlled and sealed off by a Thai. No one can get out." Lu Jiasin felt a sense of despair. Is a Thai really that powerful in Tibet? "Pretty much," Kong Li said, casually dismissing her concern. Lu Jiasin continued, "Weren't you saying earlier that you are a member of the Sola sect? Can he help me escape?" "Me? A member of Sola? I don't know any Sola. I only said that to survive, to trick those people. Kong Li immediately denied it. But as soon as he finished speaking, Lu Jiasen suddenly leaned close to Kong Li. Kong Li looked confused. What's wrong? With tears in her eyes, Lu Jiasen pleaded, looking like a damsel in distress, Brother Kong, I have no family or friends here, and you're my only friend. Please, will you help me? Upon seeing this, Kong Li was momentarily entranced by her beauty. But before he could speak, Lu Jiasen suddenly hugged him, catching him off guard. He was just about to reach out to comfort her when he suddenly felt a hand moving on his waist. The next moment, he suddenly pushed Lu Jiasen away, but it was too late. A gun had appeared in Lu Jiasen's hand, and the soft, vulnerable expression on her face was gone, replaced by a coldness. Kong Li was momentarily stunned, then gave a chuckle. What are you doing? Lu Jiasen, no longer pretending, coldly stared at him and asked, I don't like lying either. You were the one who lied to me first, and I'm only protecting myself. Kong Li scoffed, then looked at her with admiration. When did you figure out my identity? Lu Jiasen held the gun tightly and cocked it. From the look in your eyes the first time you saw those thugs killing people, I guessed you weren't an ordinary person. Sorry, my job is to be a talent agent, and I've seen countless actors these past few years. Your acting skills aren't that great. Kong Li's smile widened. And based on my poor acting, you were able to conclude that I'm Sola? Lu Jiasen shook her head. I wasn't sure at first, but the way you know the routes within the military camp made me more and more suspicious. And just now when I touched the gun on your waist, I was completely certain. As a hostage and a guide, how could a Thai let you go in there armed? Do you think I'm a naive fool? Clap, clap, clap. After she finished speaking, Kong Li, no, it was Sola, couldn't help but clap his hands. Indeed, beautiful women do lie. Unfortunately, your intelligence is being wasted on the wrong person. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lu Jiasen was suddenly alarmed. The ground started to shake, and she then realized that they were surrounded by a vast horde of people. They were all armed forces. Chapter 355. If you can't see me, you want to kill yourself? Lu Jiasen had never seen anything like it. As she watched the armored vehicles and tanks driving towards her, she was completely stunned. But she quickly reacted and pulled back the bolt on her gun, pointing it at Sola's head. Don't move. Tell your men to back off. However, Sola was not flustered at all. Instead, he said calmly, Miss Lu, I don't have any bad intentions towards you, and I admire your courage. You have what it takes to be my woman. Listening to his shameless words, Lu Jiasen's expression became even colder. I'm not interested in you at all. Now, I just want to leave this place, and I don't want anything to do with people like you. Sola's smile slowly faded. Miss Lu, I'm very happy that you took the blame for me, but I don't like the tone you're using. Looking at his beast-like eyes, Lu Jiasen's heart grew more and more tense. After all, she was just an ordinary person. Though she often saw guns in movies, she finally realized how difficult it was to pull the trigger when pointing it at someone's head. But she couldn't think too much now. She believed that the gun in her hands was the truth, and as long as her gun was pointed at the other person's head, he wouldn't dare to make a move. Swallowing her saliva, she said, If you are not willing to let me go, then I will have to take you hostage. Hearing this, Sola laughed instead of becoming angry and teased her. So, I'm going to be a hostage again? Lu Jiasen said, It's different. As long as you can guarantee my safe departure, I won't kill you. At the end of the day, Lu Jiasen was too kind-hearted and lacked practical experience. As soon as the words left her mouth, Sola put his hands in his pockets and looked at her with a sense of provocation. Then pull the trigger. Lu Jiasen paused, seemingly not expecting the other person to be so fearless. Sola continued to tease her. Either come back with me to be my woman, or shoot and kill me, and then be ravaged by them. You have only these two choices. You. Lu Jiasen's face flushed with anger. Shameless. Sola ignored her anger and began to walk back and forth, saying casually, Miss Lu, Sola, started killing people with a knife when I was 5. 6. I was proficient in all kinds of firearms. At 7, I already joined the army to fight, and spent more than 20 years on bloody battlefields. Actually, I don't have any more pursuits in this lifetime. The only thing I'm missing is a woman, and I think you would be very suitable. Lu Jiasen coldly said, You're delusional. I already have a man. I don't need your suitable. Is that so? Upon hearing Lu Jiasen say that she had a man, A flash of murderous intent appeared in Sola's eyes, but he quickly concealed it. Spreading his hands, he said, "It doesn't matter. I don't care if you have a man. Anyway, since you've come here, you can't leave. Even if your man comes, I will make him disappear completely. You dare." Upon hearing him say he would lay a hand on Qin Tianci, Lu Jiasin instantly lost her composure. "If you dare to touch him, I will shoot you right now. It seems that your man is quite important to you." Sola was not flustered at all. "So it seems that either you have to choose me, or him. I have decided. I'll send people to kill him right now." "You?" Lu Jiasin was completely panicked. She knew that if a terrorist like him targeted Qin Tianci, he probably wouldn't have a way to survive, even if he was in the Jiangbei region. Although she knew that Qin Tianci was a martial artist, how could a carbon-based life form withstand modern weapons? Thinking of this, a murderous intent rose in Lu Jiasin's heart, and her beautiful eyes gradually became fierce. Even if she died here today, she must not let Qin Tianci suffer any harm. Sola seemed to have sensed the change in her, and his eyes also became intriguing. "You want to kill me?" Lu Jiasin didn't answer, but after a moment of hesitation, suddenly pulled the trigger. Click. At the moment Lu Jiasin thought her hand was about to be stained with blood, the gun gave her a signal that it had jammed. She was astonished. Why? Why are there no bullets? At the moment she was in shock. Sola suddenly made a move and snatched the gun from Lu Jiasin's hands, binding her hands and pulling her into his arms. "Miss Lu, that was a dangerous idea." "Bastard! Let me go." Lu Jiasin panicked when her only trump card was gone. Sola leaned into her ear, inhaling her scent, looking quite pleased. "Luckily, I have a habit of taking out the first bullet in a gun, or else I might have really lost today. I didn't expect a woman from the big city to be this ruthless." Lu Jiasin was filled with despair, but she gritted her teeth and said, "You are wantonly slaughtering unarmed civilians, creating chaos. Even if the royal family does not interfere, the Underworld King will not turn a blind eye to it. You'll get your comeuppance." "Ha ha ha, the Underworld King? You're using the Underworld King to scare me?" Hearing the words Underworld King, Sola didn't show any reverence like Atai. Instead, he laughed and muttered to himself, "The Underworld King? Ha, Miss Lu, you don't really think the Underworld King can do whatever he wants in Tibet, do you?" He grew more pleased as he spoke. "I'm not afraid to tell you. This time, Atai and I have joined forces, and we're targeting the Underworld King. We're not afraid of him coming, but afraid he won't come." "What?" Lu Jiasin was shocked. You're targeting the Underworld King? What do you want to do?" "What do we want to do?" Sola sneered. "Of course, we want to make him disappear from this world forever." Hearing this, Lu Jiasin's breathing became more rapid. But soon she sneered, "With you? A bunch of nobodies trying to do something to the Underworld King? Do you think you're worthy?" In the hearts of every citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, the words Underworld King always represented something godlike. Lu Jiasin was no exception. When she heard Sola say they were going to kill the Underworld King, it was like seeing ants roaring to an elephant about eating it. That's not something you need to worry about. What you should be worrying about is what to eat during your confinement and how many children you'll be giving me. Ha ha ha. Sola didn't give her a lot of explanation. He just laughed wildly. Who knew that Lu Jiasin would seize the opportunity and bite him on the arm? Sola cried out in pain and let go. Lu Jiasin immediately took advantage of the chance to run away. The soldiers around them raised their guns at Lu Jiasin, but Sola stopped them. "I want her alive." After realizing what he'd said, Lu Jiasin had already run a fair distance. Sola smiled cruelly and ordered everyone to give chase. Lu Jiasin was just a woman, and she hadn't eaten for a day or two. She changed her running path, but couldn't shake the trained soldiers. As she looked back in a panic, she suddenly stumbled over a rock. She fell to the ground with a thump. The pain was so intense she couldn't get up. Seeing the soldiers behind her charging towards her as if they were starving wolves, she was filled with despair. "I'm sorry, Qin Tianci. I might never see you again." With that, she took out the small knife in her sleeve and prepared to slit her wrist before suffering any humiliation. The next moment, "What's wrong? If you can't see me, you want to kill yourself?" Chapter 356, The Underworld King's Azura Crown. Hearing the voice she had been longing for, Lu Jiasin's movement stopped and slowly opened her eyes. Sure enough, that face with the familiar mischievous grin came into view, and for a moment, Lu Jiasin couldn't tell if it was reality or just a dream after death. You, Lu Jiasin was stunned. Even though she had called for him countless times in her heart, and even though his image had been in her mind day and night, she had never thought she would see him under these desperate circumstances. Qin Tianci, looking at her disheveled state, raised the corners of his mouth in a joking smile. "What's wrong, squad leader Lu? How long has it been since we met? And you've already turned your back on me." Hearing these familiar words, Lu Jiasen's eyes suddenly turned red, and she burst into tears. Forgetting about her painful legs, she threw herself into Qin Tianci's arms and began to wail. "I thought I'd never see you again. I really thought I would never see you again, Hua?" Qin Tianci patted her back, his eyes also showing a hint of guilt. "Sorry, I didn't come to find you right away. You must have suffered." But his words made Lu Jiasen stop crying. A look of fear suddenly appeared on her face. She quickly pulled away from Qin Tianci and pushed him away, shouting loudly, "Why are you here? Go away." Looking at the woman who was already in trouble herself, but was still worrying about his safety, Qin Tianci sighed inwardly. She was exactly like what Tang Xinro had said. Even if someone leaves, their heart never really leaves. Lu Jiasen was such a headstrong woman. Seeing Qin Tianci just look at her without any movement, Lu Jiasen became more and more anxious. "What are you still waiting for? Hurry up and leave. It's too late if you don't leave, they all have guns." As soon as she finished speaking, the sound of Sola's crazed laughter echoed from behind as he fired rounds into the sky. "Miss Lu, why aren't you running? Why are you stopping? Ha ha ha, stop struggling, and just come back with me and be my woman." Lu Jiasen's face instantly turned pale. "It's over. This is all over." And when Sola brought his troops forward, they noticed that a man they didn't know had appeared next to Lu Jiasen. He was a little surprised. Who's that guy?" Lu Jiasen couldn't care about her leg pain. She stood up in front of Qin Tianci. You let him go. I'll go back with you." Sola paused again. After carefully sizing up Qin Tianci, he noticed that he was quite fair, and though his clothes were a little cheap, they were not tattered, showing that he came from outside. Then, he immediately understood, and a cruel smile appeared on his face. "So you're the man Miss Lu was talking about. I was planning to look for you, but you came knocking on my door." Facing so many armed forces, Qin Tianci showed no sign of fear. He calmly took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and took a deep breath, exhaling slowly. "Judging from your words, you've taken a liking to my woman?" Lu Jiasen was stunned, and was surprised to hear Qin Tianci acknowledge that she was his woman. Her heart was flooded with warmth. But now wasn't the time to be touched. The problem was whether the two of them could escape alive. "Your woman?" Sola scoffed as he looked at Qin Tianci, who completely ignored his authority. "You came just in time. You will soon see how I will take your woman." Lu Jiasen's heart trembled, and a look of despair appeared on her face. It looked like this day was definitely going to end in death. But before her thoughts had a chance to settle, Qin Tianci laughed. "Really? You've got a lot of nerve. It's been a long time since anyone dared to say such things in front of me." "Ha ha ha." Sola also laughed. "Boy, you don't seem to realize your situation. Do you see what's behind me?" Qin Tianci pretended to glance at them. "Yeah, I see it. A bunch of corpses. Is that impressive?" As soon as those words left his mouth, Sola's smile froze. Even Lu Jiasen was dumbfounded. Had this guy always been this brave? They were an army, and a well-equipped army at that. Even if he was a martial artist, he shouldn't be that brave, right? Very well. Sola was enraged by Qin Tianci's words. "It seems that you won't learn what hell is like if I don't teach it to you today." Qin Tianci gave a faint smile. "Sorry, but there is no hell in the Dragon Kingdom. Only the Underworld Yama Palace." As soon as those words came out, the atmosphere became extremely strange. Both sides were silent. Qin Tianci patted Lu Jiasen's shoulder and pulled her behind him. At this moment, Lu Jiasen had given up hope. She tightly held onto Qin Tianci's arm. "Tianci, I know that if I don't say this now, I might not have another chance. I understand." But before she could finish, Qin Tianci interrupted her. "I want to hear the rest of that once we're in a place where no one can bother us." "No, you don't understand." Lu Jiasen was anxious. "We are going to die here today. I'm happy that I can die with you. I like you. I've been secretly in love with you since college. I've been waiting for you all along. But it's too late. It's all too late." Tears were already streaming down Lu Jiasen's face. "I shouldn't have been so reckless and come here alone, and now I've dragged you down. I've also dragged Shinro, General Xiao, and Sister Yafei down. I really regret it. Qin Tianci, seeing her so emotional, simply reached out and patted her head, smiling indulgently. Silly girl. While the two were talking, Sola, witnessing the pair's romance, was filled with resentment. Turning to his men, he yelled, "Tear this hopeless person into pieces. No. Make him disappear completely." Yes. Seeing that Sola was now intent on killing them, Lu Jiasin wiped away the tears on her face and prepared to meet her death. Don't worry, Tianci. Wait for me down there. I'll be there soon. No need. Qin Tianci smiled faintly. What do you mean, no need? I mean, we don't need to go down there just yet. Lu Jiasin was confused and didn't know where his confidence came from. But before she could react, the soldiers behind Sola had already aimed their guns at Qin Tianci. However, he didn't even bother to look at them. Instead, with Lu Jiasin watching in shock, he pulled out a mask that looked like an Azura demon and put it on. And when the mask appeared in Sola's eyes, he was first confused, then thoughtful. Then he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, and exclaimed in shock, "The Underworld King. The Underworld King's Azura crown? Who? Who are you?" Chapter 357. Traitors. Unredeemable. Beside him, Lu Jiasin's pupils had constricted to pinpoints when she saw the mask-like crown suddenly appear on Qin Tianci's head. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. This mask. Why? Why is it so familiar? But by now, Sola was already feeling a suffocating, chilling, killing intent spreading from the soles of his feet to his entire body. Lu Jiasin hadn't recognized it, but that didn't mean he didn't. This Underworld King's Azura crown was a sacred artifact, a religious object to the locals. Almost everyone regarded it as a god and worshipped it. He never expected that he would encounter it here. But, after calming himself, Sola forcefully suppressed his fear and sneered. Do you think just by putting on some Underworld King Azura crown you found, you can pretend to be the Underworld King? Who are you trying to scare? Hearing this, Lu Jiasin was stunned. So that's why it was so familiar. It's a symbol of the Underworld King. She had seen it on TV before. But why would Qin Tianci have that? Could it be that to save me, he bought a knockoff Underworld King's crown to scare the enemy? That must be it. The expression on Qin Tianci's face couldn't be seen behind the mask, but the look in his eyes was still utterly indifferent, as if he had become a different person. Those who disrupt my dragon kingdom shall be punished. His voice wasn't loud, but it was like a hammer striking the earth, shaking Sola to his core. It was as if he was staring death in the face. Lu Jiasin was stunned. This guy is really playing the part. A moment later, Sola forced a mocking smile. The anger in his heart had reached its peak. He pointed at him and shouted, "Fire! Kill him!" Da-da-da. Hundreds of gun barrels spewed fire at them. Lu Jiasin closed her eyes instinctively. The spray of bullets kicked up a cloud of dust around them. After several minutes of continuous fire, Sola ordered his soldiers to stop. The cloud of dust began to slowly dissipate. Sola stared intently, eager to see the two bodies riddled with bullets. But as the dust cleared, he was completely frozen. Qin Tianci was still standing there completely unscathed, his right hand held in the air, a bullet he had just caught held within his palm. He opened his hand, and the bullet dropped to the ground with a pat-pat sound. Beside him, Lu Jiasin slowly opened her eyes. She found herself unharmed. Seeing Qin Tianci casually drop the bullets on the ground, her pupils dilated, and she stared at him in disbelief. In her mind, no human being could withstand modern weapons, but Qin Tianci. How is this possible? Who the hell are you? Before Lu Jiasin could react, Sola screamed in a voice filled with terror. His face was a mask of fear, as if he had seen a ghost. Qin Tianci's eyes were devoid of emotion. He moved Lu Jiasin to behind him. Silly girl, haven't you always wanted to know what I experienced in the past 3 years? I'll tell you today, what I really went through. The moment the last word was spoken, dozens of black figures suddenly appeared from nowhere, landing steadily around him. Leading them, Spade kneeled before Qin Tianci, respectfully. Your subordinate, Spade, with 36 black fiends, greets our king. Her appearance stunned everyone there. Oh, our king. Lu Jiasin stared at the dozens of people, exuding an endless killing intent. Her heart was overcome with terror. In the present Dragon Kingdom, who deserved the title our king? But before she could process the thought, the others that Spade brought cried out in unison. The black fiends greet the Underworld King. Boom. As the words echoed out, Lu Jiasen's mind, along with Sola's and all the soldiers present, felt like it had been blown apart. It was as if several tons of TNT had exploded in everyone's brains, causing a deafening roar. Especially Lu Jiasen. Her gaze towards Qin Tianci was no longer one of shock, but of horror. But Qin Tianci didn't give her time to think. He looked at Spade, his face emotionless. He pointed a finger at Sola and the others. Leave no one alive. Yes. The next moment, Sola's pupils contracted violently. He shouted, "Quick! Kill him!" Thwack! As soon as the words left his mouth, the heads of 2 soldiers beside him were already on the ground. Spade and the 32 Black Fiend assassins were like ghosts of the night, reaping lives as they moved among the soldiers. One flash of a blade, and another head would fall. They were unstoppable, killing gods descending. In just 10 breaths, the hundreds of elite soldiers Sola brought were reduced to rivers of blood. Sola was relatively lucky. He rolled on the ground several times before finally managing to climb into the tank. He desperately moved the gun barrel, aiming it at Qin Tianci and Spade. Die! Boom! With a deafening roar, a huge shell blasted out of the tank's barrel at high speed. Just as Sola thought he could finally take Qin Tianci down, he watched as Qin Tianci lightly flicked his fingers, and the shell floating in the air in front of him suddenly stopped. At that moment, Sola was dumbfounded. Lu Jiasen was dumbfounded. The remaining soldiers were also dumbfounded. Such a scene only appeared in those fantastical, otherworldly TV dramas. But now that they were witnessing it for real, everyone felt like they were dreaming. This isn't human. He's not human. Sola completely lost his mind. He had believed that he and Atai, backed by those people, would be able to take down the Underworld King as easily as flipping his hand. But now, having truly witnessed his power, he finally knew how foolish he was, how ignorant, how overestimating of his own ability. Lu Jiasen watched as Qin Tianci caught a tank shell midair with one hand. She was completely dumbfounded. She covered her mouth, staring in terror at the man beside her. She couldn't believe that one person could do this. And through it all, Qin Tianci remained utterly composed, his gaze sweeping through the area with an icy coldness. Swoosh! Suddenly, Qin Tianci disappeared from his spot. Before Sola and his men could react, he was already floating in midair above the tank, looking down on everyone beneath him. I heard. You wanted to kill this king? Sola's pupils constricted. He had completely lost his will. He jumped out of the tank and kneeled on the ground, kowtowing to Qin Tianci frantically. You Underworld King, I was wrong. I was really wrong. I shouldn't have been so blinded. I shouldn't have disrespected you. I was really wrong. Qin Tianci looked at Sola, who was begging like a clown. His eyes were like frost, and his voice was like a freezing wind. Tibet was already a poor place in the Dragon Kingdom, and on top of that, it suffered a terrible war. The pain was etched like a brand in the hearts of the Tibetan people. Their only wish was for peace. Back then, I didn't think you would cause any trouble, and so I ignored you. But I never expected. Traitors. Unredeemable. As he uttered the last word, the shell he held fell to the ground. Sola watched the shell get closer and closer to him. His heart turned to ash. Boom. Chapter 358, Thunder Dragon Cannon. With a deafening roar, the shell exploded over Sola's head in a radius of several dozen meters. Hundreds of armed militant rebels were instantly blown to bits, completely annihilated. As the mushroom cloud dissipated, Lu Jiasen slowly came back to her senses. She realized that Qin Tianci had returned to her side at some point, shielding her from the impact. Lu Jiasen couldn't comprehend it. What kind of man was this? Was this still the shy boy she met in college? The arrogant Sola, hundreds of armed militants, heavy machinery. All of it turned to dust in his hands, without even a chance to fight back. The Underworld King. The Underworld King? The Underworld King is Qin Tianci, the boy she had liked for so many years? If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, Lu Jiasen wouldn't have believed it. Qin Tianci turned his head and smiled faintly. Though he was wearing a mask, Lu Jiasen could tell that he was smiling. I told you, you couldn't escape my grasp. Lu Jiasen suddenly snapped back to reality. She stared intently at Qin Tianci's deep eyes that peered out from behind the mask. Her heart was no longer calm. At that moment, Spade suddenly shouted, Our king! Another army is approaching. This time there are tens of thousands. Hearing this, Qin Tianci nodded. His expression didn't change at all. He simply extended a hand towards Lu Jiasen. Lu Jiasun was confused, but she did as he asked. The next moment, Qin Tianci pulled her close and embraced her tightly. Then he crouched and jumped abruptly. Lu Jiasun felt like she was floating in the air. A strong feeling of fear overcame her, but she was quickly enveloped by a sense of security. She slowly opened her eyes and found that they were already above the thousands of troops. The Underworld King. The leader of the army was a Thai. When he saw Qin Tianci, his heart shuddered violently. Connecting the event to the explosions he had seen, he knew that Sola was already dead at his hand. A Thai stared at the man behind Lu Jiasun, holding her tightly, the man she escaped with from his military camp just moments ago. His heart was in his throat. This was the first time he had faced the Underworld King. A man like a god. A Thai, you've crossed the line. Qin Tianci's emotionless voice echoed through the entire Tibetan region. It was an icy cold voice that sent shivers down people's spines. A Thai forced a strained smile. Underworld King, what brings you to Tibet? However, as soon as he finished speaking, Qin Tianci casually made a gesture, and a Thai's face turned pale. He fell to his knees with a thud, his knees cracking on the hard ground. Did I allow you to speak while standing? Hiss. Everyone present gasped, their eyes wide with shock as they looked at the domineering man, their hearts filled with horror. Lu Jiasun was equally stunned by Qin Tianci's sudden move. Her beautiful eyes were filled with an emotion she couldn't hide. Too domineering. So this was how the legendary Underworld King spoke to people. As soon as he met him, a Thai's knees were crushed, and the pain spread all over his body. But despite the pain, he forced a smile. Underworld King, there's no need to be angry. I was just coming to see what was going on, and I have no bad intentions towards you. No bad intentions? Qin Tianci scoffed. His gaze grew even colder. No bad intentions, yet you slaughter civilians? No bad intentions, yet you kidnap tourists? I'll ask just one thing, who gave you the courage? A Thai was sweating bullets, but still gritted his teeth. Sir, you know that Tibet is no longer what it used to be. What I'm doing is for the development of Tibet, so that we don't have to be oppressed by the royal family anymore. You should support me. Ha 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 ha. Qin Tianci laughed, but his laughter was chilling. Support you? Support your slaughter of civilians? You're incredibly bold. A Thai knew that there was no way he could escape this today. He stopped trying to flatter him. The expression on his face gradually became ferocious. So what if they call you the Underworld King? Do you really think you're someone important? Hearing this, Qin Tianci raised an eyebrow slightly, but instead of getting angry, he revealed an amused expression. Heh, it's been a few years. I didn't expect a Thai's bones to become this hard. Humph. A Thai snorted. Do you think I would have started this uprising so recklessly if I wasn't prepared? Spade suddenly yelled angrily. A Thai? What do you mean? Nothing much. A Thai forced himself to stand up slowly. Sola was a waste of a man. He wanted me to cooperate with him, but he couldn't even touch a single hair on you. But it's fine. At least I was able to lure out the Underworld King. I guess he didn't die in vain. Qin Tianci smiled faintly. So you were waiting for this king to appear? Or rather, you were luring this king out. Hee, you guessed it. It's a pity. The invincible Underworld King will finally fall at the hands of a Thai. The expression on a Thai's face had become somewhat deranged. Once I kill you, not just the royal family, but the entire Dragon Kingdom will kneel before me and call me king. You, on the other hand, will become a thing of the past. Ha ha ha. Just you? Qin Tianci glanced at his deranged state and couldn't help but scoff with disdain. Underworld King. A Thai shouted, with me, a Thai. I can't defeat you. Even if I planned for 10, 20 years, I would never surpass you. But don't forget that this is the era of high-tech warfare, not the world you used to know. You're going to be out of the picture. Bring it here. After he finished speaking, several hundred soldiers pushed forward a huge object covered by a tarp. Qin Tianci looked at it with curiosity. What's that? Your hell. A Thai laughed loudly and pulled the tarp away. It was a huge launcher, with wild currents of electricity arcing around the top of it. The terrifying flames even raised the surrounding air temperature by several degrees. Hee, did you see it? Underworld King, this is the Thunder Dragon Cannon, specially made for you by the Eagle Country in the Eastern Island. I can tell you with complete confidence that no carbon-based life form on this planet can withstand it. Even if you're a god, you'll die. Thunder Dragon Cannon? Hearing this, Qin Tianci suddenly chuckled. Sounds terrifying. But you dare to use something from the Eagle Country and the Eastern Island? As long as it can kill you, I'll use anyone. Atai yelled. They promised that once you die, they will support me to be the new king of the Dragon Kingdom. I will use this thunder power to kill you. Thunder power? Is that so? Hearing Atai's deranged words, Qin Tianci didn't get angry. Instead, he just smiled calmly and slowly raised his hand. Since that's the case, then today I will show you what real thunder power is. Chapter 359. Is this a human? Thunder power? Haha, Underworld King, do you really think you're an immortal being from the heavens? That you can summon wind and rain with a wave of your hand? Hearing Qin Tianci's arrogant words, Atai burst into laughter, seemingly trying to use the sound to mask his fear. Lu Jiasun didn't know why Qin Tianci would say such a thing. The so-called control of thunder and lightning was just a fantasy humans had about a fantastical world. How could anyone really control natural forces? However, Qin Tianci, facing the constantly crackling thunder dragon cannon, still looked aloof, his aura towering over the heavens and earth. I am not an immortal, but I can stand above the heavens. A mere thunder dragon cannon dares to be presumptuous before this king. A shout rang out. The weather changed. The sky, which was still somewhat bright, became overcast. Thunderclouds visibly swirled and surged, while the wind howled. Everyone present was astonished. How is this possible? Atai's smile instantly froze. Looking at the thunder crackling across the sky like a spider web, and then at the meager sparks that his thunder dragon cannon generated. They were like an ant compared to a towering tree, incomparable. Lu Jiasun was equally stunned by the scene before her. Her jaw dropped open as she looked up at the ever-changing sky. The rolling thunder made her scalp tingle. Before she could react, the swirling thunderclouds seemed to respond to some sort of summons. They gathered together with a crackling sound, slowly spreading downwards, finally landing in Qin Tianci's hand. At this moment, Qin Tianci stood like the god of thunder, looking down on everything. His powerful aura brought forth a silence. Everyone was afraid to even breathe, while some felt their hearts stop and their breath cease. Atai swore. In his life, aside from what he saw on exaggerated TV dramas, he had never witnessed such a terrifying sight. He finally understood why the Underworld King could make foreign armies flee in terror, why he could stand tall against tens of millions of invaders on his own. If this is human, I'll eat a pound of it on the spot. Was this something a human could do? If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would have thought he had traveled to some sort of immortal world. He was just 18 that year, standing like a lackey. Even now, he had forgotten to order the firing of the Thunder Dragon cannon. He was completely dumbfounded by the sight before him. Qin Tianci held a person in one arm and held thunder in the other, looking down with indifference. Atai, will you submit? Hearing that, Atai was pulled back to reality. His face had turned deathly pale. I won't submit. Stop trying to trick me with your illusions. Today, this is where the Underworld King will meet his end. His end? Qin Tianci scoffed, his tone growing even more domineering. If this king is willing to die, does the king of hell dare to receive him? Boom. The next moment, a power so strong that it seemed to come from hell swept over everything, instantly forcing all the soldiers that Atai had brought to their knees. Spade, looking at Qin Tianci's domineering presence from behind, was filled with admiration. After all these years, our king's strength hasn't decreased. Instead, it's become even more terrifying. In this world, is there anyone who can match him? The black fiends behind her looked at each other in shock. Lady Spade, is this the true power of our king? Some of them were meeting Qin Tianci for the first time and couldn't help but feel horrified by this unprecedented scene, while some were excited. Because this was their king. But Spade just shook her head, looking at Qin Tianci with an expression of awe. Our king's power is immeasurable, but I can responsibly tell you that this is just the tip of the iceberg. Just the tip of the iceberg? The new members of the Black Fiends were all shocked. He could cover the sky with a single hand. What kind of devastation would he unleash when he used his full power? Spade recovered from her shock and revealed a helpless expression. Weren't we supposed to solve this in a peaceful way? Is this peaceful? Meanwhile, Qin Tianci had run out of patience for Atai's resistance. The next moment, he suddenly clenched his fist. A bolt of lightning struck down in the crowd, the pressure multiplying several times. Submit or not? A Thai coughed up a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with fear, but he still spoke through gritted teeth. I won't submit. Boom. Several bolts of lightning struck down. The pressure increased again. Won't submit. Then die. A Thai was being crushed by the pressure, his body almost bursting apart. He shouted in terror, General Zhuan, save me. That shout exposed the person supporting him behind the scenes. Zhuan, who was observing everything from afar with military binoculars, was now shaking violently. He cursed under his breath. Damn it, I never thought that even the Thunder Dragon cannon couldn't do anything to this man. What is he? No, he's a monster. He had been secretly planning this test, targeting the Underworld King for months. He had chosen a Thai and Sola, armed militants in Tibet, to act as puppets, providing them with military support. The most important piece of this plan was the Thunder Dragon Cannon. This was a result of 2 years of research by the Eagle Country, which they called the King Slayer Project, to control the power of the Underworld King. But now, looking at the gap between them, he finally realized that this so-called King Slayer Project was nothing in front of that man. Run. He had to run right away. Otherwise, he would die here. Then, Zhuan threw down his binoculars and turned to leave this place at once. But Qin Tianci had no intention of letting him go. He simply glanced in his direction. So you were someone else's dog. After he finished speaking, he casually made a gesture. Zhuan, who had just reached the bottom of the stairs, was frozen in place, unable to move. Instantly, a feeling of unprecedented fear rose within him. The next moment, his body was suddenly launched backward. Ah! With a scream, he appeared next to Qin Tianci. His eyes met the man's cold, hellish gaze. Hiss! A cold chill washed over him. Who am I? Where am I? Why am I here? Looking down at the familiar Atai below, he was completely dumbfounded. Wasn't he 5 kilometers away? Qin Tianci, his killing intent rising, stared at the white man in front of him, who looked confused. He said, This king will let you watch as your dogs die. You should thank me. After he finished speaking, the thunder in his palm struck down. The next moment, rumble. Chapter 360. I have never faced such injustice in my life. As the earth-shattering thunder struck down, Khan only saw the world below him instantly turn into a living hell. Thunder crackled across the landscape. The screams never ceased. This horrific scene made the Lu Jiasin in his arms and the Khan suspended in midair's blood run cold. Even Lu Jiasin couldn't stand it. She closed her eyes and hid her head in Qin Tianci's arms, unable to look at the scene any longer. A few minutes later, the area that had been crowded with people just moments ago was now a burnt wasteland. Atai and the tens of thousands of soldiers he had brought were completely reduced to ashes. Even Spade, who was long accustomed to Qin Tianci's methods, was somewhat shaken. Our king really hasn't changed. He never showed mercy to his enemies. In the blink of an eye, he had taken over 10,000 lives, and Qin Tianci didn't even bat an eye. He then turned to Khan. So you're the rat running around in the shadows? How dare you? Khan, already terrified by everything that had happened, instinctively roared when Qin Tianci asked him that. I am the deputy commander under Count Standing. You yellow-skinned pig. How dare you speak to me like that? Hearing that, Qin Tianci chuckled. He turned to Lu Jiasin. Hey, stop sleeping. Lu Jiasin warily opened her eyes, asking in a trembling voice, what's wrong? Qin Tianci smiled and pointed at Khan. Do you know what a deputy commander is in the Eagle Country? Lu Jiasin looked at Khan blankly and shook her head. I don't know, but it sounds like a high position. That's right. Qin Tianci smiled, then flicked his finger lightly. Khan's arm instantly twisted. The piercing pain instantly flooded his brain, and he couldn't help but scream, Ah! Count Standing? Qin Tianci scoffed. You should be glad that he didn't come, or he wouldn't have left this land either. Khan's face was covered in sweat. He stared at Qin Tianci. You yellow-skinned pig. If you dare to kill me, our Eagle Country will do everything it can to wage war with your Dragon Kingdom and destroy you. You better, Before he could finish speaking, Qin Tianci flicked his finger again, breaking his other arm. Is this king afraid of waging war with your Eagle Country? He paced back and forth in the air. You are a deputy commander after all. You wouldn't be naive enough to think that he was sending you here to eliminate this king, would you? Back then, the 18-nation coalition surrounded this city, its forces at the gates, and this king didn't take a step back. So what's so special about a mere count standing? Khan was writhing in pain. Listening to Qin Tianci's words, he felt his spirit collapsing. Qin Tianci spoke again. I know you all have been researching how to deal with me. Otherwise, you wouldn't have created such a poor quality piece of crap to show off in front of me. Khan was speechless, not knowing how to respond. But he had already realized that the man before him was someone he could not afford to offend. He pleaded, his tone weakening. Don't kill me, I have money. I can give you money. As long as you don't kill me, I will persuade the Count to be on good terms with your Dragon Kingdom. No need. Qin Tianci rejected him outright. He said with a faint smile, the people of our Dragon Kingdom have always valued peace and don't want to start a war. But all of you great powers are thinking about how to divide our territory and invade our country. The peace treaties of the past have all been ignored by you. You slaughter our people and instigate internal strife. Since that is the case, then I'm sorry. Now is not the time for you to decide whether you want war. Khan's expression froze. What do you mean? Qin Tianci said emotionlessly, those who violate my Dragon Kingdom shall be punished no matter how far they run. With that, he made a gesture, and Khan was instantly sent flying. He slammed into the ground, coughing up blood. Qin Tianci stood behind him, his hands behind his back. He looked at him with indifference. This king won't kill you. Go back and tell Standing no. You should tell all of your Eagle Country politicians that, from now on, you must take all your spies and strategic resources out of the Dragon Kingdom. Otherwise, one by one, I will hunt them down, and in groups, I will destroy their nests. I will not rest until I'm done. His voice was not loud, but in Khan's ears, it was louder than the thunder from earlier. Others may not have understood what he meant, but he, as the deputy commander, couldn't not understand Qin Tianci's message. He's going to start a war with the Eagle Country. For a moment, he felt that his noble status had been looked down upon by these despicable people. Forgetting about his injuries, he said, You are very bold. Do you really think that our Eagle Country is afraid of you? A bunch of lowly slaves. You might protect one person, but can you protect an entire country? Qin Tianci didn't think this guy would dare to argue, so he laughed. There's something you haven't realized. Khan paused. What? Qin Tianci slowly landed on the ground, placing Lu Jiasun on it gently. He then took off his mask and lit a cigarette. For 5,000 years, the Dragon Kingdom has always been the strongest country on this planet. It has always been us expanding our territory. No one has ever dared to invade us. If it wasn't for that battle back then, our Dragon Kingdom wouldn't be where it is now, besieged by the 18-nation coalition. Do you know why the royal family doesn't want to start a war? Khan looked at Qin Tianci, who was still so arrogant. Although he was very upset, he still said, Isn't it because you're afraid you can't defeat our Eagle Country? Wrong. You are terribly wrong. Qin Tianci retorted, his eyes flashing. It's because the royal family is afraid they won't be able to contain the Dragon Kingdom people's desire to fight, afraid that they can't stop their enthusiasm to achieve great deeds, and afraid that they can't stop their determination to honor their ancestors. In other words, he calmly took a puff of his cigarette and said jokingly, It's because they're afraid you self-proclaimed noble white dogs will become protected animals. Hearing this, Khan was completely dumbfounded. Our Dragon Kingdom has never suffered such injustice for thousands of years. Do you think your Eagle Country can stop us? Then Qin Tianci walked up to Khan, his majestic figure standing before him like a god. His face was emotionless. If you're not out of Tibet within half an hour, then don't leave. I will personally go and have a heart-to-heart talk with your Eagle Country president. As soon as he finished speaking, Khan's heart suddenly stopped beating. The next moment, without looking back, he ran as fast as he could, using all the speed he had left.